Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. And I seek leave to move a motion relating to the recent military strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran and the death of its brutal dictator, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Cash.
Thank you. Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to recent military strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran and the death of its brutal dictator, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And in moving the suspension of standing orders, events are currently unfolding, as we can all see on our television screens in real time. The security situation is volatile. Australians, as we know, Madam President, in the region are watching developments by the hour, and there is a very further real possibility of an escalation by the ARGC. In moments like this, when history is literally being made before our eyes, the Senate cannot be a procedural spectator. This chamber must be able to respond immediately, to put Australia's position clearly on the record, but more than that, to send a clear signal to our allies and adversaries and to give certainty to Australians both here at home, including obviously those who fled the Islamic regime, and abroad. Standing orders, as we know, are here to keep the Senate orderly. They are not meant to stop the Senate speaking when the national interest, and this is about now today, the national interest demands clarity and speed. In the first instance, we need to be able to acknowledge the moral clarity shown by the United States and the State of Israel in confronting the threat posed, not just in Iran but globally, by the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear ambitions. As we know, Iran's regime has divided the international community while advancing its nuclear and ballistic missile programs and exporting violence through proxies. The United States and Israel have acted in the face of that reality. President, the reason we must suspend standing orders is simple. This is urgent. As I have said, Australians, in fact the world globally, are currently watching these events, some of the most historic events in our time, unfold in real time on our TVs. As we know, for decades, the Islamic Republic of Iran has pursued nuclear capability, while expanding its ballistic missile program and entrenching a network of proxy militias across the region. That combination, nuclear ambition and ideological expansionism, has long been recognised as one of the gravest threats to international peace and security. A nuclear-armed Iran would not simply alter the balance of power in the Middle East, as we know, it would shatter it. It matters to Australia. And that is why this suspension, and I would ask all senators to support the suspension, is not often you actually watch such a significant event Australia may not be taking part in it physically, but it actually matters to Australians here on the ground, but also to Australians overseas, but also to those who fled the regime and now call Australia home. The motion, when you look at it, rightly condemns the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. They are, of course, the hardline security apparatus that has dominated Iran's political system and brutalised and slaughtered its own citizens for decades. The motion also, when you look at it, condemns them for what they have done to women, the violent repression of women demanding basic freedoms. As we also know, it is the IRGC that has been linked to extremist and anti-Semitic activity affecting Jewish Australians here on Australian soil. If we are not suspending standing orders at this point in time today for a matter this urgent, so that the Australian Senate can clearly and articulately put its opinion on the record and send a clear signal, both here in Australia but more broadly to those abroad, and in particular to our allies who have shown the decisiveness and the moral clarity in relation to what has now occurred, I quite frankly do not know what urgency therefore is. So, President, in moving the suspension of standing orders, this is not a debate that can just be parked until later in the program. As I have stated, this is precisely the kind of moment when standing orders should give way to what is clearly in the public interest. Australia's position should not be ambiguous. We need to be able to stand here today and reject unequivocally any future Iranian acquisition of nuclear weapons capability. We need to stand here today and condemn the IRGC's sponsorship of terrorism and destabilisation. We need to condemn their attacks on civilian infrastructure, and we need to ensure that our Jewish friends know we stand firmly against anti-Semitism and foreign interference on Australian soil. And that is why I commend this suspension to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, let us be very clear. This suspension is not about national interest. It's about political interest. It's about political interest. And you know how you most know that? Because we have this unholy alliance between Senator Michaelia Cash and Senator David Shoebridge. What an unusual combination. Combining to agree to deliver the numbers to suspend the Senate. Senator Cash and Senator Shoebridge together. What an extraordinary demonstration of the fact that they will do anything in order to engage in a political stunt while there is a war going on.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senators, Senator Cash was just heard in complete silence. Senator Shoebridge, such disrespect. You are not debating me, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, I am demanding order in this Senate and I'm demanding silence. The respect shown to Senator Cash, whether you agree with that proposition that's been put or not, will also be shown to Senator Wong. Order! 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 Senator Faruqi, order! Order! Senator Wong. Senator Wong. Senator Patterson, I'm not going to sit here and call every single senator. You are being disrespectful towards me. I've called for silence. I've called for the same respect that was shown to Senator Cash to be shown to Senator Wong. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, I mean, not content with wanting to work with One Nation, the Liberals now want to work with the Greens. Want to work with the Greens to get on board. I mean, it really is a demonstration that what used to be a party of government is interested only in political stunts in this chamber, and Senator Michaelia Cash is prepared to do deals with Senator David Shoebridge to get the numbers to provide the space for a political stunt. Now, what I would say is that we are seeing the coalition, the Liberals and Senator Shoebridge and the Greens, playing politics on a motion on a conflict where Iran continues to attack the region, where people are dying, Australians are stranded, and the government is working to respond.
Order!
That is what is happening here. Now, Senator Cash, if you had wanted an orderly debate on this, rather than throwing at us 5 minutes before this debate a motion, I would have been open to a sensible debate about the national interest. But no, instead you work with the Australian Greens for this stunt and in order to take up time on closing the gap. Can I just make a comment about closing the gap? And I'll have more to say about this in the debate after you vote with each other, to delay closing the gap. I understand the Liberals don't want to debate closing the gap. I understand that the Coalition and One Nation don't want to debate it, other than to say things which are hurtful to First Nations people. But you are a party that should know better. You are a party that should understand that this is an important debate, and I'm not surprised you were on your feet.
Please. When you've quite finished, Senator Orman-Payne, if you can't listen in silence, leave the chamber. Your interjections have been incredibly disrespectful. Order! Order! Senator, order. I'm waiting for order. Minister Wong.
It's not unusual for the Coalition, or I'm unsurprised that the Coalition might try and have a political stunt delay closing the gap. A time that, but it doesn't matter that there was an alleged terrorist attack targeting First Nations Australians. It doesn't matter if First Nations Australians are grappling with disbelief and fear. What does matter is this is a time when the Senate is supposed to show respect and commitment by taking allocated time to debate progress for First Nations people in this country. What is extraordinary is that the Greens political party is supporting the Liberals and the Nationals to deprioritise closing the gap debate for a stunt on Iran. A stunt. Now, from a party that has no Indigenous representation, from a party that has no Indigenous representation at any level of state or federal government, I am unsurprised. But we stand with Senator McCarthy and the First Nations caucus, and we want a debate that is scheduled for closing the gap, and we invite you to do the right thing, and on that basis, I move that the motion be now put.
Minister Wong. It is outrageous, Senator McKenzie. The behaviour in here is outrageous. Senator Shoebridge, I will name you if you do not come to order. Senator Bragg. Senator Bragg, I will name you if you don't come to order. Senator Wong has asked for the motion to be put, so the question is that the motion be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is that the motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 41 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, President. And I move that a motion relating to the recent military strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran and the death of its brutal dictator, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, may be moved immediately, have precedence over all other business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cash, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President, and I move the motion. And in speaking to the motion, I have to say I think that the Foreign Minister has shown that, quite frankly, she is not prepared to put Australia's position on the record if all that she can contribute to the debate were cheap political scoring points this morning. I was a little surprised that the government were not going to move a motion today to the effect that the coalition has. As I said, this is one of the most historic moments history will ever record. One of the most historic moments. And we come in here this morning and not only is there silence by the government, but more than that, they do everything they can to shut the Senate down from properly debating this motion. President, the Senate, though, has rightly agreed to suspend standing orders, and now we debate this motion at a moment, as I said in my suspension speech, that will be recorded as a turning point, not just in modern Middle Eastern history, but globally. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. For decades, he was the supreme authority of a regime that imprisoned dissenters, crushed protests, slaughtered Iranians at home, empowered the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and oversaw the systematic repression of the Iranian people. His leadership entrenched a theocratic system that exported terror abroad. We're well aware of that here in Australia, whilst denying, and we have been watching this now for months and months and months on our TV, denying freedom at home. Let me be clear, on behalf of the coalition who put forward this motion and supported the suspension of standing orders so that the Australian Senate could clearly record its position on the death of the Ayatollah and what it means. He was the architect of decades of repression. He is gone. This is the figure who presided over violent crackdowns on students, on women, on journalists, on ordinary citizens, demanding nothing more and nothing less than respect and dignity. He is gone. This is not insignificant, as Senator Wong would want us to believe. It is, quite frankly, historic. And in saying that, the coalition will acknowledge the moral clarity, the resolve and the decisiveness shown by the United States of America and the State of Israel. For years, Iran advanced its nuclear capability, expanded its ballistic missile program and strengthened a web of violent proxies across the region, all under Khamenei's watch and all within the operational muscle of the IRGC. The United States and Israel did not ignore that trajectory. They undertook sustained efforts to degrade Iran's nuclear infrastructure. They targeted the command and control structures that enabled escalation. They made it clear that the acquisition of nuclear weapons by the Iranian regime would not be tolerated. They have also acted to prevent a regime that openly called for Israel's destruction from acquiring the ultimate weapon that could do so much global devastation. And for drawing a line against nuclear proliferation and regional destabilisation, the coalition is grateful. Grateful for the decisive action that was taken before a nuclear threshold was crossed. Grateful that our allies were prepared to shoulder the burden of confronting an escalating threat. Grateful that the message has been sent to the international community that we will not be paralysed in the face of existential danger. A nuclear-armed Iran would have shattered regional stability. It would have emboldened Hezbollah, Hamas and other proxies. It would have accelerated proliferation. It would have placed existential pressure on Israel, and it would have severely undermined the global non-proliferation regime. That matters profoundly to us here in Australia. We are a trading nation, dependent on secure sea lanes and stable markets. We have Australians living and working throughout the Middle East, and we have communities here at home who fled that violent, repressive regime, and they know, because they experienced So many of us have sat with those communities and listened to their stories of, quite frankly, living in hell. They experience the consequences of Iranian-linked extremism. But this is a moment that is not only about strategy. It is, as we have now seen on our TV screens, it is about freedom. For decades, the Iranian people have lived under repression. It was Iranian women who marched, demanding basic rights, rights that we have here in Australia and we live with each and every day. It was Iranian students who filled the streets calling for liberty. It was Iranian workers who protested corruption and economic mismanagement. And do you know what the response was? From that vile, repressive Iranian regime, it was the IRGC that answered them with batons, bullets and prison cells. This motion rightly condemns the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. They are the hard-line security apparatus that has dominated Iran's political system and has brutalised, slaughtered, tortured, murdered its own citizens. It is the IRGC that on our television scenes you could see were crushing peaceful protests. It is the IRGC that oversaw imprisonment and the execution of dissidents. It is the IRGC that violently enforced repression of women and girls. It is the IRGC that funds and arms proxy groups across the region. And it is the IRGC, as Australians, and in particular Jewish Australians, know, has been linked to extremist and anti-Semitic activity affecting Jewish Australians here, right here in Australia, on our home soil. When foreign-directed networks seek to intimidate Jewish Australians, that is not a distant geopolitical issue. It is a direct challenge to our sovereignty, our social cohesion and our national security. With Khomeini's death, a door has opened to the possibility of a different future for Iran, a future where nuclear ambition does not eclipse prosperity, a future where the IRGC does not dictate political life, a future where women are not beaten for defying the strict religious dress codes, a future where young Iranians are not imprisoned for demanding, again, what we as Australians live and breathe each and every day, basic freedoms. We should say it plainly, freedom is what we all want for the Iranian people. We don't want chaos, we don't want anarchy. What we want for them is the freedom to determine their own destiny without the fear of the IRGC. The motion also, though, expresses deep concern at the recent Iranian attacks on civilian infrastructure in the United Arab Emirates, including the disruption of operations at major airports in Dubai and other places. Targeting civilian infrastructure is reckless escalation. It endangers innocent lives, including Australians. It destabilises aviation routes and threatens regional security. It underscores, though, precisely why the IRGC's conduct cannot be normalised. President or Acting President, the Coalition's position is clear. And that is why we wanted the suspension of standing orders today, as this historic moment is unfolding. We reject unequivocally any future Iranian acquisition of nuclear weapons capability. We condemn the IRGC's sponsorship of terrorism and destabilisation. We condemn attacks on civilian infrastructure by the IRGC, and we stand firmly against anti-Semitism and foreign interference on Australian soil. The death of Khomeini ends the mark of an era of impunity for a regime that believed it could oppress at home and destabilise abroad without consequences. That era of impunity is now over. Of course, as commentators spoke about over the weekend, what comes next is something that we all hope for. We want the Iranian people to finally be able to chart a freer path. The Coalition is very, very clear where it stands. We stand with freedom. We stand with those in Iran who have risked everything for dignity, who have risked everything for the basic freedoms that they have been denied now for so long. We, of course, stand against nuclear proliferation and we stand against terrorism. But we also stand with our allies, and that's why the first paragraph of the motion is so important, when they act to prevent existential threats from materialising. As I said, the Senate was right, despite the opposition by the Foreign Minister and the government, to suspend standing orders. And again, I record my sincere disappointment that the government, at such a pivotal moment in history, when the Ayatollah, one of the most evil people in history, has been killed, where a door is opening, a door that hopefully signals freedom for the Iranian people, that the government did not think this motion was important enough to actually stop the business of the Senate and suspend standing orders. The Senate, though, was right to suspend standing orders. Silence at this profound moment would have been abdication. This is a moment of consequence for regional stability, for global security, but more than that, for the Iranian people themselves. So this chamber, I hope, will send a very clear message. No to nuclear weapons in Iran, no to the IRGC's campaign of repression and terror, yes to freedom, yes to security, yes to solidarity with the Iranian people. I thank the Senate, without the government, for allowing us to debate this important motion, and I do commend the motion to the Senate.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So while I was sitting here listening to that debate, I was actually receiving some messages from counterparts in the region. So you see, that is the real work around a conflict that is real, that is costing lives, and that is occurring as we speak. And I again say to Senator Cash, if the opposition or the Liberal Party had genuinely wanted a debate on this, they could have spoken to us. It is true that between Saturday night when this occurred and the Senate sitting, we've been occupied on some other matters. I haven't been focused. I haven't been focused on. I haven't been focused.
Senator Patterson.
So Senator Patterson, you know, who is who? Yes, it's. Senator Patterson. So we received this information on Saturday night. I was briefed. I engaged with my counterpart, the Foreign Minister of Israel. We're up very early to because obviously briefings occur. We had a National Security Committee of the Cabinet. We set up the Consular Crisis Centre. We made announcements. You would have seen, I hope, some of the press conferences around that to ensure Australians were informed, and obviously the Prime Minister and senior ministers again met last night. So if the opposition had wanted a serious discussion about a war that is going on, they could have done us the courtesy of saying so. Well, because the government was focused on two things. The first priority is to keep Australians safe. We have 115,000 Australians in the region, and with respect, my priority is those Australians. It is not the opposition. It is not the opposition. Now, if the opposition had said to us, we want, well, Senator, I'm so sorry. I know you're a senator, and I respect the role. But we have 115,000 Australians in a region which is currently seeing casualties across the region. We have seen Dubai Airport hit. We are It is a very challenging situation, and I want to start by making very clear to the Senate our first priority is to keep Australians safe, and we are working around the clock to do that. Now, some general comments about what we have seen, and people would have seen the Prime Minister's and my statements Saturday night with the Deputy Prime Minister, and then the media yesterday and also this morning. I want to make clear Australia stands with the brave people of Iran. Again, they are struggling against oppression. And the Iranian regime has been a destabilising force, including through its ballistic missile program, its nuclear program, its support for armed proxies, and its brutal acts of violence and intimidation. Australia has consistently called for the Iranian regime to uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Iran's citizens. And what we know is that the regime instead has initiated a brutal crackdown, a crackdown that killed thousands of its citizens. What we have said is we support the action taken by the US and Israel to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing the threat to threaten international peace and security. We have also made clear that Australia did not participate in these strikes, but we are obviously in contact with our international partners. We have said we don't want to see further regional escalation. We know the consequences of that, and we are seeing some of that now. We urge the protection of civilian life, and going forward, there will need to be a resumption of dialogue and diplomacy. And we join with our other partners in calling for all parties to adhere to international humanitarian law. I also want to make some comments about the indiscriminate attacks that the Iranian regime is currently making against countries, not only Israel, and we mourn the loss of life on all sides, but against countries who are not a party to this conflict. Countries like the United Arab Emirates, who are, we have a very close relationship with, and others in the region, the countries of the region who are being affected, even though they are not parties to the conflict. In relation to Australians overseas, we are working around the clock. As I said, it will be a challenging period, a very challenging period. I've made clear that Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Emergency Centre on 1300 555 135 in Australia, or 612 6261 3305 from outside Australia. I've made clear publicly that there are about 115,000 Australians in the region. They are my priority, not Senator Cash's motion. And the traffic through the region that people would be aware of, I think it is about 11,000 people a day come in and out of Australia utilising Etihad, Emirates or Qatar. So that gives the Senate chamber some indication of the scale of the disruption. We have opened the registration portal for all Australians in Israel and Iran. That was a decision on Sunday. This morning I directed that we open that registration portal, given what had happened overnight, for the UAE and Qatar as well. At the moment, the communication is patchy and the situation is very distressing. We will continue to provide what information we can as quickly as we can, and our focus at the moment is to provide that information and to continue to work with the airlines to try and ensure that that commercial flights we have availability on commercial flights as they become available, and we hope that we will see that in the near future. I would just also make this point to the Australian Greens. This issue didn't start with the strikes over the weekend. Iran has oppressed the human rights of its citizens for 4 decades. Very little is said by your party about that. You are supposedly an anti-nuclear party, but you are united in trying to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I haven't seen the Greens say anything about the games Iran has played, including preventing the International Atomic Energy Agency from conducting independent inspections. It's because it doesn't fit your narrative. It doesn't fit your narrative. It's very selectively loud. Very selectively loud. It is very selectively loud.
Senators. Senator Rez.
I just ask you to, I mean, the interjections are revealing, both from over here complaining about their staff allocation and from over here. You ought to, President, he ought to withdraw that imputation.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Senators. Interjections are disorderly. The Leader of the... No, and if there is disagreement with what is said, then that can be made in the course of the debate. Now, I understand, Senator Shoebridge, you made a remark that I won't repeat, but I would ask that you withdraw it. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. And I just give an indication to the chamber that Senator Wong, as with every other senator, is entitled to be heard in silence, and that respect should be shown. Senator Wong.
Iran has directed anti-Semitic and hateful attacks on Australian soil. On Australian soil. Now, we understand as a government, there are a range of views about this conflict in the Australian community. And, there are those like Senator Cash who have a particular view. There are those like Senator Shoebridge who has a particular view. There are those like the Iranian Australian community, many of whom are very supportive of action that is being taken. Not all. And we don't pretend that this isn't a complex and long-running issue, nor does this government ignore the facts. Iran has brought death and destruction on the regime for decades. And those are facts. We do not mourn the passing of Ayatollah Khomeini. And I would like to go through what this government has done in respect of Iran since we came to government, because I think it is important to note we have taken stronger action than any previous Australian government. We've expelled the ambassador. We suspended operations at our embassy in Tehran. We've listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a state sponsor of terrorism. We've sanctioned more than 200 Iranian-linked individuals, more than 100 linked to the IRGC. I would make the point that those opposite really want this debate. They want the politics of this debate. But in 9 long years in government, not one new sanction on Iran. Not one. Not one word of complaint when Iran was elected to the Commission for the Status of Women, a committee they're a member of. And now this party teams up with the Greens to have a political stunt to show how tough they are on Iran. Finally, I will close with an amendment. As I said, I saw Senator Cash's motion, not because she sent it to me, but because it was circulated. Well, I think I received it while I was sitting in the Cabinet. Our amendment is only in relation to paragraphs A and B, and to add 2 additional paragraphs. So the motion would be: supports efforts by the United States and Israel to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. B, stands in solidarity with the Australian Iranian community and recognises the relief of Iranian Australians following the death of Ayatollah Khomeini, a brutal dictator who has oppressed the Iranian people for decades. C, condemns the Iranian regime for its decades of attacks and destabilisation of its neighbours through its ballistic, missile and nuclear programs and support for armed proxies. And D, calls for dialogue and the pursuit of diplomatic pathways to restore peace and security. So I move that amendment as circulated. It is an opportunity for there to be a sensible motion before the chamber. Again, I would say, as a matter of courtesy to the chamber, if the chamber had wanted an organised debate on Iran, the government would have facilitated it. But you chose not to do that. Senators Cash and Shoebridge chose to delay the Closing the Gap report debate, which was scheduled, in a suspension of standing orders because they both have a similar agenda, which is to try and elevate the politics of this issue. Well, we're not focused on the politics of this issue. We're focused on the 115,000 Australians who are in the region and on continuing to put our view as to a future in the region which is one in which all peoples of the region know peace and stability.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Well, again, we now see Labor and the Coalition, but with their new friends in One Nation, coming in to support another US forever war. Labor and the Coalition and One Nation are now the three war parties in this parliament. And they've never seen an attack by Donald Trump, an attack by Benjamin Netanyahu that they haven't wanted to back in and support. And we have seen the Albanese Labor government rush to be the first country in the world to back in Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's latest illegal war. Literally rushing to back in a war that Labor knows is in gross breach of international law. And there's a reason that the Foreign Minister has refused to discuss, even discuss whether or not this war is illegal. It's because Labor knows it's illegal. And Labor knows that the arguments put forward by their friend Donald Trump and his running mate Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is about stopping some imminent nuclear threat in Iran, they know that's a lie. Just like they knew that the so-called weapons of mass destruction that was used to justify a previous Labor war was a lie. Labor is going into bat for Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu in this illegal, widespread attack against the Iranian people, and they know they're doing it on a lie. It is extraordinary that neither Foreign Minister Wong or Prime Minister Albanese are willing to come out and tell the Australian people the truth, that US military bases here, Pine Gap, Northwest Cape, are being used to target and support Donald Trump's illegal attacks on Iran. They know that that's the purpose of Pine Gap. They know it's used to target military attacks in the Middle East. It's been used to target military attacks in Gaza. Now it's being used to target military attacks in Iran. And what does Labor say? They say, we won't even mention it. We won't talk about it. Because it's bloody awkward for Labor to see them backing in a war which has already killed more than 100 school kids in the first 24 hours. Schoolgirls being pulled out of rubble from a war that Labor supports. Multiple schools being hit and targeted and destroyed from a war that Labor supports. A hospital being blown apart by Israeli missiles from a war that Labor supports with their new friends in One Nation and the Coalition. Is there no line in the sand that Labor's willing to draw to say they won't take this step with Donald Trump, they won't take this step with Benjamin Netanyahu? It seems there is no line in the sand. And they come here and say that this bombing and killing in Iran is for the Iranian people, as though that Donald Trump, their friend, Donald Trump, cares the slightest about the interests of the Iranian people. Trump, Labor's partner in AUKUS, the Coalition's partner in AUKUS, One Nation's partner in AUKUS, Trump doesn't care about peace and human rights in the United States, let alone in Iran. And you come here and you peddle this nonsense that somehow this is about some positive regime change, just like the US's endless forever war in Iraq was meant to be about positive regime change, or the US endless war in Afghanistan was meant to be about positive regime change, so-called for the people of Afghanistan or the people of Iraq. Labor's support for this war is ignorant of history. The US is engaging in this war not because they support women, life, freedom. The Greens have been on the record for years supporting women, life, freedom, working with the Iranian people who are showing brave resistance to a brutal regime. But we know that foreign bombing, foreign attacks, blowing up schools, blowing up hospitals, that isn't about the Iranian people. The Iranian people have been being killed by the brutal regime in Iran, and now they're being killed by bombs and missiles from Israel and the United States, and Labor backs that war in. And then you have the nerve to stand up and say you want it to de-escalate. You oppose the escalation of violence in the regime. The missiles and bombs that are now falling around the region as Iran responds to the attack. Well, the Greens too oppose that bombing and killing. We hate seeing the missiles and the bombs landing in Dubai, around the region. Of course that's appalling. But it was an inevitable response to the latest US illegal war that Labor has backed in. It wasn't an accident. The chaos and the killing that is now spreading to the region was always going to be a response to this illegal war by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And you pretend that you care. You back in the original crime, and then you pretend you care about the response. People see through Labor. They see you joining with the coalition and joining with One Nation in your rush to support Donald Trump and his latest illegal war. They see the Foreign Minister hiding from basic accountability about whether or not this is consistent with international law. They see Prime Minister Albanese refusing to do a press conference and talk about the scores and scores of Iranian kids who have been killed in just the first 24 hours of the war that he's supporting. They see you hiding from this, and they see you hiding from it when you didn't even want to debate in the Senate this morning about it, because apparently you were too busy. Other things to do. You didn't want to talk about the kids that are being killed, about the hospitals that are being blown up, about the chaos that you're supporting in the region. And think about what happened last time the United States did a war of choice in this region. They went in under another lie about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. We know that was a lie, just like this war's based on a lie. They went in and we had statements from the US leadership at the time as chaos enveloped Iraq, as systems destroyed, as hunger spread, as killing spread. We had the United States saying, oh, well, freedom's untidy, isn't it? Freedom's untidy. And just the people of Iraq will just have to suffer through 2 decades of bombings and killings and chaos to satisfy the US war machine and the latest and the US illegal war on Iraq. And now you want that on Iran. And you tell us you care about the Iranian people. Well, I can tell you that the mums who are pulling their kids out of the rubble, they don't see freedom. They're not talking about regime change. They're grieving about the loss of their kids, their daughters. They see through you. They see through your endless support for war. They see through your toadying to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And they see their country potentially being thrown into chaos. And think about it. If Iran falls into chaos, like Iraq fell into chaos, like Syria fell into chaos, think about what that means for the world and the instability that spreads across all the neighbouring countries that are already so fragile. And yet you back it in. You don't have a plan B. There is no plan B. You bomb and you kill and you support Donald Trump's bombing and killing, and you just are reckless about the consequences on the Iranian people or in the region as a whole. And we hear Donald Trump saying, well, now it's up to the Iranian people to somehow after the bombing and the killing, to somehow, through some unspecified path, overthrow the brutal dictatorship. We support the Iranian people's calls for freedom. We support those brave Iranian men, women and students who have been out there calling for freedom. But their freedom is further from being achieved than ever. Because the regime will use the foreign attack, its monopoly of state-sanctioned violence, like it has before. Only now the killing will be from the regime and from Israel and from the United States all at the same time. The Greens stand for peace here. We oppose that those troops who are embedded in the United States military that Labor doesn't want to talk about, we oppose them being part of this bombing. We oppose Pine Gap being used in the bombing. We oppose North West Cape being used in the bombing. We oppose our toadying relationship with the United States. We support an independent defence and foreign policy for Australia so we don't keep getting involved in the United States forever wars, so that we don't rain death and destruction down on the next country in the Middle East that Labor decides it wants to target with Donald Trump. And I say this, we are the only party in this parliament who stands on the side of international law, who stands genuinely on the side of the Iranian people, who stands genuinely on the side of peace. And we now see you for what you are. The three war parties, One Nation, the Coalition and Labor, who've never seen a US war they don't want to back in. Millions of Australians disagree with you. They want a government of principle, they want a government of peace, they want the best for the Iranian people, and they say no to Trump's and Netanyahu's war, and we stand with them.
Senator Shoebridge, did you wish to
I move an amendment circulated in my name. I think it's an amendment to Labor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Yep.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank the Australian Senate for allowing the diverse views that exist in this chamber, that the Australian people have sent to Parliament, to have the debate this morning, to not be silenced at what is such an extraordinary time globally. I rise also to acknowledge the steadfast efforts of the United States and the State of Israel in preventing the Islamic Republic of Iran from developing a nuclear weapons capability. Their cooperation over recent years has been central to limiting a threat that has long cast a shadow over the Middle East and global security. I note the Foreign Minister's immediate response yesterday was exactly the same as her response post-October 23 massacre in Israel, was to call for a de-escalation. The fact is, Australia has consistently supported international efforts to ensure that Iran never acquires the capacity to build or deploy nuclear arms, and we reaffirm that position today without hesitation. The Iranian regime under the late Ayatollah Khamenei has presided over decades of repression, violence and destabilisation in the region. His rule was marked by unimaginable cruelty towards his own people and hostility towards nations in the region and more beyond. And we hope his death marks a turning point. The reach of the Islamic Republic's influence was not confined to the Middle East. Its intelligence networks and proxies extended far beyond the Middle East, including here at home in Australia. Individuals linked to the regime have supported extremist activity, targeted Jewish communities and fuelled anti-Semitic incidents on our own soil. Let's stop deluding ourselves. The actions were deliberate and planned attempts to infiltrate anti-Jewish groups, inflame communities and cause physical harm to Jews in Australia. And yet we witnessed the appalling scenes of prominent Australians marching behind posters of the Ayatollah at the now infamous Harbour Bridge March. It was a moment that caused deep distress to our Jewish community and, yes, to Iranian Australians who fled the very brutality that those images represented. Iran's proxies have inflicted violence and instability across the region in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Bahrain, Kuwait and, of course, Israel. Their actions have targeted civilians, undermined governments and threatened the security of countless families who simply want to live in peace. And yes, the overwhelming number of people killed under this regime since 1979 have been Muslims. The regime's victims include the Kurds, Arab, Yazidis, Persians, Sunni and Shia Muslims, political dissidents, protesters and ordinary citizens. Today, above all, we express our solidarity with the Iranian people, including many Australians who were born in Iran or have families still living under the regime's grip. They've endured decades of censorship, surveillance and fear. Iranian women in particular have faced systematic oppression, forced dress codes, violent crackdowns and imprisonment for the simple act of demanding basic rights. And that says nothing for the degradation and appalling treatment of the Iranian gay community, something that I don't hear those on the progressive left mention enough in this chamber. But it is absolutely appalling, or particularly gay men are subjected to in that regime. And yet those who claim to champion women and gay rights elsewhere have fallen silent when it comes to those cohorts in Iran. And I call out the hypocrisy of the Greens and the Labor left. Absolute hypocrites to talk about the rights of women and the gay community and not do anything substantial to help them in this particular time. Their courage, particularly the women, their courage deserved far more from the international community and from Australia than they received. Australia stands with the Iranian people in their pursuit of freedom, dignity and democratic self-determination. What happens next is very uncertain, but we can only hope that the end of this brutal regime will presage a better life for the Iranian people and indeed for the region. The pathos and the moral chiding of the Foreign Minister that we just saw earlier is instructive. The Foreign Minister has the great privilege of representing our country at times like this. Labor won the election, and being Foreign Minister of a country like ours is a tough and a challenging role. But to come in here as if we've been, and school us as if we've been naughty children in wanting to debate an historic, extraordinary event, despite all of our different views in this chamber, says a lot about that Foreign Minister and how she views her role. The opposition today, under the Shadow Attorney-General and our leader, has moved a motion to have the debate, to commend our allies and the Iranian people, and that is an appropriate response for an opposition in an Australian democracy to take at a time like this. And I am very concerned that the Foreign Minister felt that she could treat us like schoolchildren in that moment. And as we've debated around the chamber, I just want to comment briefly on Senator Shoebridge's outrageous remarks, which were really just an anti-Trump spray, instead of actually saying anything substantive about the plight of the Iranian people and how our hopes for their self-determination and the rights of women and the gay community in that regime will be better as a result of the changes. I commend the motion to the Senate and hope the Senate supports it.
Senator Hanson.
One Nation does support the Senator Cash's motion by leave. I was just gobsmacked to hear the leaders of the Senate, Penny Wong, Senator Wong, get up and say she was absolutely appalled by this stunt. Now, part of this amendment, I will put it on record, what's in here, it congratulates the United States of America and the States of Israel for their sustained efforts to prevent the Islamic Republic of Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. Welcomes the death of the Ayatollah Khomeini, a brutal dictator who has oppressed the Iranian people for decades. Goes on, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, the IRGC, for its sponsorship of terrorism globally, including its role in orchestrating anti-Semitic attacks targeting Jewish Australians on Australian soil, acts which represent a direct attack on our social cohesion and national security. Deplores the recent attacks by Iran on civilian infrastructure in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, including the suspension of operations at Dubai's major airports due to regional hostilities, and expresses strong support for the Iranian people in their ongoing struggle against the IRGC. I don't call that a stunt, and to actually raise this in light of what happened over the weekend. Also, to hear the Greens and Senator Shoebridge's comments about they're not for war. There's not one senator in this place that would support war. That's right. But defending countries for their democracy and the freedom of the people is very important that we do that. And it'd be quite amazing that they want their allies, but if war ever touched Australian shores, wouldn't they be screaming out and crying out for people around the world to support us if there's any case of war to happen in our country? So here we have, on one hand, we don't want war, but what would happen if it ever was to happen in Australia? I want to say, to call it a stunt. Yep.
Chair, thank you, Chair. I wish to lodge a complaint here. Senator Thorpe is quietly saying, you're lying, repeatedly and repeatedly as Senator Hanson talks. It's more than anyone can bear, but Senator Hanson's done very well. Can you ask her to stop?
Senator Roberts, your point of order is interjections. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I ask senators listen respectfully to the speaker and in silence. Senator Hanson, your call.
Thank you very much. I think what's happened here is that Senator Wong and the Labor Party have been caught with their pants down. They've been usurped by this motion by the Liberal Party to bring it to the attention of the Senate. We've had an attack on Iran, and to say that, it's about the people over there. For 47 years, this country has been under the attack of a radical Islamic dictatorship where people were actually controlled. And again, I'll go back to the Greens, worrying about the women, about the children murdered. I never heard one word out of them when it happened, the attack in Israel, where 1,200 people were actually murdered, slaughtered, taken as hostages. Not one word about compassion. So that's just... disregard that. When I turned on my television and I saw the Iranian people, not only in Iran but throughout Australia, flying the flag, jubilation, dancing on the streets, happy, that tells you how they feel about this attack. They're not the ones who are objecting to this. They know there has to be hurt and pain if they want to get out of 47 years of control. Their lives have been controlled. You talk about women, what's happening over there. Women, if you took off your hijab or you didn't cover up, you actually got a flogging, you got fined $15,000, or you got imprisoned, and some lost their lives. That's what they've been fighting for. The protests and the lives lost in this past 4 to 5 weeks has been deplorable. And I congratulate Senator Trump and the United States that have given the people now their freedom and their liberty back. And I congratulate Netanyahu, who was actually part of this. He stood with them, and he has stopped this to give democracy back to the people of Iran. The other big factor here is also about the nuclear weapons. If Iran got nuclear weapons, it would be an outcry by the whole world, and no way could that be allowed to happen. So I actually do support this motion. I will not be supporting the Shoebridge motion at all, for what they call for.
Trump isn't a senator.
But I've just...
Senator Trump. What planet are you on?
So I'd just say congratulations to the Liberal Party in bringing this forward. I think it's very important, and I wanted the people of Australia to know what was in this motion and why couldn't the Labor Party support it? Why couldn't you support it? And you can't tell me that each and every one of you agree with not supporting this. This is where it's just follow the leader. There's no independent free thinking from the Labor Party whatsoever. You just follow the leader. You've done it time and time again. The Voice was another one, just follow the leader. Where's your representation of the Australian people? Where's the representation for the Iranian people out there who are joyous about what's happened in their country, and you've done nothing? Those Iranian people are standing in your actually country. So it's just unbelievable.
Order. Order. I ask the senators listen to other senators in silence and respectfully. Every senator will have an opportunity to speak. Senator Hanson.
This is your whole attitude. This is the Greens' attitude, right? They are the Greens, the most un-Australian people here in this Senate. That is the most un-Australian people who do not fight for this country, our flag, our patriotism, nothing. Nothing. What I hear all the time. And
Order.
there's another one. Keep going, love. Keep going. So immature you are. You have no idea.
Senator Hanson.
Absolute disgrace.
So immature. I wish you would actually start fighting for the Australian people. They're here listening to you.
Senator Hanson.
They want some representation here from this
Senator
Parliament.
Hanson, please direct your remarks through the chair.
Anyway, I think I've said everything. Congratulations, Senator Cash.
Sit down.
Senator Waters, and before Senator Waters starts, could I ask that other senators listen respectfully to each other's contributions? Senator Waters.
Thank you. This weekend, US President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu launched a new illegal bombing campaign against Iran. Unilateral bombing in breach of international law.
She just called me a bitch.
Senator Thorpe, do you have a point of order?
I do. I just got called a bitch by the racist.
I remind senators to use respectful language at all times in the chamber, including when they're not speaking. Senator Thorpe, did you have a further point of order?
No, I'm good now, thanks.
Senator Waters, resume.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. This weekend, US President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu launched a new illegal bombing campaign against Iran. Unilateral bombing in breach of international law, bombing of schools, which has killed already over 100 schoolgirls. And you know who the first in the world to support Trump and Netanyahu's illegal attacks was? It was this Labor government. The Australian government's support for Trump and Netanyahu's latest illegal war is a clear breach of international law and the prohibition on wars of aggression. This war will not bring safety to brave Iranian people who are fighting for liberation from a brutal regime. It is always civilians, women and children who suffer most in war. What does killing more than 100 school children or the fresh strikes on a hospital reported this morning have to do with peace? Our hearts ache for those girls and those families. This war will see homes and cities razed to the ground and countless innocent lives lost. The Iranian people deserve to be free from persecution and domination, particularly Iranian girls and women who've faced decades of oppression and who have bravely fought back as the Woman Life Freedom movement. But the Iranian people deserve to be free from persecution and domination, both from the current regime and from foreign powers. The US and Israel are not acting out of concern for human rights in Iran. They cannot be trusted to do what's in the best interests of the people of Iran or for anyone's human rights anywhere. History shows, and the world knows,
that US military attacks and Donald Trump's kidnappings and assassinations do not produce peace and do not produce justice. While US bombs and missiles rain down on Iran, there is every likelihood that they're being targeted with the direct or indirect assistance of joint US-Australia military facilities at Pine Gap and Northwest Cape. The Greens condemn these illegal, aberrant and unilateral attacks. Australians do not want to be dragged into yet another US-Israeli war. Australians deserve an independent foreign policy where we are not just Trump's lapdog, giving billions for nuclear submarines that we'll likely never receive. An independent foreign policy, not support for another illegal war. US-led foreign wars in the Middle East have never helped the people of the countries that they've attacked, and they have always seen devastating bloodshed. This Labor government has completely discarded its principles. How much has changed since 2003, when then Labor leader Simon Crean declared the Iraq War to be illegal, unnecessary and unjust? Or when he told a Brisbane rally against the Iraq War, let's send the strongest of messages possible today, the message that says no to unilateral attacks by the US. Or since 2014, when Bill Shorten told Parliament more than a decade ago, Simon Crean stood at this dispatch box as Labor leader to support our troops but to oppose a war. History has vindicated his judgment. End quote. Well, I think history will look very poorly on this Labor government and its continued support for Trump and Netanyahu's warmongering. The Labor government must immediately rule out further Australian support for Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war. And Labor must confirm to the Australian people that no intelligence from Pine Gap or other US bases in Australia was used in these strikes, and it must rule out allowing these bases to be used in this illegal war going forward. It is unacceptable to refuse to answer questions about that from the media or the public about Australia's role, and our fourth estate should press them to give a response. The Greens have consistently and clearly condemned the Iranian regime's violent response to recent protests and their long history of oppression, and we have strongly backed the Woman Life Freedom movement. We know that the people of Iran who've been victims of the regime will be the same very people right now being killed, injured and driven into further poverty and fear by US bombing. The Greens will always advocate for peace and upholding international law, and we will always oppose war. War is never the answer. You cannot bomb your way to peace.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I find it dangerous and outrageous that both major parties are praising what is a blatant violation of international law. The recent violence committed by the Iranian regime against civilians and protesters must be absolutely condemned. But this in no way opens the door to the US and Israel to break international law and pave the way for nations across the world to disregard the international order. This order has come into place for a reason following the Second World War. It is intended to hold nations wanting to gain even bigger power in check and to protect the human rights of everyone across the globe. This action taken against Iran and the action the US took against Venezuelan leader have set dangerous precedents and may mean that leaders of other nations might soon follow suit and take what they think should be theirs. Who can guarantee that Russia or China will not follow suit? It also sets up the region for what we have seen before in Iraq, Afghanistan and Syria, where US intervention causes protracted conflict where civilians die in the thousands. What this conversation is also completely missing is that in the course of the strikes on Iran, many innocent lives were lost. A school was hit and over 100 children died and patients from a major hospital in Tehran had to be evacuated. These are civilians, and time again, major powers play political games that disregard the most basic human right, the right to life. The UN has not condemned these attacks for nothing. It is seeking to uphold international law and international human rights. I'd like to know from both the government and coalition, have you now publicly unsubscribed from our international obligations? Thank you.
Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to support the motion moved by Senator Cash because I think it is important as a country we do express our absolute support for the right thing being done by a people that have been oppressed in the most vile and evil of ways, and supporting the actions, while horrible, while massive consequences flow from some of the actions that have been taken, are necessary, of course, to protect peace and good order for a people who have had that taken away from them for so long. To hear some of the other contributors to this debate talk about the need to condemn that vile regime, run by the Ayatollahs, but then in the same breath suggest that we do nothing about it, is not what we as freedom-loving, tolerant, democratic nations of the West should do. This sort of activity requires response, not just words uttered in a Senate chamber a long way away, Acting Deputy President, but to hear these freedom fighters, as they are most days of the week, basically say we should just sit here, wring our hands, have dialogue, hope for the best and hope things work out over there, is not what we're used to hearing from this crowd. But that's what they're saying now. Let's condemn them, and then let's hope that the rule of law and the rules-based order prevails, which is something that they don't often stand up for. I find it rather incongruous given all of the contributions they normally make in this place on similar matters. I had the good fortune last Friday of meeting a representative of the Iranian community in Hobart, as a matter of fact, a local practicing dentist who had the blessing of being able to leave that country as a child, as things were turning into the environment it now is in Iran, to go abroad and study and ultimately now settle in Australia and raising 2 children in beautiful Hobart. But it was a great opportunity for me to hear exactly what the people who are left behind in Iran have been experiencing for some time. I mean, we talk a lot about the oppression and violence inflicted upon women across the world, but it seems when it comes to Iran and what they have been doing to women and other minorities, the LGBTI community, Kurds and other racial and ethnic minorities, it doesn't matter. So we should actually just let this continue on because that's what is right. I just can't understand it. As was conveyed to me in this meeting, it's hard to find an Iranian who does not want the world to take decisive action to deal with the matters that that community, that country, those innocent people have been facing. This is not an attack on the Iranian people, and this language around framing it up as a war on Iran and its people is not what this is. This is about freeing a people from one of the most vile, evil and oppressive regimes that has existed in modern history. That's what this is about. It's intended to save people from a regime that has inflicted immense suffering for such a long period of time. Now, at that meeting on Friday, I was presented, Acting Deputy President, with a list of 82 names of individuals in Iran reportedly facing execution under the regime. Some of them as young as 13 years of age. Now, one has to question what on earth a 13-year-old might be doing lined up for execution under a regime of this nature. It's impossible to defend such activity, and I'll be interested to hear if anyone in this place ever thought it was acceptable for a 13-year-old to be lined up for the death penalty. But that name, list of names, I had given thought to reading, but as I was advised, it's given the way the IRGC operate in their clandestine ways and in ways that are not supportive of freedom and democracy, it was probably best not to put these names on record, but certainly I know they have been published online, and if anyone should ever wish to review the list, I'd be happy to provide it to them. But these are not just names, of course, Acting Deputy President. These are lives. They are people. They're children, they're siblings, they're people who are on this list for execution, facing execution, just because they're fighting for something we take for granted every day of the week. The right for women to protest, the right to dress as they wish, the right for them to practice the religion they want to practice, the right for them to continue to observe cultural norms that might not line up with what the Ayatollahs think is right in their country or legal. This violent crackdown on people who participate in these protests, culminating in the worst of circumstances in the death penalty, is something that we can't just stand by and allow to continue to be perpetuated. We do have to take a stand, and that's why what has happened, as awful as it is to observe, is right for this country, because it is a reset for these people who have been so badly treated by an evil regime now since 1979. And if we leave these things unattended, if we stand idly by, as those who oppose this motion would suggest, and hope for the best, those 82 people, those 82 names that I have here before me, well, they will face execution. Execution is irreversible. You can't just pretend these things aren't happening. And these are people who are, just as I said before, doing what they believe is right, doing things that in this country would be permitted by law and in fact embraced under our tolerant, pluralistic approach to life. So why can't we assist them in doing what is right, in doing what is right for them, for their freedoms, for their country? And I join in others in condemning those who've said that these attacks over the weekend to remove from Iran leadership which is just pure evil. I condemn those who have condemned those attacks, because to suggest that taking this decisive action is not right, is not what is in the interests of the Iranian people, will not help free them from this oppression, well, they are misguided. And it's time they took a good, long, hard look in the mirror and realised what they're allowing to happen by not supporting motions like this.
Thanks, Senator Dunning. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. This morning I received an email letter from a constituent who was born into the Islamic regime in Iran. Her parents were Muslim, yet converted to Christianity, and they were successful in fleeing Iran and moving to Australia. These are her words, based on her lived experience and that of her family. My name is Janet Shea. I'm an Iranian Australian. Yesterday, on the 1st of March 2026, the leader of the Islamic government of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed. The Iranian people have waited 47 years for this moment. This is a historical and joyful time for Iranians and for the world. Although I am joyful for them and hopeful that soon I may visit my family and the graves of my loved one in Iran, I am deeply concerned for us here in Australia. I'll say that again. She is deeply concerned for us here in Australia. In 2025, Prime Minister Albanese declared Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, a terrorist organisation. Thank you, Prime Minister. However, declaring a group a terrorist organisation means very little if the ideology that drives that group continues to be taught and defended on Australian soil without consequence. What does our government intend to do about those living among us who actively promote and defend the same ideology that endorses killing of apostates, abusing women and the sexual violation of children? On the 14th of December 2025, there was an attack on Bondi, on Australian soil, against Australians. The Prime Minister said, sorry. Okay. But sorry is not honestly about what we are dealing with. An ideology cannot be called terrorist overseas, but acceptable when it's in our own country. See, the people protesting in Iran are not afraid of being politically incorrect to name what they endured under Islam. They are not going to be gaslit into calling it a misinterpretation. So I'll follow in their footsteps and speak plainly. There are two types of Muslims, a good Muslim and a true Muslim. I know good Muslims, she said. They are kind, generous, and they want exactly what the rest of us want. safety, family, a future, a decent life. But they are good Muslims because they do not follow all that Islam actually instructs them to do. That is why they are good Muslims. The Islamic government of Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Houthis. These are not people who went rogue away from their faith. These people read their Quran and said, "We will do exactly as our holy leader instructs." By their own scriptures measure, they are the true Muslims. The good Muslim and the true Muslim are two different people. The word Islamophobia is used in Australia to shut down the freedom to have opposing conversations about the religion of Islam. A phobia is an irrational fear.
Senator Roberts, sorry. I'll just ask you to resume your seat for a second. On a point of order, Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Deputy. The inflammatory language here of good Muslims and true Muslims attacking the Muslim faith in the way that this senator is doing is contrary to the standing orders, and I'd ask you to have him withdraw that commentary and ensure that the debate we have in this chamber does not lead to that Islamophobia that we just heard from Senator Roberts, or as my colleague says, hate speech.
Senator Shoebridge, I don't quite see it as you do, but I'm going to just check with the clerks just to make sure we get this right. Yeah, look, thank you. And the clerk has concluded with myself. You have the chair, Senator Roberts. Oh, you have the floor, sorry.
Thank you. The word I'll say where Janet Shea continued. The word Islamophobia is used in Australia to shut down the freedom to have opposing conversations about the religion of Islam. A phobia is an irrational fear. Reading the Quran and asking whether its teachings align with Australian values isn't irrational. Christianity is openly mocked in our country without legal protection from criticism. Nor should there be such protection. In a free society, any belief system can be questioned. But when Islam is questioned, the conversation shuts down and the person asking the question is called the problem. And the question about Islam never gets answered. Australia, she says, Australia, we have the right to read, question and think for ourselves. Go to your local library, pick up a copy of the Quran, read the Hadith, the recorded words and example of their Prophet Muhammad. Draw your own conclusion and decide if Islam should be shielded from scrutiny in a democratic nation. Demand that our government clearly distinguish between those who wish to live freely alongside us and those whose convictions oppose the safety and freedom of Australians. And let us build our immigration, our policy and our national values accordingly. That is not hatred. That is not phobia. That is protecting ourselves. It is not good enough for our government to call behaviour terrorism when it's outside of our country and refuse to say the name when it is inside. The people of Iran were duped into accepting an Islamic government and have paid for it in blood for 47 years, while the world stood by and didn't listen. Do not let Australia learn that lesson the way Iran did. Long live a free Australia. Thank you, Janet Shea, and I will return to this topic later today to put the interests of Australian people at a time of threats to our security. This is what matters. The security of Australians is paramount to one nation and should be paramount to every member of this Senate.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to add my support to Senator Cash's motion, which is a very important statement, if it is agreed by this chamber, of solidarity and support with our allies and friends for the difficult but necessary military action that they decided to take over the weekend. Much of the contribution that Senator Wong, the Foreign Minister, made earlier in this debate, we agree with. Much of what she says has bipartisan support. Like the government, we agree with the action that the United States and Israel have taken over the weekend. We agree that it's in Australia's national interest that the nuclear program of Iran be further degraded. We agree that it is in Australia's national interest that the ballistic missile program of Iran is further degraded. We agree with the government that no one would mourn the Ayatollah Khomeini. In fact, we go further and we say it is a good thing that the Ayatollah is no longer in power and that many of his henchmen have been removed from office by the actions taken by Israel and the United States. We say that because not only is this a regime that has menaced the Iranian people most terribly for almost 50 years, and in recent months has slaughtered an estimated tens of thousands of innocent civilian Iranians for the crime of protesting. We say that because Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terror, which has terrorised people across the Middle East and the world. And we say that because Iran has targeted us here at home in Australia, according to our own intelligence agencies, who have assessed that at least 2 of the attacks on the Australian Jewish community over the last 2 years were sponsored by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of the Iranian regime, and that maybe many others were also ultimately guided and inspired and supported by Iran. So for those reasons, we support what the government has said and what the government has done over the last 48 hours in relation to this issue. However, one thing which I must disagree with the Foreign Minister on is the government's failure to initiate their own motion in the Senate chamber this morning. It is utterly routine when there are major events in the world about which Australia has a view, about which Australia has an interest, about which Australian values are at stake, that the government comes prepared at the beginning of a sitting week to make a statement on behalf of the Parliament and the Australian people. And the Foreign Minister was unprepared to do so. Only she can explain exactly why the government was unprepared to do so, but I personally found the excuses in the Foreign Minister's remarks this morning to be utterly unpersuasive. There is no doubt in my mind that the Foreign Minister and the government were indeed very busy over the weekend. There are important questions for the Australian government to decide, like facilitating the repatriation of Australian citizens in the Middle East and particularly in the Gulf states, where they have been indiscriminately targeted by Iran lashing out. However, and we know, of course, that the National Security Committee of Cabinet was meeting yesterday. We know about that because it was being broadcast virtually live on Insiders. So presumably this is the end of the government's position that it can't comment on the timing of National Security Committee of Cabinet meetings. However, we know that that wasn't the only thing that the Foreign Minister was doing yesterday. And the reason why we know it's not the only thing the Foreign Minister was doing yesterday is because it was reported, helpfully, by Paul Sakal in the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age. In an article entitled "Taylor Opens Door to One Nation Deal, but Wong Will Test Him on Hanson First," Mr Sakal writes, "Foreign Minister Penny Wong will pressure Angus Taylor's Liberal Party to take a stand against Pauline Hanson's controversial remarks about Muslims as the opposition leader opens the door to a preference deal with One Nation in upcoming by-election." The article goes on to quote the Foreign Minister, and it says, and I quote from the Foreign Minister, "Australians expect their elected representative to set the standard for our country and show basic respect for all Australians." Wong told this masthead on Sunday ahead of debate on the Senate motion on Monday. So the Foreign Minister, apparently in the midst of coordinating repatriation operations and coordinating with regional allies, took the time out from her day to speak to the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age about a motion to condemn a Sky News interview by a senator 2 weeks ago. That was the priority that the Foreign Minister had on Sunday. It goes on to say, "The Labor motion will affirm that Australia has been built by the hard work, sacrifice and aspiration of people of every race and faith. Call on senators to avoid divisive commentary and censure Hanson for comments seeking to vilify Muslim Australians." Now, just in case we're any doubt about the motivation of the government in putting forward this motion, whether it was sincerely motivated about addressing the conduct of Senator Hanson, which many of my colleagues have condemned, and I put on the record today my endorsement of that condemnation, particularly want to call out the principled stance by Senator Matt Canavan. It is not fair, as Senator Hanson did, to say that there are no good Muslims in Australia. There are many good Muslims in Australia, including those that serve our country in uniform or honourably and patriotically. But unless we're in any doubt about what the government's true motivation was about moving this motion, it has been revealed, courtesy of a quote from Senator Whittaker, a first-term Labor senator from Western Australia, who, and I quote in the article, say, "made clear Labor's intent to wedge the opposition and test its willingness to publicly rebuke One Nation, which has overtaken the coalition or drawn level in many polls. Quote, "We know the Liberals are racing to outflank Pauline Hanson on the far right, but how low will they go?" Senator Whittaker said. So I think it's very clear what the government's priority was today. They intend to move a motion as a political wedge to try and divide the coalition. That is what they were focused on. That's what their priority was yesterday, was devising a wedge motion. Our priority was to come in here today to talk about a grave matter of international concern. Now, Senator Ayres, who I know is speaking next, was interjecting across the chamber earlier, accusing the coalition of being engaged in student politics. Well, there is nothing more student politics than devising wedge motions when we've got a major international crisis, when you're devoting the time of your foreign minister, instead of being focused on grave matters of international security, the fate of Australian citizens stuck in the Middle East, stuck in the Gulf, wanting to know how they're going to come home, who is going to help them get here when commercial flights are not flying, and the government is focused on wedge motions about One Nation, about a Sky News interview from 2 weeks ago. It will reflect on the government that was their priority today. It will reflect on the government and the foreign minister that they weren't ready today with a motion. It could have been a moment of bipartisan support because actually the disagreement about the substantive issues between the government and the opposition is not great on this issue. It could have been a moment of affirmation. It could have been an opportunity to send a message internationally about where we stand and critically to express our solidarity and support with the Iranian diaspora in Australia. If you're in any doubt about where we should stand on this issue, just look at the joyous scenes of relief from Iranian Australians seen on our television stations last night, seen in our streets in our communities. They are very clear that the end of this regime, if that does indeed come as a result of this military action, would be a very welcome thing. And we have the opportunity, by supporting Senator Cash's motion today, to show where the Senate stands with the Australian people, the Iranian diaspora and, of course, our Jewish community who have been viciously targeted by this regime. I call on the Senate to support the motion.
Minister.
Acting Deputy President. I have to say, as somebody who is not afraid of partisan conflict from time to time, engage in it happily myself, that I really despair at what has happened this morning. I genuinely despair at what has happened this morning. I saw a series of exchanges which were, given the personalities involved, inevitable, given the accelerationism approach that is taken by the Greens political party and One Nation in this place around politics and conflict. And once again, the Liberal Party, that used to be an alternative party of government, falling for that with the approach that they have taken in here this morning. My complaint about this, I'll come to the substance of this in a moment, is not just procedural. It goes to the conduct and the motives of people in this place and the way that they conduct themselves outside of this place and the very real impact that has for political debate here in Australia. What we should have been doing right now is dealing with the closing the gap statement that should have been made by the minister in this place when we commenced. But the interests and rights and progress and lack of progress in some areas in terms of Aboriginal people is pushed aside again. Pushed aside again by the Greens political party, pushed aside again by the Liberal Party, pushed aside by One Nation and the National Party in the interests of a divisive, nasty effort to elevate conflict in this place, and it could have been done completely differently. There is an alternative approach for people who are serious about the national interest. That would have been the traditional approach here. When there is a war on, when there is conflict overseas, when Australia's interests are engaged in these questions, there should have been an alternative way. The closing the gap statement and debate should have been at the same time, and it should be held for the same amount of time. There should have been engagement between what the party that claims to be an alternative party of government and the government about the terms of the debate, when it was going to be held, and where the agreement could be secured, and the absence of agreement, what the disagreement was about and how that would be dealt with by the Senate. That is how responsible parties of government engage over these questions. And that allows people to have their alternative views. Absolutely. But what the Senate chose to do here is utterly flies in the face of the national interest. It can only, the conduct of Senator Roberts in here before, just shows exactly why the alternative approach, that is doing things a decent way, doing it the Australian way, should have been taken, rather than this deliberately undergraduate, deliberately hyper-partisan, deliberately conflict-based approach has been taken. The Liberal Party made a choice today, and it's the same choice that they've made over and over and over again since they lost government in 2022. There is no issue that goes to our social cohesion, no issue that goes to conflict, no issue that goes to war and national security that the Liberal Party leadership has not been prepared to advance a highly partisan position. And that has had its consequences. Australians are walking away from them, And with complete disregard to that, they have adopted a position here to do it again over this issue, which no doubt will have the same result. Like resolutions in the Senate, contrary to what Senator Patterson just said, there aren't people in the Knesset or in Port Moresby or in Washington or anywhere waiting to see what the resolution of the Australian Senate is. It matters here. It matters here in the way that people conduct themselves. And the Liberal Party of Australia have chosen Mr Taylor as their leader, so we can expect not just more of the same, but more of the same. More of the same. More extremism. And I know Senator Patterson's anxious to avoid discussions about their perilous position, the position that they have not just found themselves in, but they have made for themselves. And whether or not the party that seeks to destroy them, to replace the centre-right in Australian politics, whether they will continue to aid and abet their progress. We heard what Senator Roberts said. You know, I'm old enough now to remember people saying very much the same thing about Australian Catholics. I remember it. I remember the division and hurt that caused. The schisms in country towns all over Australia because of precisely that attitude of saying that all people of a particular faith have particular characteristics. It's an abomination to say that. It is un-Australian to say that. It runs contrary to all of our values that should be shared around this place. But in the context of a war, a military intervention, let's call it what it is, a war, Senator Roberts, Senator Cash, Senator McKenzie, the Greens political party, see this as an opportunity to create more conflict in here and propagate that conflict outside. We should have been. There's plenty of room for agreement and discussion and developing an approach to this that would have met the objectives of what the Senate order was going to be today. To deal with questions around Aboriginal health, incarceration, the criminal justice system, education, land rights, all of those questions that are engaged there, and then come to, wouldn't it have been a good outcome for Australians, come to an approach that was a sober, orderly, decent debate where we acknowledge our differences, but instead what we've seen is more sloganeering from the Greens political party, more extremism from the Liberal Party, and the national interest, don't forget the interests of Aboriginal Australians, just pushed aside. Just pushed aside. And the outcome of this conflict is uncertain. It is true that there are Iranians in the streets. That is true. That is true. And it is true that there may be progress. There may be. But the outcome is uncertain. And those people in real danger, in real struggle, are utterly let down by the conduct of senators who've decided to vote for this debate to happen in the way that it is and the manner it was. And I saw the exchange here and I saw people leaving the gallery. People with kids. People with kids just disgusted with this sort of Greens, Senator Thorpe, Senator Roberts, Liberal Party, National Party conflict behaviour, utterly ashamed of the way that people have conducted themselves in this place. We ought to do the right thing in this place, not engage in hyperpartisanship, and we'll see. We'll see the decision that the Liberal Party makes every day of the week to bring that conflict in here, and we'll see it in Farrer in just a few weeks' time or a few months' time, whenever that by-election is called, and whether they continue to aid and abet the rise of a racist and extremist accelerationist outfit that wants to promote conflict and promote violence, and whether they support them and continue to go down the tube as a result. And on that, Acting Deputy President, I move that the motion be put.
Now, just for those listening, I'm waiting. I thought there's a conversation between government and opposition.
Discussion. Understand Senator Sharma is going to take 3 minutes and then we'll move to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Thank you, Senator Ayres and those opposite for the forbearance. Military action should never be undertaken lightly, and I understand the concerns and reservations people have in this chamber and elsewhere about the military action currently underway. But I believe in this situation such military action is both necessary and justified. It is not as if diplomacy has not been tried and failed on many occasions. The United States was engaged in direct diplomatic negotiations with Iran as recently as last Thursday. There have been multiple multilateral and unilateral efforts over a decade and more seeking to address concerns about Iran's behaviour, its pursuit of nuclear enrichment, its violation of UN Security Council resolutions. This is a government, a regime, that since taking power in 1979 has done its utmost to foment instability in its neighbours, to export terrorism around the world, to repress its own people and deny them hope. Just last month we saw the regime kill most likely tens of thousands of protesters who took to the streets, demanding their basic freedoms, demanding the right to a livelihood, demanding the ability to live with basic dignity and hope. And I don't see how you can, on the one hand, condemn this regime for treating these protesters with such disregard for their life, but on the other hand, condemn the mechanism and means to finally hold this regime to account. You only need to see the people coming out on the streets in Iran at danger to themselves, at risk to themselves, to celebrate the military operation that is underway against their country, that is targeting regime targets, that's targeting military facilities, that's targeting IRG facilities. They are coming out to celebrate this because for the first time in generations they have some hope for a better future. We should not be standing in the way of that. We should be supporting it. Now, does that mean that results of this operation are preordained or clear? No. Does it mean the future is uncertain? Yes. But at least this gives the Iranian people a chance and a hope. I wanted to say something briefly about the consular response. Many Australians now are concerned, distressed, troubled because they're unable to get access to flights, leave the Middle East. I know DFAT is working hard. I know consular officials in the region are working hard, but I do think the government should have done a better job in preparing the public for this. The risks of this conflict have been all too foreseeable over the past few weeks. Last week, the Prime Minister was given an opportunity to air those risks to the public. He spent the whole week talking instead about the potential of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to succeed the throne. That was a misplaced priority.
Your time has expired. Just let me check this. 3 minutes, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Over the weekend, we saw the start of another illegal, dangerous and senseless imperial war launched by the same forces who have ruthlessly massacred Palestinians for over 2 years now. It is beyond shameful that our supposed leaders, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Foreign Minister Wong, not only have failed to condemn this illegal aggression from Israel and the US, but were among the first to enthusiastically back this bombing. You are all imperial warmongers. The Foreign Minister refuses to comment on the legality of the US and Israel's actions because she knows the answer. These actions are illegal, plain and simple. You don't get to pick and choose. If Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine was illegal, then so are the United Nations attacks on Iran, as are their attacks on the myriad of other countries they have attacked over the last few months. Those who support this war will claim that they are in support of the Iranian people and their liberation from a brutal dictatorship. But do you seriously want us to believe that the US cares about the human rights of anyone after what they did in Iraq and Afghanistan? The very people they claim to be liberating, the people of Iran, are the very people that claim to be liberating the people of Iran are the same exact people that have cheered on a genocide in Gaza. These very people who claim to support women's rights have nothing to say about the tens of thousands of women and children murdered by Israel in Gaza, let alone those murdered by US-Israeli bombs in Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Qatar. They also have nothing to say about the girls' elementary school that was targeted in Iran just yesterday, with the death toll currently over 150 and continuing to climb. The Greens have been consistent in our condemnation of the Iranian regime, the IRGC, and their violent oppression of Iranian people. But no one has ever bombed their way to peace. We are at a critical juncture in history. The rule-based order has been blown to smithereens by the West's complicity in Israel's genocide on Gaza. But we must continue to seek justice, to seek liberation from oppression, to seek an end to state violence, and to do so through diplomatic means. Because when we abandon diplomacy, when we ignore international law, when we say that one set of rules applies for some and not others, we can guarantee a path to death and destruction.
I will now put the question. So the first question is that the amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge to Senator Wong's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question before the chair is that the amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge to Senator Wong's amendment be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 36. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now put Senator Wong's amendment to Senator Cash's motion. Those in favour of Senator Wong's amendment say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. I've just had a request for it to be 4 minutes, so it will be a 4-minute division.
lock the doors. So the question is that Senator Wong's amendment be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the motion moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I'm wondering if you could put subsection A separately, as we will be voting differently from the rest of the motion.
So the first one, A? Yep. Okay, sure. I'll put that one first. So the question is that A, the first part of Senator Cash's motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Bring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part A of Senator Cash's motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the remainder of Senator Cash's motion, that is B through to G. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Cash, B through to G, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 47 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk. Okay. Minister, sorry.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to consideration of the Closing the Gap statement and documents.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that following the presentation of the Closing the Gap statement and related documents, any motion to take note of the documents may be considered as government business for not more than 2 hours.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister McCarthy.
President, I table the annual report on Closing the Gap together with accompanying ministerial statements and documents, and I move that the Senate now take note of the document. President, I stand today to affirm the Prime Minister's statement in the House of Representatives on the 12th of February, where he made it clear that we must continue the work of closing the gap with honesty, courage and partnership. Everywhere I go, I see the strength of First Nations people. It's in the way communities come together to celebrate culture, protect country and create opportunities for the next generation. And I see communities standing strong in moments that challenge us, like after the shocking alleged terror attack in Bulu, Perth. Our people show up for each other and stand together with resilience, love and unity. I take particular mention of my colleague, Senator Dorinda Cox, and yourself, President, and also Patrick Gorman, MP, for being very present with the Noongar families in Perth. As the Prime Minister said, the danger of that alleged attack was real, and so was the racism and hatred behind it, motivated by a white supremacy ideology. Violent racism and hatred are faced far too often by First Nations Australians. We must continue to raise our voices against all forms of racism and hate. As a government, our task is to ensure no one is held back and no one is left behind. That means confronting the challenges while also recognising the strength, innovation and leadership in communities. This year's Commonwealth Closing the Gap annual report and implementation plan reflects progress. It reflects the lived experiences and aspirations of our families, elders and communities. It reflects our shared commitment to lasting change. We are determined to keep building on what is working. I want to acknowledge the Special Envoy for Remote Communities, Marion Scrimger, who walks alongside me as we deliver for First Nations people. I also want to acknowledge my First Nations caucus colleagues, Senator Janice Stewart in particular, for their support and commitment to improving the lives of First Nations people. 1 year ago, I committed to focusing on what communities tell me matters most: improving health outcomes, reducing overcrowding, improving food security, keeping First Nations women and children safe, and crucially supporting economic empowerment and employment. Employment and economic empowerment are central to self-determination. That's why my focus has been steadfast on jobs, jobs, jobs. Having a job is a critical foundation, creating pathways that support dignity, security and generational change. That's why we are doubling our successful Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, RGED, from 3,000 jobs to 6,000 new jobs. This is about the dignity of work with proper pay and conditions. For people like Marcus, who I met at Wanilla Forest in Port Lincoln 2 weeks ago, who said it means a lot for the community for us to be out there and doing the things that we do. And also Alex, who I also met in Port Lincoln, who told me his family is so stoked to see him working. I know it sounds really simple, but sometimes we just have to go back to the simplicity of decency in people's lives to feel good about what they're doing, so they wake up each morning really proud of getting to work. People who travelled an hour and a half to get to their jobs and then travel an hour and a half to get back home, all in the Port Lincoln area. This is the real-life impact of our work as politicians. It strengthens individuals and families, lifts local economies and creates long-term pathways. President, I'm so proud of our Indigenous Ranger program, which we continue to expand. We are on track to meet our commitment to double the number of rangers across Australia from 1,900 to 3,800 by 2030. These are crucial roles that protect and care for land and sea country, like the work being done on the Great Barrier Reef by Gavin Singleton and the Irukandji Land and Sea Rangers, where I know Senator Green is very much involved, and they operate between Cairns and Port Douglas. They're carrying out restoration work on the reef and looking at different ways to save coral. We also have our Junior Rangers program, which we've expanded to more than 60 new locations right around Australia, so that students like Chase John Shepherd from the south coast of New South Wales can learn about caring for country and connect with and stand tall in culture. It's these stories that I get the privilege of hearing firsthand, and as the Prime Minister said, our approach to closing the gap is driven by economic empowerment. And later this year, the new First Nations Economic Partnership will deliver an economic policy to drive economic empowerment right across Australia. We know that Australians are doing it tough, especially in remote communities where essential goods cost much more than in cities. 113 stores have already signed up to our low-cost essential subsidy scheme on 30 essential items. 113 stores in 4 jurisdictions: Queensland, Northern Territory, South Australia, Western Australia. And now it's going to be available to all 225 remote stores right around Australia, providing more cost of living relief to families in our remote regions. A few weeks ago, I visited the Outback Store's Adelaide warehouse when the 4,000th pallet of goods was dispatched to remote communities in the APY lands and Northern Territory. And the demand from communities has been enormous, and now we can meet more of it. We're expanding the store efficiency and resilience package to 75 additional remote stores to support upgrades that will help keep stock fresh during the wet season and extreme weather events, which we're actually seeing right now across Northern Australia. And we're getting feedback from those stores in terms of that resilience package. They now feel far better prepared because they are stocked up as a result of the resilience package we provided over the last few years. We've seen how important it is during the recent floods in Central Australia. Communities have been better prepared to cope with being out of any goods thanks to our investments. Places like Lajamanu, for example, they've been able to install more dry and cold storage so that it can hold an additional 13 weeks of stock to get through the wet season. Again, really simple and effective policies where our funding has gone to assist our communities. Across the country, we've expanded access to culturally safe healthcare, increased the number of First Nations specialists in training, and upgraded essential healthcare infrastructure so services are fit for purpose and comparable to urban areas. We will continue our investment in 10 birthing on country units across Australia, led by First Nations women, to deliver culturally safe care that keeps our mothers and babies strong. Programs like Birthing in Our Communities in Brisbane and Wominda's Birthing on Country in Nowra. They are reducing preterm births and improving antenatal visits and breastfeeding rates. We know that our health is more than physical. It includes strong minds and spirits. And when support is needed, it must be immediate and culturally safe. Drink water. And that's why we're investing $13.9 million in 13 Yarn to ensure more First Nations people can access community-led help when they need it. Thanks, Ben. The Albanese government understands the importance of having a roof over your head and access to safe and affordable housing. We know that home ownership remains a challenge for many people. The Indigenous Business Australia Home Ownership Program saw 583 concessional home loans approved, supporting more First Nations families, particularly single-income households, to achieve home ownership and financial independence. In many parts of Australia, it's not just about financing a home. Too few homes are available, which can often mean severe overcrowding. And that's why between the 1st of July 2024 to the 30th of November 2025, we built 300 houses in 34 remote Northern Territory communities and 2 Alice Springs town camps. This was part of our historic agreement with the NT Government, all the 4 land councils and Aboriginal Housing NT. So over the next 12 months, we will continue to support First Nations people to secure appropriate housing. Round 3 of the Housing Australia Future Fund will include dedicated funding to support more than 21,000 new social and affordable homes with a First Nations tenancy target of 10% and delivering through the First Nations community-controlled sector. On the 10th of February, I was proud to stand beside the Minister for Social Services to launch Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
Ask if we could seek leave for another minute for the Minister, and I'll endeavour to make sure my remarks are perhaps a little short of the 10.
Is leave granted? 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Delivering on our commitment for a standalone plan to end violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. To support the plan, the Albanese Government has made an immediate investment of $218.3 million to implement Our Ways with First Nations organisations at the centre. So, President, I refer this statement to the Senate, and I also urge senators to have a look at the Prime Minister's in-depth statement to the House on behalf of our government and indeed on behalf of the Parliament of Australia. And I certainly reach out to State and Territory Indigenous Affairs Ministers to also provide their updates. This does require a combined approach of all states and territories and the Commonwealth, along with our opposition shadow ministers. We have all signed up to this deal. The Australian Parliament has, and I acknowledge the work that we've done, but also that there is still much more to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And sadly, the Closing the Gap report has once again become an annual reminder of what this government is not doing and what it has not done for Indigenous Australians. And this year's report is no different. In fact, the Productivity Commission's data shows that only 4 of the 19 targets in the National Agreement are actually to be met. I say that again, 4. That is not progress, despite the speech we have just heard. Quite frankly, it is a disgraceful national failing. And disturbingly, despite the speech again, it is actually worse than last year, when at least 5 targets were on track. So let that sink in, everybody. The Albanese government, they have gone backwards when it comes to closing the gap. So after 4 years of this government, after billions of dollars in spending, after an enormous and divisive national debate about a voice to Parliament, we now have, this is a reality for Australians, fewer closing the gap targets on track than when Labor came to power. I certainly wouldn't sit here and ask for congratulations if I was the minister. The number of children being removed from their families and placed in out-of-home care is getting worse under the Albanese government. Suicide rates among Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are getting worse under the Albanese government, and the proportion of Indigenous children who are developmentally on track is getting worse under the Albanese government. That is the Albanese government's record when it comes to closing the gap. And in fact, if I cast my mind back to October 2023, Australians gave the Albanese government a very, very clear message about the way in which they wanted these issues approached. They said no to the voice referendum by an absolute majority. And in the wake of that result, what has this government done? Well, quite frankly, they've pretended that it all never happened. So instead of rolling up their sleeves and getting on with the work of closing the gap in health, in housing, in education, in employment and in safety, the Albanese government consumed the better part of its first term and enormous political capital and public goodwill on a referendum that Australians ultimately resoundingly rejected. And then what did it do? Well, as I said in the beginning of my speech, we've gone backwards. Last year 5 targets, this year 4 targets. That is an appalling record. They have left behind Indigenous Australians. That is the leadership, sadly though, we have come to expect from the Albanese government. Give a great speech, don't go anywhere near the failures and pretend it is all right. Well, it's not all right, and the Closing the Gap annual statement clearly shows that. Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, my colleague and someone whom, as we all know, has dedicated her public life to the genuine well-being of Indigenous Australians, has said for many years that these issues should not be approached solely on the basis of race, but on the basis of need. And Senator Nampijinpa-Price is right. The Australian people agreed with Senator Nampijinpa-Price in 2023, and the data in the latest Productivity Commission report again proves Senator Nampijinpa-Price right today. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, with the full backing of the coalition, has persistently and courageously called for a complete and independent audit of government spending on Indigenous Australians and the programs that are supposedly supporting them.
Senator Cash, could you please resume your seat? Senator McCarthy was heard in silence. I will ask that Senator Cash is also heard in silence.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price has consistently and rightly called for an audit about the programs that are supposedly supporting, which we know they're not. The statistics show that Indigenous Australians, without such an audit, it is impossible to know what is working, what is failing and where the money is being wasted. Without it, we will keep funding the same old programs year after year, watching the same statistics plateau or worsen and delivering the same regretful speeches to this chamber. What program delivers results? Which are absorbing funding without producing outcomes? Where is the money going? I would have thought, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, these are not unreasonable questions for all Australians to be asking. And these are certainly the questions that Australians deserve to have answered. And yet the Albanese government has refused to support time and time again such an audit, preferring to announce new initiatives and tout new funding rather than holding itself accountable for what has come before and the abject failure it has been when it comes to changing the lives of Indigenous Australians for the better. The Northern Territory data in the report is particularly alarming. Of the 15 targets with sufficient data in the Territory, only 7 are improving. The Northern Territory, where some of Australia's most disadvantaged communities live, where the gap is the widest and the need is the greatest, is the jurisdiction where the Albanese government has failed most comprehensively. We know that since the removal of the cashless debit card, conditions in many of these communities have deteriorated markedly. Violence, crime, child neglect, all directly linked to the scourge of alcohol and drugs flooding back into communities that had gained some measure of needed protection. The Coalition has consistently called for the reinstatement of the cashless debit card. These are not punitive measures, they are protective ones. They give children in these communities the chance to receive the care and the support that every Australian child deserves. Rates of domestic violence and child sexual abuse in too many communities remain catastrophically high. The Coalition has called for a Royal Commission into sexual abuse in Indigenous communities. The evidence for such a Royal Commission is overwhelming, and the government's refusal, in particular based on the damning statistics that I have read out, to actually support it is quite frankly inexcusable. We have also called for the native title and the Northern Territory Land Rights Act to be used to unlock economic development in Indigenous communities. This is an opportunity to unlock multi-generational wealth through mining, pastoral activity and other land uses that drive prosperity. And the Coalition has consistently called for a focus on attendance and completion at school. The government will talk about, well, hey, hold on, the attendance rates are there because there's an enrolment figure. But as Senator Karen Little has pointed out again, time and time again, the mere fact that someone is enrolled does not mean that they attend, or worse, that they actually complete school. Completing school is one of the best ways to improve outcomes for young Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The failure documented in the Closing the Gap report are not simply failures of intent. Ministers and governments across the political spectrum have genuinely wanted to make progress on these issues. But good intentions do not feed a child, they do not house a family, and they do not keep a young person out of detention. Outcomes do that, results do that, and on this, the Albanese government, has yet again failed miserably. The Albanese government must answer for a fundamental truth. It spent its political energy, its public platform and its moral authority on a referendum that divided this country and ultimately failed. And while it did so, 4 of 19 Closing the Gap targets continue to worsen. All Australians want better outcome for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. All of us want to see the gap in life expectancy closed. We all want children born healthy and given every chance to thrive. We all want communities that are safe, where parents can raise their children free from violence, addiction and despair. But Australians also know instinctively and correctly that we cannot keep spending billions of dollars on the same approaches expecting different results. And that is why an independent order matters. That is why it's the reinstatement of management income tools that matters. And that is why a royal commission into child sexual abuse in Indigenous communities matters. We need new thinking, genuine accountability and a laser focus on what works. We need to listen not just to peak bodies and institutional voices in Canberra, but to the communities themselves, the parents, the grandmothers, the community leaders who live these realities each and every day. We'll come back to this chamber next year, we'll receive another report. And the question we must all answer, but in particular the Albanese government, who is failing Indigenous Australians, is whether they will have done, and we all will have done collectively, more to deliver, yet again, another regretful speech. The Coalition is committed to finding a better way. We believe in closing the gap. We believe that means action, accountability and honesty, not symbolism, not spin, and not another 4 years of the status quo. We owe all Australians, and in particular the most disadvantaged Indigenous Australians, far better than this.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I'd like to start by acknowledging that this is Ngunnawal and Ngambri country. It always was and always will be. I honour their elders, past and present, and their future leaders. I rise to speak on the ministerial statement on closing the gap, but before I turn to that report, I want to acknowledge the hurt being felt across First Nations communities affected by the attempted bombing of the Invasion Day rally in Boorloo, Perth, and the ongoing escalation of racist violence and hate speech towards First Nations people. The delay in recognising and reporting the Boorloo attack as a terror incident is indicative of the ongoing failure of governments at all levels to take violence against First Nations people seriously. How can we hope to close the gap while such obvious racism persists across our nation? The Human Rights Commission's anti-racism framework is gathering dust across government desks. The Prime Minister should show some leadership and fund its full implementation as a matter of urgency. This year, just like last year, the Closing the Gap report shows only 4 of 19 targets are on track. The gap is not, in fact, closing. The 2026 report is sobering reading, but sadly it's not surprising reading. What should be shocking has become routine. That cannot continue. Labor must show more ambition and courage if they're going to get serious about closing the gap and getting real outcomes on First Nations health, housing, education, culture, safety and justice. Every day that passes without meaningful structural change is a conscious decision by this government not to improve the lives of First Nations people. The Productivity Commission's review of the Closing the Gap agreement found that all governments are falling well short of their commitments. They have collectively failed to understand the nature and the scale of action needed to close the gap. Collective failures are why First Nations people are twice as likely to go without adequate housing. Housing is a crisis across Australia, but it's one that's felt even more acutely by First Nations communities. 1 in 8 Indigenous households are in housing stress, facing unaffordable rents, severe overcrowding and unsafe housing. Collective failures are why more First Nations people are incarcerated and dying by suicide than in the last report. In New South Wales alone, 2025 had the highest recorded number of deaths in custody in 40 years. And yet the recommendations of the Royal Commission into deaths in custody are still not implemented. The Commonwealth Government should be using every lever available to it to end this disproportionate incarceration and the preventable deaths of First Nations people. It should intervene on issues like raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility and end the over-policing and the draconian laws that put First Nations kids behind bars at alarming rates. In the other place, the Closing the Gap statement was made on the 18th anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations. For First Peoples, that anniversary is a time for remembrance of the trauma that they endured and the power of survival. For this Parliament, that anniversary should be a time of reflection on that legacy of injustice and how we must all do better. And yet collective failures mean more First Nations kids are in out-of-home care now than when the Closing the Gap agreement was signed. That number is even higher if you include children on permanent care orders outside their families. 1 in 7 Aboriginal children will have an out-of-home care placement by the time they are 13. This is unacceptable. The injustice is not just in the disproportionate numbers of children in out-of-home care, but in how those kids are treated. Too many are exploited or neglected in care or abused. Too few have comprehensive exit plans that set them up for success beyond care. We need to invest in community-led services and kinship care, support for families to stay together, and recovery for children leaving care. Domestic, family and sexual violence against First Nations women and children remains shockingly high. First Nations women are still more likely to be killed by a current or former partner, more likely to be hospitalised by that violence, less likely to be able to access support to leave violent relationships, and too often ignored or blamed when they report violence. Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, which is the standalone community-led plan to end violence, is an important step. It recognises that community-led, culturally safe solutions are the most effective. But it should not have taken so long for the government to listen to First Nations women in the first place. Advocates have been calling for a standalone plan for years. Now the government must ensure Aboriginal-controlled organisations have the funding needed to make that plan work. 2 of the only Closing the Gap targets that are on track relate to land and sea management. And yet we are still a long way from actually recognising First Nations communities' rights to manage their country. After Rio Tinto shamefully blew up 46,000-year-old caves at Juukan Gorge, this Parliament set out on a pathway to do better in the A Way Forward report. It called for comprehensive new national cultural heritage laws, co-designed with First Nations people. Despite this clear pathway, Australia has yet to ratify the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. New cultural heritage laws are yet to be delivered, and new environmental laws were reformed without clear standards for engaging with First Nations communities. Australia is unceded Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander land, and traditional owners must be able to decide what happens on country. They must be able to withhold consent to the destruction of their cultural heritage and to determine how their land is managed. If this government is truly committed to managing land, sea and cultural heritage in partnership with First Nations people, it must fully implement the Juukan Gorge recommendations and ensure that new cultural heritage laws and consultation standards are consistent with the principles of self-determination and with free, prior and informed consent. Closing the gap is an important commitment to addressing inequality, but it is ultimately a deficit model that fails to address the underlying history of dispossession and the systemic discrimination that goes to the heart of why there is a gap. If we have any hope of closing the gap by 2031, we need to get real about the impacts of systemic racism, intergenerational trauma and chronic underinvestment in Aboriginal-led responses. Truth-telling and treaties with First Nations people offer a path to do that. First Nations people deserve much bolder action from this government on truth and treaty. And yet the government has walked back its early commitment to truth-telling and it's stripped funding from the Makarrata Commission. The Uruk Justice Commission's truth-telling work established a treaty pathway in Victoria, and that provides a model that the Commonwealth could follow. The Walk for Truth campaign will conclude in Canberra in May, and I urge the government to be ready to take action by then. Closing the gap is about accountability, but no one's being held accountable for this ongoing failure. This year's report shows, once again, that not enough is being done. First Nations communities are still not being prioritised, and this government needs to take responsibility for turning that around. Communities have the solutions. Labor needs to show the political will to listen to First Nations people, implement structural reform towards truth, treaty and justice, and make real and lasting progress to actually close the gap.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Can I also start by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land, pay my respects to elders, past, present, emerging, and pay tribute to First Nations colleagues in this chamber and across the parliament. And I particularly want to pay tribute to Labor's First Nations caucus, Senator McCarthy, who provides such strong leadership as Minister, to Senator Stewart, Senator Cox, Special Envoy Scrimger, the member for Robertson, Dr Reid, and the member for Leichhardt. This caucus is central to our government's work to continue to deliver for all Australians. At the outset, I do want to address the alleged terrorist attack targeting First Nations Australians in Perth. I know First Nations people around Australia are grappling with disbelief, anger and fear, and I repeat what the Prime Minister said, which is, as a government, as a nation, we stand with you. We see you and we stand with you. There is no place for racism or hatred in our nation. You see, the alleged terrorist might have thought he was perpetrating an attack only on Indigenous Australians, but it is an attack. It was an attack on all Australians, because we all have a right to live in peace, to gather in peace, and to express our views without fear of violence. The release of the Commonwealth's Closing the Gap report each year is an important milestone. It reminds us of what we strive for in this place: a more inclusive Australia, a more equal Australia, and a stronger Australia. One that is united in the task of eradicating the intolerable disadvantage that First Nations Australians continue to face. This year it's 18 years since Prime Minister Rudd delivered the national apology and committed to closing the gap. It was a day I was proud to be in the Parliament for, and it's a day on which all Australians can be proud. It was such an important step on our line, a humble acknowledgement of past wrongs and a commitment to a future where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples share in the same opportunities and outcomes as all Australians. As the then former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said, to embrace a new partnership between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And the core of that partnership is closing the gap in life expectancy, in educational achievement and employment opportunities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. In Minister McCarthy's excellent contribution today, she outlined the delivery of the government's work to deliver on our Closing the Gap commitments, and the fact that we are doing so by working in partnership with First Nations Australians, represented by the Coalition of Peaks to improve outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people around Australia. Our focus last year as a government was delivering economic progress for First Nations communities in jobs and in training, cost of living pressures, increasing food security in remote communities, and improving housing, health and education outcomes. In 2026, the government's priority is to build on what is working by investing in key areas that drive better outcomes in health, education and training and economic empowerment, and investing in those areas where progress has stalled or is going backwards, where the challenges are complex and born of generations failed and policies, while sometimes well-meaning, that have too often entrenched disadvantage. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians are 2.5 times more likely to die by suicide than non-Indigenous Australians. The government is acting, including most urgently by delivering a boost to 13 Yarn, a crisis counselling service designed, led and delivered by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And whilst we are resolutely focused on the challenges we have to meet to close the gap, we should recognise the hard-won progress that has been made and acknowledge and thank the First Nations leaders, generations of First Nations leaders whose tireless work have helped deliver this. We have 4 targets on track and 6 improving. That is progress that speaks to the aspirations of Indigenous Australians for a better life for future generations. Since we came to government, about 1,500 jobs have been created across the country as part of the successful Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, and now that is being doubled. And since July 2022, more than 850 new houses have been built in remote communities, helping to address overcrowding. We're expanding the cost of living support to remote communities through the low-cost Essential Subsidy Scheme. And Minister McCarthy spoke about the additional access in remote stores. We are also reforming the health and hospital system to better meet the needs of First Nations people as part of the historic hospital funding agreement reached between the Commonwealth, State and Territories. And we are delivering the first standalone plan to end violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. Acting Deputy President, First Nations people have always made important contributions to Australian society, and that includes their contribution to our place in the world. And as Foreign Minister, I've sought to elevate First Nations international engagement and to ensure that Indigenous Australians are included in advancing our interests in the world. As the Prime Minister has said, First Nations people were this land's first diplomats and traders. They built enduring economic and cultural ties across our region, and those ties across the region are an asset as we continue to build trust and Australia's reputation. This is why I appointed Justin Mohammed as Australia's first Ambassador for First Nations people. Utilising First Nations Australians' unique cultural ties with Pacific Islander nations creates opportunities to grow our relationships in ways others in the region, other competitors simply are not able to replicate. On 8th of February 2024, Prime Minister James Marape said to our Parliament, "Ours is a relationship that has shared ethnicity, that is built on shared ethnicity between the Torres Strait Islanders and my people up north from you, between the Indigenous Australian people and the Melanesian people who have lived in this space of planet Earth for more than thousands of years." That is why the work of the First Nations Ambassador is so important in the Pacific. It is a region where traditional leadership structures play an important role in shaping public opinion and government policies. There has been engagement by Ambassador Mohammed with leaders in Papua New Guinea, Hawaii, New Zealand, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Fiji, Vanuatu, Tuvalu and the Republic of Marshall Islands. This is about strengthening our connection with the region. The commitment to closing the gap is shared across the government. The Prime Minister said in his speech last month, the closing the gap targets are a measure of our national progress. Every time we open our minds to the wisdom and strength of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, every time we break down barriers of racism or of disadvantage, every time we broaden the circle of Australian opportunity and deepen the meaning of the fair go, we are all stronger for it. We are all stronger for it. Our nation is better and more united for it. So let us renew our commitment to First Nations Australians. Let us renew our commitment to closing the gap.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. We're at the halfway point of the decade-long Closing the Gap agreement, And as Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, I stand to express my party's concern about what has sadly become an annual ritual consisting of solemn expressions of dismay and concern about the gap and cherry-picking and self-congratulations on minor wins, yet little progress. This year, the Prime Minister described the closing the gap as a national test, a generational task and a moral imperative. He talked about listening to communities, investing in co-design and entrusting in the coalition of peaks. Noble rhetoric from our Prime Minister, a bunch of nice words. Yet the latest report released by the Productivity Commission makes for another sobering but predictable read. Only 4 of the 19 targets are on track to be met by the time the agreement ends in 2031. Indeed, based on the date, this Productivity Commission suggests that we are marking time, even sliding backwards, even since last year when 5 of the 19 primary targets were on track. Closing the gap has been a bipartisan policy for almost 2 decades. And yes, both sides of politics have failed to deliver on it whilst in government. Bringing in the Productivity Commission by former Coalition Minister Ken Wyatt was a welcome move because at least it brought some rigour and accountability to what in essence is an aspirational policy. But this year, incarceration rates are up, suicide rates are getting worse, and even the expectation for healthy baby birth weights has slipped, according to the ABC's Indigenous Affairs team. But yes, let's celebrate because we're making progress on Indigenous land and sea rights and we're getting some more rangers. But I would suggest incarceration rates, suicide rates and birth weights are of much more significant impact to the lived experience of Indigenous Australians. The Prime Minister used his Closing the Gap speech to warn about the rise of white supremacy in Australia, citing the disturbing incident in Perth at an Indigenous rights protest where a man allegedly threw a homemade improvised bomb device, and the Foreign Minister again referenced this event in her contribution. The man has been charged, the matter is being fully investigated by the security authorities, and that's as it should be. That is our democracy and our institutions doing exactly what they're meant to do. But with respect, Prime Minister, the alleged action of a lone lunatic racist at a protest about Australia Day is a long way from the violence and abuse of women and children, widespread substance abuse and premature deaths that are happening in so many Indigenous communities right now. Indigenous affairs in Australia has long been a battle between 2 different ideologies. One that says Indigenous citizens are lifted up through a recognition of their rights, and one that views Indigenous disadvantage as one that can be fixed with practical approaches of houses, jobs, education, home ownership and economic opportunities. The Australian's Indigenous Affairs correspondent Paige Taylor recently wrote, and I quote, "When Australians said no to a constitutionally enshrined Indigenous voice in 2023, politicians from the left and the right understood that this was a rejection of the rights-based approach to Indigenous affairs. And according to Ms Taylor, Labor recommitted to practical reconciliation, in which ministers spoke about the importance of closing the gap and avoided conversations about treaty, truth-telling and anything else that could be interpreted as special rights. And I absolutely agree with that. But the reality is not enough is being done. Practically nothing is being done. Aboriginal women are experiencing extreme violence in their communities, and that requires intervention. Labor will spend $218 million on a national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan to end domestic and sexual violence. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but it's a 20-year plan, and let me put that in context. That is a third of what's going to be spent on a study into high-speed rail between Sydney and Newcastle in the next 2 years. They're going to spend a third of what they're spending on the high-speed rail plan to end domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal women in the next 20 years. It's often forgotten that my party, the National Party, represents all of the electorates with high proportions of Indigenous Australians. And we've had an exemplary Indigenous Affairs ministers and shadow ministers who've made major contributions to the portfolios. But we know an audit of the spending has to be done as a matter of urgency. We have spent $50 to $60 billion on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs, and our suicide rates are going up, birth rates are going down, incarceration rates are going up. We are not closing the gap, despite all of that money and all of the goodwill and kind words. I've been a strong supporter of this policy since in 2019 I was the minister sent to Tennant Creek after the horrific rape of a 2-year-old to sort something out, to make a change. And when I got on the ground and spoke to those delivering services to that community, they did not want extra roads, they did not want treaty. What they wanted was service provision in the gaps. We had territory government services, Commonwealth government services, non-government services, all going into the same places, and significant gaps that these babies were falling through. And the one recommendation of the Barkly Regional deal that never got done was the one that was the cheapest, which was to audit the service provision and fill the gaps. It's an indictment. And I'm no doubt the current Minister, Malarndirri McCarthy, who we've heard from today, is strongly motivated by similar sentiments to improve the lives of Indigenous people. However, this portfolio, probably more than any other, requires more than a listening ear. It actually requires a minister that's prepared to intervene when required, when things aren't working, when money is being wasted, and where vested interests have a strong hold and where nepotism is rife. While closing the gap has been bipartisan policy for a long time, maybe it's time we all admitted failure and make some fundamental changes to this policy. Let's be practical, let's be strong, but let's not pretend things are improving when they're not. Because most of all, let's be honest, we're widening the gap, we're not closing it. And I would suggest everyone in this place is committed to reconciliation for all Australians to have access to services and opportunities if we're actually going to be a prosperous, safe and cohesive nation going forward. But the definition of insanity, according to a guy a lot more clever than I, Albert Einstein, is to keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so if the test of a good society is how the most vulnerable in your society are treated, then I think it's time we changed what we were doing, because instead of standing up year after year, no matter who's in government, saying we're committed to closing the gap while we see the targets go the wrong direction and wasting $50 to $60 billion of taxpayers' money, and the heartache out in communities, as particularly women and children suffer as they are, I think is an indictment on all of us.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, closing the gap, yeah, we all want to see that happen, and it's been going on for decades, and nothing happens. And it's the same old rhetoric we hear all the time. Australians keep saying to me, every day, where does the money go? Why aren't things changing? If not, our society is getting worse because there's more division than what there ever has been in the past. And we saw this division even widen under this Labor government bringing in the voice. And that was to have a voice to Parliament, which was just for Aboriginal people, regardless of the fact that all Australians can vote. At an election, vote for the Members of Parliament to represent them in this place. That didn't get up. Over 60% of Australians nationally said, no, we don't want that. That's divisive. Then we had treaty. That's been brought into the state parliaments. Where's that taken us? More division. Doesn't matter what you've done over the period of time. Since 1996, my first major speech to this place, I advocated about the fact that I was born here, this is my land as much as anyone else's, and any migrants that come to this country. We should enjoy what this country has to offer us equally. But that hasn't been the case. And I pointed out about ATSIC. ATSIC was the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission that was running about $2 billion a year, and it was waste. It didn't do anything for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And it was an industry, and I've been saying that for many years. We've structured an industry in this country that's created division based on race. Race. Think about it. That's what it's based on. Aren't we all Australians, regardless of our culture, race or background? But we don't see it that way, and the laws that have been structured in this place over the period of time, even under the Constitution, Section 5126, when it was changed in referendum in 1967, and it was basically to bring the Aboriginal people into the census and to count them in the census, but what it did was create more division, whereas the government could make specific laws for any race of people, for the Aboriginal and any race of people. Again, division. So it's in our Constitution, which gives the government rights to make special laws for any race. All we've seen over the period of time is division that's happening, violence, aggression, crimes, more people in prison, sexual abuse, domestic violence. The list goes on and on and on. When is it ever going to stop? And Senator McKenzie made a point about the money that's thrown at this. It's estimated about $30 billion a year, possibly more, because you've got the states and you've got local government as well. This is all taxpayers' dollars. And the figures that we have is about 980,000 people claim to be Aboriginal. Yet if you go to the native title, this is about 430,000, 450,000 who claim to have a connection to the land since 1788 for native title claim. Yet here we have a census of 980,000 people claiming to be Aboriginal in this country. And the next census is going to happen this year, meaning it's going to rise, I'm sure it'll rise over 1 million people, because between the two censuses of between 21 census at that time and the one prior to that, it rose over 25% people claiming Aboriginality, yet the population increase was only 8%. So something doesn't add up. So it's like tick the box. You tick the box, well, you're going to get government assistance. And a lot of these people are not even Aboriginal, haven't even got any Aboriginality. So it's based on let's tick the box. And then these government departments, if you go there to put your name down, the government departments aren't game to question you because you'd be called a racist. But you can go and claim Aboriginality. So let's split the pie even more. And that's what's happening. And you got, people are supposed to... I went up to Doomadgee, I've been up there, and to Burke and these places. I've been to the Aboriginal communities, I've spoken to them. Councils want assistance. The one up at Bamaker that I went to, they suggested building their own houses. It's costing the taxpayers about $1 million a house. They said we can actually make the building blocks for this and build our own houses for about $200,000, maybe even less. Brought it to the government, weren't interested. That would have given them a business sense, given them employment, and built more houses for the people. And cheaper to the taxpayer. Not interested. How many times I've raised in this place here about the corruption? Where does money go? No answers. Not interested. Probably one of the worst Aboriginal Affairs ministers in this place that we see under this government. Nothing. Nothing's happening. And you wonder why. The same old rhetoric in this place, time and time and time again, and the Australian people have had a gutful of it. This division must stop. Once you stop the division, get rid of who's Aboriginal, who's Indigenous, who's Australian, The fact is we are all Australians and should be treated equally the same based on an individual needs basis. When I have Australians out there, families living in their cars, can't get a roof over their head, that's where their needs are. When I have children who cannot get the uniforms or shoes or whatever given to them because they're not Aboriginal and their families have to try and find the money, that's not Australian. And when we see ads on our TVs saying that the Smith family have 1 million children in this country living in poverty, that is an absolute disgrace. A disgrace. And it breaks my heart to hear about these young children being raped because no one wants to interfere or say anything because it's cultural. Don't interfere into it.
All right, that's
cultural.
enough.
And then you actually
point of order.
have...
Please be seated, Senator Hanson. Please be seated. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, can you please make a point of order? Is that what you're trying to tell your audience? Senator Thorpe. What an absolute disgrace. And the President should be in here to stop racism.
Senator Thorpe, do you have a point of order?
She needs to go. She needs to go.
Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, please take your seat. Senator Roberts.
Madam Acting Deputy Chair, Acting Deputy President, when is it okay to have a conversation
Senator
between
Roberts,
two senators?
do you have a point of order?
Yes, I do. Point of order. Senator Thorpe's engaging in a conversation, a slanderous conversation with Senator Hanson.
That's not a point of order.
Withdraw.
Roberts. Senator Hanson, please resume your speech.
Thank you very much. I will repeat what I said. Children are being raped out there, as young as 2, and it's a fact, and it's known. And if the truth hurts, it bloody hurts me, and it's disgraceful for this to happen. And then also you have the domestic violence that is happening against these women, that they are not being fought for because of their cultural background. No one wants to stand up or say anything about it. We're letting these people down. We really are. And I have them come to my office there, and the native title claims over this land, 60% of our nation is under native title. And what is actually happening with that? I've had these Indigenous people come into my office years ago and said, Pauline, all we want is part land. Give us some of the land back, not through the land councils. We personally want it so we can actually go and build our homes and run business and get loans. We want to further ourselves. But no, keep them tied down. Keep them under this, control so that you use them for your own benefits. And that's what's so wrong and stinks in this bloody place, that nothing's been done about it. And they're crying out. These people just want freedom and to get on with their lives. A lot of these people have said they don't agree with the voice and splitting this nation. There shouldn't be 3 flags in this chamber. There's one flag, it's called the Australian flag, not 3. This is more division that's happening in this country. Welcome to country. We've had enough of that. The Australian people don't want welcome to country or acknowledgement to country. It was never a cultural thing they did. It was brought in by Dingo, Ernie Dingo. It was brought in by him. It's not cultural whatsoever, and it keeps going on and on and on because the payment that happens, or any land or anything. And to stop Australians from even travelling and going to places in our own country, it's disgraceful. The division's happened, and Australians want change. They want accountability. They want to know where their taxpayers are going. Australians don't deny helping those who are truly in need, but we've allowed it to get out of hand constantly all the time, that we are not making their taxpayers' dollars accountable. There is racism in this country. You better believe there's racism in this country. So anyway, but we have to be seen to be all Australians treated equally under the one law. And these poor children who constantly get pulled up for the crimes they're committing because they're taught the hatred. They're taught to have that opinion, and all we're setting them up is a life of crime in the prisons all the time. People don't go out there and get locked up because of their cultural background. They get locked up because they commit a crime against society, and that's why they end up in our prison system. So people have to take responsibility for their own actions and not just get off because they think they have because of their cultural background. When we treat people equal and the same in our country, that's when the gap will start to close.
Senator Thorpe.
Oh, well, I've only got a minute to do this speech, but it's very disappointing to see some so-called senators who represent the filth of this country, which is racists out there, that we know contributes to incarceration, contributes to ill health, contributes to so much hurt and division in this country because of the racist words that come out of Pauline Hanson's mouth.
Order. Senator Thorpe, withdraw.
What for?
You know that the standing orders say that you cannot reflect on the views of another senator. So I'm asking you to withdraw. Please withdraw.
So I'm saying what comes out of her mouth.
Senator
like
Thorpe,
I say that, we all say that about each other.
Senator Thorpe, in this
Why
chamber,
can't you deal with the racism in this chamber,
Senator
President?
Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, you're not in
What
a debate.
are you doing about
Senator
the racism
Thorpe,
in this
Senator
chamber,
Thorpe,
President?
Senator Thorpe, unless you withdraw, I will withdraw the call from you.
Of course you would. The closing the gap speech, you would do that, wouldn't you?
Senator Thorpe, I've asked you to
I
withdraw. Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. And that the time for the debate has expired. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator McCarthy be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, I am informed we will come back to this debate, but you will recall this morning we allowed 2 hours for it, and Senator McCarthy started the debate by moving a motion. We're at 2 minute statements, and I have Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, President. From birth to age 3, a child's brain develops at an extraordinary pace. In those early years, more than 1 million neural connections form every second. The bond formed between baby, mother and father during this period form the foundations for emotional security, learning capacity and lifelong well-being. I spoke about early childhood development in my first speech in this place because it matters. Policy in this space must reflect both the science and lived reality of Australian families. The current government's approach to childcare is focused on universal centre-based care, and billions of dollars are directed toward it. While that model may work for some families, it doesn't work for all. Families are diverse. Their work patterns, their cultural values, their faith traditions and support networks differ. Some rely on grandparents, others prefer family daycare or in-home arrangements. Some parents wish to spend more time at home in those early years, and that decision ought to be celebrated, not scorned. A system built around a one-care model cannot adequately reflect diversity. This is the fundamental philosophical difference between the Albanese government and the coalition, and we believe that parental choice should drive childcare policy. Government should empower families with real options, not force them into a one-size-fits-all approach favoured by Canberra. Now, I'm honoured and humbled to be appointed the Shadow Minister for Choice in Childcare and Early Learning, alongside my responsibilities in child protection and the prevention of family violence. And I look forward to working constructively with families and stakeholders to build a flexible and responsive childcare system. It will always be the opposition's priority to put families back in the driver's seat when it comes to the future of their children, because stronger families are the foundation of a stronger Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to pay my respects to Antonio Calabria, a man well known to many of us in this building, who welcomed us every single day at the family-run cafe Aussies here at Parliament House. Tony greeted visitors and parliamentarians with a gentle smile and kind words. He was more than just a welcoming face of Aussies. He was its heart. Born in Calabria, he journeyed to Australia from Italy in 1955 with his mother and siblings to join his father, arriving with little more than hope for a better life. Like so many migrants, he built a life through hard work and sacrifice, creating a home for his family and a welcoming community for all of us who pass through those doors at Aussies. Family was central to his life. In our many conversations, he spoke with pride about his children and grandchildren. Beyond family, Tony loved his sport, Juventus and the Canberra Raiders, of course, and he never missed the chance to watch his grandchildren play soccer, or should I say football. In a letter read at Tony's funeral last week, on Monday, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese wrote, "He kept our democracy humming with his coffee, and thanks to his sheer drive and dedication, he truly cemented Aussies as a cherished institution within an institution." Those words capture the spirit of a great man whose hospitality strengthened the fabric of this parliament and the great story that every migrant brings to this country. So to Tony's wife, Anna, his daughters, Teresa, Rosanna and Lisa, and to his son, Dom, who we all know, I want to extend my deepest condolences to you and your family. Tony's legacy lives on in the memories we carry and in the community that he built. Riposa in pace, Antonio.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. Ramadan Mubarak, Ramadan Kareem to all my Muslim sisters and brothers around the world. For us, the holy month of fasting is about focusing on our hearts, our minds, our bodies and our souls. The first words of the Quran revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam during Ramadan are these: Iqra bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq, which signifies the importance of life being guided by learning, seeking knowledge and devotion. Ramadan is about individual devotion and prayer to Allah, and it is about collective responsibility. We don't just fast from food and water, we also fast from complacency. We are asked to remember hunger, to remember vulnerability. It is a reminder to fulfill our obligations to each other, to our neighbors, to our fellow humans, and to the planet. And this year, our obligations, our prayers, our du'as feel more urgent than ever before. I am more worried than I have ever been about the state of the world, about another illegal war perpetrated by the US on Iran, about injustice, about the violence and suffering unfolding in so many places, and about communities crushed under the weight of genocide, climate catastrophe, poverty, and discrimination. Ramadan is a time when our hearts feel closer to both pain and hope. Hope is not abstract. Hope is built. Hope is organized. Hope is action. Hope is the responsibility to act when we see injustice, oppression, and unfairness. Hope is resistance against oppression and despair. Our faith is not passive. It is very powerful. So let us not lose sight of this power. This Ramadan, let's hug each other a bit tighter as we fast and pray and act with courage, wisdom, and hope for a better world.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, across Australia, families are standing in supermarket aisles, crunching numbers, putting items back on the shelves, swapping brands, cutting meals, and asking themselves a question that they never used to. How is it got this expensive to feed my family? And they're right. It feels expensive because it is expensive. New inflation figures show that inflation is running at 3.8%, which is higher than forecast and stubbornly refusing to come down. The government says it's a global problem, but this is another Labor lie, because inflation in Australia is now worse than in every major advanced economy, higher than the United States, higher than the United Kingdom, higher than Canada, Germany, France, Italy and Japan. While other countries are getting inflation under control, Australians are being let down, and not only let down, but lied to. Every week at the checkout, people are watching their grocery bills climb while they take less food home. And research shows that people under financial pressure gravitate to cheaper and less nutritious food. This government's reckless and out-of-control spending is not only robbing Australians financially, it's robbing them of the choice to eat better food. This is a crisis, and it's a crisis of Labor's making. Since Labor came to office, Australia has suffered the biggest drop in household disposable income anywhere in the world, and real wages have fallen to 2011 levels. It is a fact that you cannot spend your way out of inflation, but that is exactly what this government is trying to do, and Australian families are paying the price every single week at the checkout. The excuses keep coming from Labor under this government, but there is very little real action for Australians who deserve better.
Senator Green.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, as you know, before I came to this place, I represented proudly manufacturing workers. My dad was a manufacturing worker, and I have his union ticket in my office upstairs. I have stood with manufacturing workers on picket lines, I've represented them against employers, and I have made sure in this place to talk about how important it is that we invest in our manufacturing sector. But it might surprise you to know, Acting Deputy President, that recently the Liberals and Nationals have discovered manufacturing and manufacturing workers, and all of a sudden they're talking about how they are now the natural party of manufacturing workers. Well, manufacturing workers know one thing, that the Liberal National Party has never had their back. And you only have to look at their record in this place in the most recent years in opposition. We don't even have to go back to their disastrous time in government to see how badly they have treated manufacturing workers. In this place, they voted against the National Reconstruction Fund. They called manufacturers rent seekers. They called Australian manufacturing a graveyard. They called fee-free TAFE a waste of money. The Liberal Nationals and One Nation voted against same job, same pay for manufacturing workers. And they vote again, time and time again, with One Nation against manufacturing workers and the investment that our government is making in this sector. Now, of course, everybody knows that it was the Liberal Treasurer Joe Hockey who dared Holden to pack up and leave Australia, so they did, shutting the door on the jobs that came along with building cars in Australia. They have not forgotten. Manufacturing workers deserve a government that values their skills and their trades. They deserve a government that invests in Australian critical minerals and renewable sector so that we can deliver good, secure manufacturing jobs now and into the future.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation has long maintained that the immigration invasion is about politics, not economics. South Australian Premier Malinowskis waded into that debate last month when he said, quote, "My message to One Nation voters is, who's going to feed you and bathe you and wipe your bum when you're 90? Because it ain't going to be your kids. Because if I get my way, they're going to be working on submarines with high-paying jobs so they can afford to own their own home. If we're taking real people out of the housing construction industry to work on the submarines, we're going to need people to do that work too, to work in aged care. What a socialist nirvana South Australia will be, with migrants, according to the Labor Premier, acting as a servant class to their white masters and their children who will have economic abundance and not have to wipe their own bums. Elitism and socialism go hand in hand. The Russians, during communism, called this elitist cabal the nomenclatura. In communist China, they're called princelings for their wealth and imperial manner. In Australia, we just call them the Labor Party. What an insult to the many migrants with real qualifications who have come to Australia to lift themselves up through their own hard work and endeavour, and in so doing have lifted up all who are here. A quick look at employment numbers shows the lie to the Premier's grand vision of recreating the Raj in Adelaide. Total employment on the submarine program will be 4,500 during construction of the shipyard, and then 4,500 to build the submarines. The 10,000 jobs are sequential, not all at the same time. The size of the South Australian labour market is 975,000 people, and shipbuilding already employs 14,000 people, some of whom will move over to the subs. All we need to fill the remaining places is for state and federal Labor to start planning now for the subs workforce through targeted vocational and university placements for Australian workers. The Premier's big pitch to the electorate is elitist and dishonest.
Thank you, Senator Kavaki.
Acting Deputy President, last Friday I joined the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Senator Hume, and my colleague Senator Sharma for a meeting with the Assyrian community in south-western Sydney. The Assyrian community in Australia is a vibrant and resilient community that enriches the multicultural tapestry of our country. They have come here to pursue a better life for themselves and their families, working hard and embracing Australia. But critically, they came here to live a safe life, free from the persecution that they had fled. And in recent years, that persecution has come most significantly at the hands of the so-called Islamic State. We heard harrowing accounts from men, women and children of torture, of violence, of discrimination, persecution, kidnapping and forced faith conversion of Christians to extremist Islam. Experiences that no person should have to endure, yet far too many have. I thank the community for their courage in sharing their stories with us, and I thank them for their contributions to Australia. But what was clear was the widespread fear concerning the potential return of the ISIS brides to Australia, caused by this government's disregard for that public concern and for transparency. The first task of any government is to keep Australians safe and to protect our way of life. This government needs to come clean with Australians. Are any of these ISIS-linked individuals coming back? And when did the government know there were plans for their return? And what conversations did this government have to facilitate the same? We need answers, not the dodging of the past week that we have seen from the Prime Minister. We must take action and refuse to let people who come here who abandon Australia to support extremist Islamic terror overseas.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you. Today I want to highlight some of the practical outcomes that the Albanese Labor government is delivering across the electorate of O'Connor in the southwest of WA. Outcomes that strengthen our regional economy, ease cost of living pressures and back our communities that hold our towns together. And it starts with the backbone in our regions of agriculture. Across regional Western Australia, our sheep industry is investing for the future. Through the first round of the $20 million supply chain capacity program, 40 producers and 5 processors are upgrading feedlots, expanding cold storage and strengthening on-farm finishing. This is about jobs. It is about building onshore processing capacity, and it is about ensuring WA sheep grazers remain competitive, productive and driving growth across regional Western Australia. But regional strength isn't just built only in the paddock, it's also built around the kitchen table. And across O'Connor, 668 households and small businesses have installed batteries under our cheaper home batteries program, storing their solar power and reducing reliance on peak prices. Investing in solar batteries saves families money and gives them greater control over their energy costs. And stronger economies and lower bills matter most when we are investing in people who knit our communities together. Through the 2025-26 Volunteer Grants Program, local not-for-profits can access up to $5,000 to upgrade their equipment, cover their insurance and support volunteer-run activities, from food banks to playgroups to men's sheds and every other group in between that keep regional towns connected. From the farm gate to the family budget to the local community hall, this is practical regional investment in action. We are backing local industry, lowering household costs and strengthening organisations that keep the electorate of O'Connor strong.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. They say the first casualty in war is truth.
Well, we've heard from Mr Albanese, our Prime Minister, as we have had from the US President and from the Israelis, that their illegal strike on Iran was in self-defence to eliminate their nuclear program. Just in March this year, the US security agency said that there was no plans for Iran, no credible plans for Iran to build a nuclear weapon. And then in June, Donald Trump said he obliterated the Iranian nuclear program, which he has repeated ever since. Yet now we're expected to believe that the justification for this unilateral strike that decapitated the leader of a sovereign nation was a self-defence. Well, do senators remember when this country and its government and this chamber stood up and said we need to remove a brutal dictator who's going to use weapons of mass destruction in 2003, Saddam Hussein? Well, that turned out to be a lie. And what a catastrophe it was. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people lost their lives. We saw civil war across the region. We saw millions of people flee across Europe, escaping persecution. We saw the rise of ISIS and terrorism in the Middle East because of this US removal of a foreign head of state and invasion of a foreign country. When are we going to learn? The Greens immediately call on all support to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's war with Iran and work with like-minded countries to promote peace in the region and for the people of Iran. We call on this government to stop all intelligence and resources from Pine Gap, North West Cape and other US military assets in Australia, assisting this illegal war, and recall all Australian troops seconded in the US military. We want this chamber to acknowledge you cannot bomb your way to peace.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Antic.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Several weeks ago, the United States Department of Justice released millions of documents under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a massive trove shedding light on the network of the late Jeffrey Epstein. Now, being named in these files doesn't automatically imply any wrongdoing. Many mentions appear to be social, attempted introductions or incidental references, but the sheer scale of the Epstein connections to the global elites demands scrutiny. The Australian public deserves clarity. How many of our citizens had any interaction or association with Epstein or his associates? What did our government know and when? Have the Australian agencies received briefings from US authorities or any other foreign partners about any individuals here? And this is about transparency and accountability. If any Australians were involved, even peripherally, we should know. That's why tomorrow I'll be moving for the tabling of all relevant documents from the various departments, including briefings, reports, correspondence and any information shared by foreign governments regarding the involvement of any of Australians with the Epstein operation. The Australian people have a right to understand the full picture, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Now let's watch and see what this Senate and this government across here does, and whether the Senate passes or blocks it like it so often does. What on earth could they be trying to hide?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to acknowledge an outstanding young Tasmanian, Alicia Kennedy, the 2026 Young Australian of the Year for Tasmania, who I had the pleasure of meeting just last month. Alicia is the founder of Upturn Tasmania and the driving force behind the Life After School program, a practical hands-on initiative equipping young people with the skills many of us wish we had been taught before leaving school. Her work is grounded in a simple but powerful insight, and I share and endorse Alicia's view that academic achievement alone is not enough. Young people also need to know how to budget, understand a payslip, navigate superannuation and tax, and manage rent, insurance and the everyday cost of living. But her program goes further still, equipping young Tasmanians with practical everyday skills that make independence possible, from cooking a basic meal to changing a tyre and managing the responsibilities of a household. In a state like Tasmania, where household incomes are lower on average and cost of living pressures weigh heavily, that practical confidence is not just a luxury, it is essential. What makes Alicia's achievements even more remarkable is that this work has been built largely through her own determination and, in a significant part, her own funding. She saw a gap, she stepped forward, and she built something that is changing lives. Across our regions, from north west to south, young Tasmanians are gaining confidence because someone believed they deserved to feel prepared for adulthood. That confidence strengthens individuals, families and ultimately our state's future. Alicia Kennedy represents the very best of Tasmania, practical, community-minded and quietly determined. Her recognition as Young Australian of the Year for Tasmania is richly deserved, and I look forward to seeing her work continue to grow and empower the next generation.
Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you. The conflict in Iran could impact Australians in a matter of days. That's because 27% of the world's oil comes from that region in the Middle East, and about 20% of the world's total oil supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz. No one country controls this bit of water, but Iran can block it up, and ships are already getting Iranian radio transmissions telling that the strait is closed. A hike in the fuel prices doesn't just impact personal car users, it will drive up food costs and will massively disrupt our supply chains. Refined fuels, petrol, aviation fuel and diesel are the backbone of our economy, and 80% of the liquid fuel is imported from overseas. 20 years ago, Australia had 8 oil refineries, which meant most of our demand for refuelled fuel. But one by one, they were seen by governments from both the major parties as economically unviable. So now we only have 2 refineries. How's that? One in Brisbane and one in Geelong. And last year, the Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, warned the country was vulnerable in the event sea lanes were disrupted. Here we go. The International Energy Agency guidelines says that Australia is supposed to hold 90 days of fuel imports in reserve. Well, I'll tell you what, that's rubbish, and it doesn't, and we haven't done since 2011. If oil shipments stop completely, Australia will be likely to run out of fuel in about 3 weeks. That's on a good day. It's worse in Tassie. We have about 3 days down there, you guys. Australia's last 2 refineries are surviving because they are getting government support. The government is currently in talks to extend this, but let's face it, it has been a problem for a long time, and bailouts are no longer an option. The government needs to be thinking long-term about our fuel security. I was part of a Senate inquiry looking at Australia's transport, energy resilience and sustainability in 2015. That was over 10 years ago, and we've made absolutely no progress. Matter of fact, we've gone backwards. We're now down to the last 2 refineries onshore. What we need is a national plan and possibly a national oil and gas company. The government should consider nationalising these refineries as part of our national defence strategy. You have no choice left.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. This government's commitment to human rights, especially the rights of First Peoples, is a sham. A few weeks ago, in his Closing the Gap speech, the Prime Minister said that First Peoples have an equal place in this nation and that we should be free of discrimination. But the truth is, this government tramples on our human rights every day. Time and again, this government has ignored the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNDRIP, even though the declaration outlines the absolute minimum standard of First Peoples' rights. This government refuses to implement it. In 2022, I introduced a bill which would have enshrined the UNDRIP in domestic law and developed an action plan for its implementation. Despite being a signatory to the declaration, the Albanese government, with all his black senators, voted down the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Even blackfellas voted it down with Labor. Shame! In 2023, I introduced a bill for the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee to assess laws for their consistency with the UNDRIP. And what did this government do? Again, voted down even the most basic level of scrutiny of our rights in this country. Shame. And in November this year, the UN representative on the rights of Indigenous peoples is coming back to check this government's progress on implementing the UNDRIP. When he visits, will the government say more empty words, or will it actually do something about the colonial racism that keeps us systemically oppressed, incarcerated and our children taken away? Enough empty words, Labor. You say you care about us. The UNDRIP sets minimum standards. So when will you finally implement?
Expired. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I too rise today to pay tribute to a man who is quite simply an institution at Parliament House, Mr Tony Calabria, who has, as we now know, recently and sadly passed away. Tony was, of course, for the coffee drinkers in this place and beyond, the founder of Aussie's Cafe, right here in this building. It was in 1996 that he actually opened the doors of Aussies, and for 30 years he built it into something that became as much as a part of Parliament House as the chambers themselves. He greeted senators, members, staff, journalists and visitors with the same warmth, the same generous spirit and, more often than not, the same perfect coffee. In a place defined by the comings and goings of politics, Tony was a constant, a steady, smiling presence who made this building feel a little bit more like home. But to truly understand Tony, you needed to know where his story actually began. It was one of those great migrant success stories. In 1955, a 15-year-old boy stepped off a boat from Italy onto Australian soil. That boy was Tony Calabria. He arrived with his family with very little, but with everything that would come to define him: courage, resilience, dignity and an enormous heart. His life is a testament to what our great country can offer and what migrants give back in return. What Tony built over the 30 years at Aussies was remarkable. As I said, not just a business, but an actual community. It was our local coffee shop when we were here in Canberra. He knew your name. He was always up for a chat with me, 6:30 in the morning, when he was already at work, but of course watching over his son Dom. Tony is survived by his beloved wife Anna and his children Teresa, Rosanna, Lisa and of course Dominic, or Dom as we know him. To his family I say this: Tony was not just loved within these walls, he was treasured. He leaves a legacy that no parliamentary record can fully capture, but that every person who shared a moment at Aussies will carry with them always. Rest in peace, Tony. You will be profoundly missed, and with the indulgence of the chamber, it has been circulated to the whips. Could I just table, or seek leave to table, Tony's funeral booklet?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Mulholland. Oh, it's 2 o'clock. Beg your pardon. Perfect time. We'll now move to Senator Cash.
Can I seek leave to make a statement?
Oh, well,
I seek leave to make a statement. I am, exactly. I don't need to be amplified.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, President. I advise the Senator that following the Mr Taylor being elected by the Liberal Party room as the Leader of the Opposition, an updated shadow ministry list was published on the 17th of February 2026, and I seek leave to have this document incorporated into Hansard. I also advise the Senate that Senator O'Sullivan has been appointed Deputy Manager of Opposition Business in the Senate.
Senator Watt. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. He is. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Under Section 9 of the Australian Passports Act, emergency or single-issue travel documents can only be issued in circumstances specified by ministerial determination or on a minister's own initiative. Given reports that at least 30 such passports have been issued to facilitate the apparently imminent return to Australia of a group of ISIS brides and their children, can the minister indicate whether she or any other minister authorised those documents and, if so, when?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Make a number of points. The first is that Australian citizens are entitled to apply for, and if they meet eligibility requirements, are issued an Australian passport. Can I also indicate that a passport can only be refused or cancelled on security grounds if a competent authority, which includes a security agency such as ASIO, requests it. No such request was made. I'm not in a position, as you know, Senator, to go to individual cases. As a general point, we are aware, as the Prime Minister has made clear and Minister Burke has made clear, that a number of women and children in Syria are seeking to return for Australia. We have known that for some time. We are not assisting the cohort to return to Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam's first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, if you didn't authorise the issuing of these passports, who did and when? What role did you have as Minister in ensuring passports or travel documents aren't issued to people that should not have them, or was there no role whatsoever?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Senator Duniam, that is a question in which you have had no regard to the answer I gave in the primary, so I'll repeat it. Any Australian can apply for, and if they meet eligibility requirements, are issued an Australian passport. A passport can only be refused or cancelled on security grounds if a competent authority, a security agency such as ASIO, requests it. No such request has been made. Again, I'm not going to individual cases, But in relation to the women and children in Syria that I believe the Senator is referencing, we have known about their potential return for some time, as have previous governments. The government is not assisting this cohort to return to Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Especially given that Minister Burke told ABC Insider's program on the 22nd of February that the government was, quote, actively making sure we're doing nothing, end quote. Can you indicate whether the government has taken any specific practical steps at all to prevent these so-called ISIS brides and their children from re-entering Australia?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Senator, the coalition in government amended laws in relation to this area. A number of those were struck down, and the laws which are in place are the strongest laws that have been passed through this parliament with bipartisan support after consideration by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and bearing in mind and after response to the High Court's various decisions. This is the legal framework that we are operating under. In relation to the capacity to exclude Australian citizens, and I again remind everybody we are discussing Australian citizens, I understand that as per Minister Burke has indicated publicly that one individual in this cohort has been issued a temporary exclusion order which was made on advice from security agencies. For further details, I'd refer you to Home Affairs.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, President. President, my question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Minister, over the weekend we saw Israel and the United States take military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran following a breakdown in negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. We know that Iran's nuclear program has long been recognised as a threat to global peace and security. What has the Australian government's response been to these events?
Minister Wong.
Thank you to Senator Ciccone for his question, and I thank him for his advocacy on behalf of the Australian-Iranian community, particularly in his state of Victoria. Australia stands with the brave people of Iran, and we, along with the international community, have long called for the regime to uphold the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its citizens. Instead, the regime initiated a brutal crackdown, killing thousands of its own citizens. Australians will also recall Iran directed at least 2 appalling attacks targeting Australia's Jewish community on our soil in 2024. Shame. In response, Australia took the unprecedented step of expelling Iran's ambassador and suspending operations at our embassy in Tehran and listing the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism. This government, the Albanese government, has taken stronger action on Iran than any previous Australian government, with sanctions on more than 200 Iranian-linked individuals, including more than 100 linked to the IRGC. Australia and the international community have been clear. The Iranian regime cannot ever be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. So Australia supports the actions taken by the US and Israel to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. However, now we do not want to see further escalation, and we join the United States, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar and Saudi Arabia in condemning Iran's indiscriminate and reckless missile and drone attacks. Like others, we call on Iran to cease these attacks. We also continue to urge all parties to uphold international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and ultimately the resumption of dialogue and diplomacy. And we are clear the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. And Minister, thank you for your comments. I know the Iranian community back home really appreciate the work that you and the government have done to date. In response to the military strikes conducted by the US and Israel, the Islamic Iranian regime has launched reprisal attacks across the region, as we are seeing on our TV screens, including in the United Arab Emirates. Airspace has been closed around the Middle East and many Australians are now stuck at regional hubs. What is the Australian government doing to support those Australians in the region?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Wong.
Thank you for the question, Senator Ciccone, and I want to start by emphasising how distressing a time, how challenging a time this is for Australians in the region and for their friends and families. And I have been upfront that this is a difficult situation and there will be difficult days ahead. There will be difficult days ahead. The Albanese government will continue to do all we can to support Australians, providing up-to-date information while airspace remains closed, recognising there are limits on what we can do in this security environment. We have activated the Crisis Centre and officials are working literally around the clock to support Australians. And today I ask the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to ensure that our registration process is opened to people in the United Arab Emirates and Qatar impacted by travel disruptions. Yesterday, we opened the registration portal for Australians in Iran or Israel, and Australians requiring urgent consular assistance can contact the Consular Emergency Centre.
Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
As you have just outlined and said, Minister, this is clearly a challenging time for many Australians impacted, with many difficult days ahead. How many Australians are currently in the region, and what advice does the Albanese government have for those Australians impacted?
Minister Wong.
Thank you. There are many affected by this conflict. Our rough estimate, and these are rough estimates only, is there are approximately 115,000 Australians across the broader Middle East region. When flights are operating, around 11,000 people take Emirates, Qatar or Etihad in and out of Australia every day. So it gives you some sense of the scale of the disruption given the attack on these travel hubs. So this will be a very challenging time for Australians and their families, particularly those who are in the region or those with travel plans. Our priority is the safety and security of Australians. We urge people to register on DFAT's registration portal for Australians, permanent residents and immediate families, members in Israel, Iran, the UAE and Qatar. I'll continue to engage with regional council counterparts, and those requiring urgent consular assistance can phone 612 6261 3305 from outside Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Over the weekend, the murderous dictator of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed as a result of military strikes from Australia's Israeli and American allies. This is a significant victory for the Iranian people who have spent decades living under his repression. Disappointingly, a number of mosques in Australia have held services to mourn the Ayatollah's death, with the El Zahra Mosque in Melbourne describing the murderous dictator as, and I quote, "the pious scholar, the foremost martyr of the Islamic Revolution, and the rightful deputy of the Imam of the age." Does the Prime Minister believe that holding services to commemorate the so-called martyrdom of the murderous Ayatollah is good for social cohesion in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
As I have said and the Prime Minister has said, we do not mourn the passing of Ayatollah Khamenei. He has led a regime which is not only responsible for the sponsoring of terrorism and the sponsoring of the backing of proxies which have engaged in horrific attacks in the region, but a regime that also organised attacks on Australian soil against Jewish Australians. We do not mourn his passing. That is the position of the government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
In relation to the comments from the El Zahra Mosque that the pious scholar, the foremost martyr of the Islamic Revolution and the rightful deputy of the Imam of the age has been killed, will the Prime Minister raise concerns with the religious groups who have held services to commemorate the death of the murderous Ayatollah?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, in this place, this government always seeks to strengthen, not diminish social cohesion. I wish the same could be said of other members of Parliament and senators.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Well, New South Wales Labor Premier Chris Minns has today shown leadership and said about the services mourning the Ayatollah, "I think it's atrocious. I mean, by any objective measure, the Ayatollah was evil, and I don't think we should be mincing words about this." Will the Prime Minister show the same leadership as New South Wales Premier Chris Minns and unequivocally condemn the services mourning the Ayatollah as a martyr?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I've already said we do not mourn the Ayatollah. That is the position of the government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
President, my question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister Wong. As many of us feared, we've already seen the Iranian people further suffer under the illegal strikes by the US and Israel. Will the government clearly condemn the Israeli bombing of a primary school in Iran that has killed over 100 children?
Minister Wong.
Senator, we mourn the loss of civilian life wherever it may be. And you heard in my opening question our view about this conflict and our view that we continue to call for international humanitarian law, which goes to the protection of civilians, to be observed. Now, I know that the Greens political
order.
I know that the Greens political party get very there's a lot of selective outrage. You're outraged when we do say something or when we don't say something. Or you say it's not worth the words, the words aren't worth it, then you get outraged that we haven't said certain words. But our position is a principled position, and our position is a consistent position, and we do always back the observance of international humanitarian law, which I think goes to your question.
I am going to remind senators, before I call Senator Waters again, that we've had 15 minutes of question time. There's been very difficult questions asked and answered, and they have been heard in silence. And you will continue to listen in silence. And if you can't do that, I'm asking you to leave the chamber. This is time for respect and silence. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Answers. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres condemned the US and Israeli bombing of Iran, stating that it was against international law and will undermine international peace and security. Will your government acknowledge that the bombings were illegal, or will you continue to support Trump and Netanyahu in their illegal war of aggression?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Look, I understand not everyone agrees with the government's position. That is people's rights. But I think it is...
Order.
I would remind the Greens political party who assert that they care about human rights that it might be good to recognise the oppression of the Iranian people for 40 years. You know, I know that you have a narrative about this, but this did not start with these strikes.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. I'm waiting, Senator Whish-Wilson. I've just called the Senate to order and you've completely ignored me. Senator Waters.
Point of order, President. The question is, will you condemn this war as illegal or continue to support it?
Thank you, Senator Waters. The Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Wong.
Waters seeks for the... Senator Waters and Senator Cash are really play by the same playbook but from either end of the political spectrum. Both of them want a simple black and white... No, we are adults. We are adults.
Really?
Yes, that's right. So you want a black and white proposition so that you can...
Order! Order across the chamber. Order! I have witnessed some very poor behaviour in the Senate today. It is not going to be allowed at question time. As I said earlier, if you can't sit and listen in silence, regardless of your view, please leave the Senate or take an opportunity at some other time to make a contribution, not during question time. Minister Wong, I think you have concluded, and Senator Waters, I think you've got one supplementary left.
Okay, thanks. The government has refused to say if Australian bases or resources were used in the Israeli-US attacks on hospitals and schools. Will the government at the very least rule out any such usage, Australia's tacit participation in the Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war going forwards?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Senator, again, I'd refer you to what I have said and the Prime Minister said, is that we did not participate in these strikes. and I've made public comments about not having any intention to participate in such strikes, which does obviously put us in a different position to some of the countries engaged at the moment. I would just also remind you that at the moment we have countries who were not part of the conflict. I know you want to focus on two countries, but countries in the region who are not part of the conflict who are being attacked by Iran. And I think the whole chamber, oh, it's okay, is it because it's a base? What an extraordinary admission for the Greens. These are bases where, oh wow.
Order.
Well, that just says everything you want to know about the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. Strengthening public health care to deliver a real cost of living relief is a key priority for the Albanese Labor government. How is the government delivering on our promise to strengthen Medicare and improve access to bulk billing so that more Australians can access the care they need?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Whittaker, for your advocacy for your own state and for public health. So thanks to the Albanese Labor government's historic investment in Medicare, the number of bulk billing practices in this country gets bigger every week. The numbers from right across the country tell us exactly how effective the government's policy of strengthening bulk billing really is. So in just 3 months, we have seen the bulk billing rate for all Australians rise to 81.4% across the country. And, President, this is, outside of the pandemic, the largest quarterly jump in bulk billing in 20 years. We have seen the largest quarterly increase in bulk billing ever, 6.9% for 16 to 64-year-olds. And we have seen the bulk billing rate go up in every state and territory. Western Australia, your home state, has gone from 117 practices to 214, 102 more fully bulk bill practices. New South Wales has gone from 990 to more than 1,300, 418 more fully bulk billed practices. Victoria, Senator Walsh, gone from 624 to 697, 967, I should say. That is 379 more fully bulk billed practices. Queensland has gone from 375 to 618. That is 250 more practices that are fully bulk billing. South Australia has gone from 88 to 190. That is 104 more fully bulk billed practices. Tasmania, 25 to 64, Senator Polly. In the ACT, there are 8 more fully bulk billed practice, and in the Northern Territory, over 80% of GP practices are now fully bulk billing. Madam President, the numbers do not lie.
Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
Thank you. Wow, they are some pretty impressive numbers. Thank you, Minister. When you're sick, of course, the last thing you should worry about is how much a visit to the GP would cost. How has the Albanese Labor government made it easier for Australians to see a GP, and why has the government taken this approach?
Minister McAllister.
Well, that is a very good question, Senator Whittaker, and it's a simple answer. We are doing it because it works. We are building on the investments that we made in our last term for children and concession card holders. We tripled the bulk billing incentive for GPs who bulk children and concession card holders, and thanks to these changes, 9 out of 10 visits for these patients are bulk billed. And I want to compare it to the record under the Coalition because the number under the Coalition was very different. The bulk billing rate for children and concession holders under those opposite was just 75.6%. Their 6-year freeze of the Medicare rebate ripped billions out of Medicare. And the AMA estimated that the Coalition would have taken $8.3 billion out of Medicare by 27-28. We were never going to stand by and allow the Coalition to demolish Medicare by neglect, and that is why we are enshrining access to universal health care for all Australians.
Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Well, Minister, I think the Australian people agree with you, because last year they voted for a government that would stand up for the principle of universal healthcare. How is the Albanese government delivering to ensure no matter where you live, Australians have access to healthcare, and what are the risks that that investment faces?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese government's investments in bulk billing are not just reflected in the raw numbers of new fully bulk billed practices. 96% of Australians are now within a 20-minute drive of a registered Medicare bulk billing practice. We, on this side, are for universal healthcare. Well, what about the record of those opposite? When they were in government, they cut hundreds of millions of dollars from health in the 2014 budget, nearly $500 million, and Senator Ruston said at the time, everybody would like to think that we could go on in life with universal healthcare, with universal education, and with all these wonderful things that over the last 20 years Australians have come to accept as a given. Unfortunately, the credit card is maxed out. That was their message. Public health was not a priority for government, and our message is a very different message. Our message is that you deserve access to healthcare no matter how much you make or where you live.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister Wong. Minister, we know that Pine Gap is a critical part of US global war-making, including its attacks on Iranian schools and hospitals in the last 48 hours. So why won't your government clearly prohibit intelligence gathered at Pine Gap by the US military from being used in the bombing of Iran? And why won't you be honest with the Australian people about the reality of this?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Well, I'm very happy to be honest with the Australian people about the reality, which is what I always seek to do. And I would make this point. I'm asked about facilities and so forth. I have made clear, I've been asked about that publicly, and I've responded, and I refer you to that answer. What I would make the point, a point I would make is being honest about it might include a question on the attack on Dubai Airport by Iran. Being honest about it might include the attack, an Iranian drone strike attack on the Royal Air Force Base, the UK base in Cyprus. Now, given your interjection before, sir, you might say that's okay because it's a base. Well, these are not countries who are...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge.
Two things. Firstly, what the Minister said is false. Point of order. I have a point of order. I have a point of order,
yes,
if you'll hear it.
When you, Senator Shoebridge, resume your seat. When you stand, and I've drawn this to your attention before, you indicate to me that you are seeking a point of order. You didn't do that. You started on I have 2 points to make. I have no idea what those points are. So I remind you once again, Senator Shoebridge, when you stand, indicate that you are seeking a point of order. Now, you've made it clear to me now that you are seeking a point of order, so please put your point of order.
The first is the Minister is falsely asserting that I made an interjection. She knows it's false. And the second, if you will hear it...
That is not a point of order.
If you will hear it... to mislead the chamber is to be is unparliamentary.
Senator Shoebridge, resume your seat. Those are debating points, not points of order. Senator Shoebridge, I've ruled that they are not points of order. If you have another point of order, please make it, but they're not to be debating points, and you know the difference.
Is not even pretending in the second part of her so-called answer to respond to the question, and you know that, and we all heard it.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Ayres?
I ask Senator Shoebridge to withdraw that. That was contemptuous of you in your role as the chair. It was deeply sarcastic, deeply offensive. He ought to know better, and there's enough of the bloviating from him. He ought to withdraw it.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Point of order, President.
Senator Shoebridge just got pulled up for not indicating at the start of his statement that he had a point of order.
Senator,
at no point did you ask one of Senator Ayres to do the same.
Senator Ayres rose. Senator Ayres rose, which is the right of any senator in this place, to object to the language used in Senator Shoebridge's response to me, and he asked for it to be withdrawn. So he was seeking a withdrawal, not a point of order. I would also remind Senator Shoebridge.
What on earth? Point of
Senator
order.
Shoebridge,
Point of
resume your
order.
seat. Yes.
What on earth am I being asked to withdraw? Please explain.
No, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, I did find your response to me in the last sentence you made offensive. I haven't asked you to withdraw, but I would ask you to reflect on how you respond to me. I've ruled your points of order out of line, or not within. They're not points of order. I'll ask Minister Wong to continue her response.
Well, I don't know if you want me to deal with this because you've ruled on the point of order already, President, but I've been accused by the senator of saying something that was incorrect. I heard, when I spoke about an attack on the bases, I thought I heard you say it's a base. Now, if that's, oh well, then it must have been another one of the Greens, because it was one of you. It was not one of us and it was not one of them. And my point is you have to be consistent, and the problem is for the Australian Greens is they have one narrative. They simply want to weaponise a narrative and campaign around being against the United States, but they're not prepared to stand up to an authoritarian, brutal regime which has killed its own people in order to stay in power. And you don't hear the Greens political party talking about Iran. Even their own members have spoken about this publicly. Former Greens members have spoken about the fact that the Greens have not wanted to talk about the situation in Iran, and that has been shown today.
Senator Whish-Wilson, this is the second time during question time that I have specifically referred to you. As I said earlier, these are difficult questions and they are difficult answers, and I've asked senators to be respectful of that and to listen in silence. And Senator Whish-Wilson, that includes you. If you wish to make a contribution, make it at some other time. Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Minister, I know you don't want to talk about Donald Trump. I know you don't want to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu. But the question the Australian public are asking is, what is the red line? What does the US and Israel have to do before Australia opposes Trump's and Netanyahu's warmongering? How many more hospitals have to be bombed? How many more schools have to be destroyed before Labor takes a stand for peace and international law?
Order. Senator Ciccone. Senator Ciccone. Order. 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 Senator Ciccone, I called you three times, and you completely ignored me. Minister.
Well, Senator, I think you have seen, certainly in relation to Prime Minister Netanyahu, that we have been very prepared to say things with which he does not agree when we thought that was necessary. That's the first point. The second point I would make is this. The Greens political party seems to rub out what this regime has engaged in for 40 years. 40 years.
When the Senate comes to order, Senator Hanson-Young, Senator Shoebridge is on. Senator Hanson-Young! Senator Hanson-Young, again, I've called you more than once. You are out of order and disrespectful. You're not in a debate with me. Senator Hanson-Young, withdraw that. Senator Shoebridge.
A point of order, President. For once, can you hold this minister to direct relevance? My question was about the United States and Israel, Donald Trump and Netanyahu, and she refuses to speak about any of them.
Senator Ayres.
Just the same.
Senator Ayres.
Just the same. I would seek that the reference that Senator Shoebridge.
Ayres, again, I will ask you why you're on your feet.
Seek that he withdraw the "for once," which is an assault on your operation as the chair here.
Thank you,
like
Senator Ayres.
that kind of sarcastic.
Thank you.
It's over and over again.
Senator Ayres. Thank you. I'm not going to ask the senator to withdraw. I have asked the senator to be mindful of the tone and what he says. And the minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Shoebridge. Minister, please continue.
Senator, through you, President, no amount of sarcasm and condescension can divert from the fact, Senator Shoebridge. Clearly he takes a point of order, doesn't want to hear me. Would you like me to... you never actually want to hear anyone, Senator Shoebridge. You want to listen to yourself. But what I would say is this. You seem to ignore the fact that I opened my answer with a direct response. The problem is you continue to assert things which are not true because of your own narrative.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, second supplementary.
Minister, you refuse to pass judgment as to whether or not this war by the US and Israel is in breach of international law. Yet you have repeatedly and correctly called out the Russian attack in Ukraine as being in breach of international law. Why do you show no courage when the people breaching the international law are Donald Trump and Netanyahu? Why is it so regime-specific?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Senator, I have responded on this publicly at multiple press conferences and in multiple interviews. You know the position that we have taken. We have said very clearly where the issue about compliance with international law is for Israel and the US to outline. We have said we did not participate in these strikes. We have also said that we support action to ensure that Iran does not possess a nuclear capability. We have said that we stand with the brave people of Iran against oppression.
Please resume your seat. Minister Wong, please continue.
We have said we stand with the brave people of Iran against in their struggle against oppression. And I would again say to the Australian Greens, I know you have a political narrative that you want to prosecute, but for once think of the people of Iran at some point in your discussion.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson. We have now moved on. Come to order. I have Senator Patterson on his feet. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, when did the government first learn that a close personal friend, political fundraiser and campaigner on behalf of the Home Affairs Minister, Dr Jamal Rifi, was involved in trying to facilitate the passports and travel of so-called ISIS brides and their children to Australia, and how specifically did the government become aware?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
First, in relation to the gentleman concerned, I think Minister Burke has been clear publicly that he has no knowledge of Mr Rifi's actions and whereabouts other than what he has read in the media. Mr Rifi himself has said he has not spoken to Mr Burke about this issue since June of last year. I've got nothing to add to Minister Burke's answers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. In light of media reports that male relatives recently handed passports to a group of 34 so-called ISIS brides and their children in a Syrian camp, that Dr Rifi self-described himself as the, quote, delivery boy for these passports, and that the passports were originally given to representatives of a law firm, were all the individuals who handed another person's passport in this case authorised to do so under the Australian Passports Act 2005, especially Section 37?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Senator, what individuals do is really a matter for them. I can only speak to actions of the Australian government and Australian officials, and I have responded to you, to questions on this issue on multiple occasions. Australians who apply for passports are entitled to receive those passports unless they are not eligible in the terms that I've outlined earlier.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
During the 2025 election campaign, Dr Rifi wrote an open letter in a newspaper saying that re-electing Tony Burke was, quote, the only hope for voters in Watson that further ISIS brides and children would return to Australia. What assurances were given to Dr Rifi which allowed him to make this commitment on behalf of Minister Burke?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Well, I think, A, I'm not aware of assurances. B, if you're asking about the discussions or in relation to that letter, that's a matter for Minister Burke.
Senator Whitten.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Minister Ayres. Does Labor accept that immigration levels have a significant impact on house prices and rental costs?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, you might pay some attention to what's actually going on in the economy in terms of immigration and in terms of housing. The truth is that net overseas migration has declined more than 40% from the post-COVID peak in 2022-2023. That's what this government has delivered, not by inflammatory, careless, reckless, deliberately offensive rhetoric in here, but by the hard work of making sure that Australia's immigration settings and the way the government delivers that meets Australia's national interest. We're building more homes for Australians, 55,000 social and affordable homes, 100,000 homes just for first home buyers. And I'll take the interjection from a bit sparkier this week. It's getting there. It's good to see. It's good to see everybody's chin up a little bit over there. The truth, Senator Bragg, in terms of the delivery of the government's housing program is you were sharply critical at the beginning, and you pointed to the numbers on day 1 and day 2 and day 3. And the thing is, Senator, the problem with your argument is the numbers keep going up as more and more and more homes are being built every day. More and more and more homes are being built, and critically for young Australians who struggle to get a purchase in the housing market, the 5% home deposit that we've made available for them is changing the lives of young Australians trying to get into a house.
Thank you, Minister. I do ask those on my left not to interject. This is Senator Whitten's question. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you. A recent report by the Founded Property Research Group suggests that returning to pre-pandemic levels of immigration would provide immediate relief for housing prices. This is with only modest cuts, not the massive cuts that are required. However, IPA data shows record net long-term arrivals of 480,520 for 2025. Why doesn't Labor take action on mass immigration to provide immediate relief to suffering Australians?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Ayres.
Well, I can't say that I'm familiar with the Founded organisation or whatever they are, Senator. What I can tell you is that we are delivering the country's biggest ever comprehensive effort in home building in our history. So we're doing things. One Nation say they want to get more Australians into homes. That's what they say. But One Nation abstained from the Housing Australia Future Fund Bill 2023 and voted no with your friends in the Liberals on the Help to Buy Bill 2023. So we are doing, you are getting in the way. If you cared the slightest bit about the prospects of young Australians getting into a home, you would support the government's agenda, not vote with your coalition partners in the Liberal Party and the National Party to get in the way of that national achievement.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Young Australians, families, the elderly have all been punished by Labor's destructive mass immigration policy. They've been locked out of housing, watching prices spiral out of control under the massive demand pressure. And what do we get from Labor? 5% housing deposits driving up demand. No doubt more taxes coming in the budget to kill supply, and of course more mass immigration. Why does Labor refuse to address housing demand and bring immigration under control?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Ayres.
Well, it's an interesting term that you use. I noticed Senator Scarr correctly pointed out that that term is a deliberate effort by extremist politicians to create fear and apprehension in the community. What has really happened here? Well, the government is properly managing the migration system in the interests of Australians. The government is building homes and engaged with the task of building homes for Australians. We're operating in the national interest and the interests of low and middle income Australians in particular to get access to the housing market. One Nation and the Liberals and the Nationals are doing their best to undermine that national effort. How more un-Australian could you be than trying to stop ordinary Australians getting into a home? And there is just such an enormous difference between what One Nation says and what they do when they vote with their coalition partners in the Liberal Party every time.
For answering has expired. I think the chamber is aware that Senator Babet has given his question to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The Australian government has held 4 inquiries into our fuel reserves in the last 7 years, all of which noted our fuel stockpile and refining capacity was insufficient to survive a supply shock. The concept of a reserve is simple. Fill the reserve when the price is low and then access it when there's a shortage or high prices, as we have now, guaranteeing fair prices and a functioning economy. We're going into a period of war with 25 days of diesel in the system, 20 days of jet fuel in the system and 26 days of petrol. Minister, why has the Albanese government ignored all those reports and failed in its basic duty to protect our food and transport industries from international fuel shocks?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, let's just deal with the sort of facts for a second and then let's get to the politics. We have fuel reserves, minimum stockholding obligations, petrol 150% of our requirements, jet fuel 134%, diesel 116%. Now, there was an approach from the previous government whose approach, when Mr Morrison and Mr Turnbull and Mr Taylor were all in charge of this, that Australia's national fuel reserves were to be held in Texas. Texas. Well, I can tell you that Australia's fuel reserves are held here and in transport infrastructure and storage infrastructure around the country. When Mr Taylor was in charge of our energy strategy, I think he was described as, by a former Liberal Prime Minister, as Australia's best qualified idiot. What did the village of Nimitable do to deserve Mr Taylor, the Nimitable's inimitable hereditary peer? The country's sole remaining bunyip aristocrat who's so lazy in his administration of the energy portfolio that he put our national stocks, as he hoped, in Texas. Texas.
Minister Ayres. Minister Ayres, thank you. I'm waiting for order on my right. Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Madam President. Point of order. The Minister is impugning the motives of a member of the other place, and I would ask him to withdraw those comments.
I was listening carefully, Senator Henderson, and he's not quite there yet, but I was going to remind him to be very mindful of his comments, and given that you've raised the point of order, I'll do that now. So, Minister Ayres, please be mindful of your comments.
Thank you, President. I mean, it does strike me that in this time of conflict, when there is pressure on fuel security and supply chains around the world, that never before has it been more important that this government continue with the effort of securing our electricity system, extending in particular electric vehicles, one very important fuel security measure just by itself.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Australia consumes 5,400 megalitres of oil products a day, and we have the capacity to refine only 1,300 megalitres. Australia is exposed and unable to supply its transport needs. Once we run out of diesel, the trucks stop, food stops being delivered, that social cohesion you often drone on about so much will break down. Minister, will you take responsibility for fuel price inflation and potential fuel rationing owing to your government's failure to run a proper fuel reserve? And don't give us uni-party excuses.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Ayres.
Well, I don't want to drone on, Senator, you know. But I will just point out that when the new leader of the opposition was the Minister for Energy, 4 out of Australia's 6 petroleum refineries closed under the last government. So don't pretend to be concerned about fuel security and vote with these characters. Like that is exactly the opposite of what should happen here. 4 out of 6 of our petroleum refinery facilities closed under Mr Taylor's maladministration, and Mr Turnbull and Mr Morrison and Mr Abbott made it a complete mess of our energy policy settings. We are now holding more stocks of aviation fuel, petrol and diesel on land and in ports here in Australia than at any time in the last 15 years.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Overnight, Iran attacked 3 oil tankers. Media are reporting tanker traffic has all but halted, with 150 to 200 oil and LNG tankers dropping anchor outside the Strait of Hormuz. Brisbane fuel prices are $2.13 a litre in name brand outlets. Minister, will your government now commit to a 90-day fuel reserve, a new fuel refinery, at least 1 gas-to-liquid plant and a domestic gas reservation for conversion to liquid fuels? And no more uni-party excuses on behalf of your mates.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister.
Well, thank you. As I indicated, I can tell you what we are doing. We have more fuel security today than we've had for 15 years. We've committed to a national gas reservation scheme to shore up supply and place downward pressure on prices, particularly for Australian industry. We've published the Future Gas Strategy, introduced a mandatory gas code of conduct, strengthened and extended the Australian domestic gas security mechanism and renewed it when the opposition failed to. We've granted additional licences. We are taking every step that could reasonably be taken. And I do point out, Senator, that it's a little bit odd to pretend to care about fuel security and then campaign against electric vehicles as a sort of singular obsession. Well, it's an odd thing to do. It's an odd thing to do. Australian energy from Australian resources going straight into Australian cars.
Minister.
What could be more Australian than that?
Has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It's been widely reported that an ISIS bride cohort of 34 people is currently seeking to travel to Australia. How many adults and how many children constitute this group? How many of the children are over the age of 14 and therefore can potentially be subjected to a temporary exclusion order? And how many Australian passports in total have been issued to them?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you. It's not only been widely reported, Senator. You might recall, in fact, that an NGO took the government to court seeking that we repatriate that cohort, and the government opposed that High Court application or the court application, and we were successful in that opposition. So it is not simply a set of media propositions. It has been very clear for some time that There are individuals who wish to return from Syria, as has been evinced by the court case which was resisted by the government, and the government has made it clear we are not repatriating this cohort. As occurred under Prime Minister Morrison, we know that there are people in Syria who are Australians who are wishing to return to Australia. We have answered questions very clearly in estimates and in this place about passports, where I have said very clearly Australian citizens are entitled to a passport unless...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Point of order on direct relevance. How many are over 14? How many passports have been issued to the cohort?
Thank you, and the Minister is responding to your question. Senator
Thank you. I'll again say Australian citizens who apply for a passport, absent the security assessments that I dealt with when Senator Duniam asked me a question, are entitled to a passport. As you know, or you may not have been in Senate estimates, where we were asked this question multiple times, it was made clear for privacy and security reasons we're not in a position to go to individuals. What I can say as a general proposition is Australian citizens absent those provisions of the Passport Act that I was asked about before are entitled to a passport.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
On or around what date were individual reviews, including face-to-face interviews, most recently conducted by Australian intelligence or law enforcement agencies with the entire group of 34 people?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, we are not repatriating this cohort and we don't discuss the work of intelligence agencies.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Prior to granting their passports, what specific questioning was undertaken, by whom and when, to determine whether these individuals still support an Islamic caliphate and Islamic State atrocities such as massacres, sexual slavery, rape, human trafficking, forced conversions, child abductions, beheadings, stonings and torture? What formal assessment has the government sought and obtained regarding this group's views towards people of other religions, particularly Jewish Australians?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Assessments are undertaken by security organisations, including ASIO. As Minister Burke has said publicly, I've repeated today, no such request following an assessment for cancellation of a passport was made by a security agency.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is focused on delivering affordable and reliable electricity and gas for Australian industry. To do this, the government is upgrading and securing Australia's energy system. Minister, why is it important that the government delivers affordable and reliable energy?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you to the senator for his question. We don't really need to speculate about the risks after what has happened over there over the course of the last few weeks. It's like a game of snakes and ladders without the ladders over there at the moment. After we've seen all that, the person most responsible, done more to damage Australia's energy security and electricity system, is the man who is described by our former Liberal Prime Minister as Australia's best qualified idiot. That's what he said, Australia's best qualified idiot. More damage to Australia's electricity and gas system than any other person in our history from Mr Taylor. This man now wants to be the Prime Minister.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. On point of order, Senator Ghosh asked about cheap energy. I think Australians are wondering when that's coming.
That is not a point of order, Senator Patterson. Minister Ayres, please continue.
I mean, maybe with the same sense of anticipation that the people over at your joint were thinking about whether they're going to get breakfast or not, right? Or whether they're going to get breakfast or not at your fantastic hosting of that really well celebrated event when you said you were supporting the leader. Well, this is the same Mr Taylor who, when 24 out of 28 Australian coal-fired power stations announced their closure, he did precisely nothing. Precisely nothing. Fantastic. Great move. Well done, Angus. Who changed the law just ahead of the 2022 election to hide electricity price hikes from ordinary Australians. Like, fantastic, great move, well done, Angus. Who promised to spend $1 billion to deliver an extra 3
Minister, the time for responding has expired. I remind you to refer to those in the other place by their correct title, and to remind you to answer the question as given to you by Senator Ghosh, and Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government's plan for industrial energy is focused on building new generation, storage and implementing the recommendations from the gas market review, including a gas reservation. Why has the government chosen this approach, and what are alternative views in the community about industrial energy policy?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, unlike the rabble over there, we are focused squarely on the national interest on these questions, delivering cheaper electricity, delivering more generation, delivering more transmission against the backdrop of what occurred the last moment. I'll take the interjection on Tomago very happily, because the solution there is not Mr Taylor's solution. Mr Taylor's solution was to go to industry when he was a consultant and tell industry to go to China. That's what Mr Taylor said in his presentation when he was a consultant. What he told industry to do, what he told the aluminium sector to do, was to go to China. That was his words, go to China. And the Albanese government is working with the aluminium sector, fighting day after day, working with the New South Wales government to deliver new electricity generation and new transmission, because what you left them with was a death sentence for those jobs.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is revitalising Australian manufacturing and delivering good blue-collar jobs in our outer suburban and regional areas. How is the government delivering on this goal, and what parts of the community will benefit from a stronger Australian manufacturing sector?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
Well, this is a government, Senator Ghosh, thank you for that question. This is a government with the biggest pro-manufacturing industry package of any Australian government in our history. Voted against all of the time by those opposite, who clearly demonstrate their lack of capacity to understand the challenges that are being faced by Australian industry. Mr Taylor did more damage to Australian industry than any energy minister in our history. And I see Mr Hastie now wandering around. I mean, he occasionally does turn to for work. I know Mr Dutton had his views about his work ethic. But standing out the front of facilities that have closed. Oh, poor Sarah.
Senator Henderson.
Madam President, point of order. Once again, the minister has impugned the motives of a member in the other place. And I would ask that that comment be withdrawn. Thank you.
Senator Henderson, I did not hear the comment, but I know that if Senator Ayres did say something inappropriate, he would withdraw.
I'd happily withdraw. I mean, what we could do is we could clear all this up. Release the review. Release the review. I mean, you're all about freedom of information over there. Release the review. Tell Australians what really went wrong. What really went wrong with the worst Liberal economic team in our history. Senator Hume and Mr Taylor trashed the Liberal Party's economic record.
Minister Wong.
Thank you. Before closing, if I may, with your indulgence, acknowledge the Gileadi Aboriginal Corporation from WA, who have sat patiently through this question time. Sorry about that. And with that, I ask that further questions be placed on notice, and I also seek leave to move a motion relating to the routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I thank the Senate. I move that a motion that the Senate... I move that a motion relating to the conduct of a senator may be moved immediately and determined without amendment, and that the question be put after 30 minutes of debate, allowing for 5 minutes per speaker, and government business be called on by no later than 6:30 p.m, commencing with consideration of the motion to take note of the closing the gap statement and related documents. If I may explain just briefly, President, this relates to the flag motion in relation to Senator Hanson's comments. However, the government does wish to ensure that we complete the closing the gap debate. I note that senators from both sides are still on the list, have not yet spoken. So in order to ensure we have a hard marker where we can return to that, I'm seeking to move a motion that come back on at 6:30.
Thank you. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister Wong.
Thank the Senate. And I move that the Senate affirms that Australia has been built by the hard work, sacrifice and aspiration of people of every race and every faith, assures all Australians they are valued, welcome members of our society regardless of their race or religion, rejects any attempt to vilify people on the basis of their religion, reiterates its solidarity with those who have been vilified because of their faith, affirms that if Parliament is to be a safe place for all who work and visit here, there can be no tolerance for hate speech in the course of parliamentarians' public debate, calls on all senators to engage in debates and commentary respectfully and to refrain from inflammatory and divisive comments both inside and outside the chamber at all times, and censures Senator Hanson for her inflammatory and divisive comments seeking to vilify Muslim Australians, which do not reflect the opinions of the Australian Senate or the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Coalition, can I be very, very clear?
Order. Senator Hanson-Young, come to order. Minister.
Procedural error, President. President, I rise to move that the Senate censure Senator Pauline Hanson for her statement that distressed and offended not only Muslim Australians but Australians across our nation. In the past fortnight, public debate in Australia has focused on these comments. Parents across the country have been asked by their children what they meant, whether their classmates believe these comments, whether their country believes them, whether they are safe. Last week, a man was arrested, alleged to have been planning to attack the Muslim community and mosques, as well as West Australian Police and the Parliament. These are the real-world consequences of reckless, divisive political stunts that fan the flames of bigotry. In that public debate, there's been much talk of Australian values and what Australia is, and I want to speak about the Australian which I believe. I believe in an Australia built by people who came here with little more than hope, by convicts, by 10-pound POMs, by those fleeing wars and atrocities such as the Holocaust, by people who worked in our factories, on our farms, who opened small businesses, staffed our hospitals, taught in our schools and served in our defence forces. People who brought with them language, culture, faith, food, and in doing so enriched us all. And of course, a country built by the people who were here first, First Nations Australians. This is what makes Australia great, and we are stronger because of it. We are more prosperous because of it. We are more capable in the world, and we are more able to find common ground with so many of the world's peoples because of it. And Australia proud of having the oldest continuous culture on the planet, and Australia proud of our diversity, and Australia that respects different races, religions and each other's right to live in peace. Now, I know Australians expect their elected representatives to set the standard for our country and to show respect, basic respect for all Australians. Nearly 1 million Australians practice Islam. They are doctors, nurses, tradies, teachers, small business owners, firefighters, police officers and veterans. They are imams, community leaders and role models. They are parents and grandparents, brothers and sisters. They are the kids catching the bus home from school every day. And they are the first to condemn the radical extremists who commit terrorist acts in the name of religion and to claim that none of them are good. is to say there are no good Australians amongst them. Is to tell a child that no matter how hard they study, how kindly they treat others, how much they love this country, they will never belong. It is to say we have no pride in great Australians like Usman Khawaja or Tina Rahimi or my friend Dr Anne Ali. It is to deny the bravery of Ahmed Al-Ahmed. It is not only dangerous, it is not who we are. Freedom of speech is a cherished part of our democracy, but so too is the responsibility that comes with it, especially for people elected to this place. The words of parliamentarians echo into classrooms, workplaces, communities. They help shape how others see each other and how they see themselves. A nation divided against itself is a nation diminished. When we undermine social cohesion, we weaken the foundations of what makes us the best country on earth. And so many Australians are troubled by the response of those in this place, both not only from One Nation itself, but coalition senators who contemplate working with them. There was a time when leaders understood some lines should not be crossed. Now we see a different approach, a race to outflank Senator Hanson to the right, and a willingness to echo the language and legitimise politicians who target people of faith. And in doing so, they shift the boundaries of what is acceptable and they allow a noisy fringe to define Australian values. What are those values? They are fairness. They are respect. They are a recognition we stand as equal citizens of this great country. And this censure motion is about drawing a line and sending a message to the people of faith in this country and sending a message to children in this country that your leaders believe that condemning an entire religion is not acceptable. I am proud of the Australia we've built together. I'm proud to serve with the most diverse parliament in history, and I want every Australian child, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh or of no faith at all, to know and believe they belong here. Yeah. That they too are part of the Australian story. We do not strengthen Australia by narrowing the definition of who counts. So in defence of the inclusive, confident nation that Australians are so proud of, I commend this motion to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash. Order.
Thank you, and can I make it very clear on behalf of the Coalition that we firmly believe that every Australian, of every race, of every religion and of every background belongs in this country. And this is not something that any senator in this chamber should put into question. Australia is without a doubt one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world. People have come here, as we know, if we look around the chamber, from every corner of the world, bringing different traditions, different beliefs, and together we have built a society that is stronger for it. We recognise the contribution that faith communities make to our great country and to our way of life, and that of course includes Muslim Australians. They are a part of the fabric of our community. And like all Australians, regardless of your religion or even if you do not have a religion, you are entitled to be treated with respect and to live free from vilification on the basis of religion. We will therefore support paragraphs A through F of the motion. I'm disappointed that the motion is going to be put without debate, without amendment, as we were going to move an amendment that does condemn Senator Hanson's comments. I don't think Senator Hanson's comments were appropriate. Why? Because I personally have Muslim friends. My mum's best friend is a Muslim. So I have to say, I think that there are good Muslims in Australia, and as I said, they were wrong, Senator Hanson's comments. It's as simple as that. However, in relation to a censure, a formal censure is one of the most serious rebukes available to this chamber, and it should be treated as such. In fact, it was Senator Chisholm who acknowledged on the 27th of October last year that censures are usually reserved for conduct relating to parliamentary and ministerial responsibility. But he went a step further, Senator Chisholm. He also cautioned that censure should not become the default response, particularly to social media and public commentary. I also refer back to former Senate leader George Brandis, who, in relation to senators, made a core point. The censure is one of the Senate's most serious institutional sanctions, and it should therefore be rare and sober, not used as a routine tactic to score political points. So, as I said, we will support A through to F because every Australian, regardless of their race, of their religion or of their background, belongs in this country, and it is not something that any senator in this chamber should ever put into question. As I said, it's disappointing. The motion is going to be moved without amendment, as we would have moved an amendment to condemn the comments and to reject them. But we will not support paragraph G on the premise set out by Senator Chisholm and Senator Brandis.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Faruqi.
President, Senator Pauline Hanson is a racist. She has always been a racist,
Faruqi,
and she will always be a racist.
Senator Faruqi, withdraw that comment.
President, the federal court of this country has
Senator
found
Faruqi,
that Senator Hanson has engaged in racist behaviour.
Senator Faruqi, there is a standing order which says you do not reflect on a senator. You have reflect. This is not the federal court. It's the Australian Senate. I have asked you to withdraw, and I expect you to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
30 years ago, in this very parliament, Senator Hanson stood up and said that Asian migrants have their own culture and religion, form ghettos and do not assimilate. Almost 10 years ago, she said Islam is a disease. We need to vaccinate ourselves against it. If that's not racism, I don't know what is. She is a grifter who does the bidding of billionaires. One Nation exists to prey on the anxieties of Australians and redirect concerns about housing, cost of living and inflation towards an invented enemy, migrants and Muslims. And I have said many times in this chamber, they are merchants of hate who find it easier to destroy communities than to build them. What she said about Muslims is disgusting. It is ignorant and politically calculated. It is designed to inflame, but it is not surprising. Hanson and One Nation's brand of racism has been inflicted on us for decades. They light the fire, but rather than dousing that flame, it is fanned. It is fanned by both the Liberals and Labor with their own brands of dog whistling, scapegoating, and falsely blaming migrants and Muslims for everything under the sun, from traffic congestion to the housing crisis to the horrific Bondi attack. And the media has played a similarly toxic role in vilifying and demonizing Muslims. This is what concerns me more. This is what has legitimized and normalized anti-Muslim hate in a way which is no longer fringe and has become mainstream. The Liberals are so far right and desperate now that they are looking at doing preference deals with One Nation, trying to resuscitate themselves using racism as their former leader actually fears that it is their last days. Labor also has their hands dirty. You have built a system that creates tiers of racism, and that some communities are more deserving of protection than others. We have heard loud and clear that our lives are not treated as equal. If such remarks had been directed, if the remarks that Senator Hanson made had been directed at almost any other community in this country, we would have seen all hell break loose, and rightly so. But the Prime Minister won't even call One Nation a racist and hateful party that they are. What are you scared of? Their leader has been found by the federal court to have engaged in racist behaviour. This is a senator who has been found by the federal court to have a tendency to make racist, discriminatory, hateful, derogatory and Islamophobic statements. The truth is that the Labor government wants to hedge its bets. Performative motions like this allow you to attend our iftars and whisper in our ears that Labor supports the Muslim community, while at the same time you hesitate to offer unequivocal support. You treat us as second class. You harden your stance on immigration, and you refuse to repatriate Australian women and children stuck in camps in Syria, because you are also quoting one nation and its votes, and you are trying to appease the Murdoch media. But we can see right through this. I mean, this motion does not even mention Islamophobia. That's how much you care about anti-Muslim hate. What we are seeing here today is the predictable outcome of years of escalating hostility towards Muslims. One nation thrives in this environment cultivated by successive Labour and Liberal governments. We remember when Prime Minister Albanese stood beside the anti-Semitism envoy in a big press conference to announce her, when journalists were not even invited to the Islamophobia envoy launch. That contrast did not go unnoticed. We remember when Labour passed some of the most draconian anti-refugee and anti-migrant laws in this country's history. We remember when Labour scapegoated international students for the housing crisis that they didn't cause. We remember what went on. You have legitimized all of this. So we won't let you hide behind this cloak of a performative motion when you have been part and parcel of the rising Islamophobia and hate that is in this country now. So let us censure Senator Hanson for her vile words, but let us not pretend that this is enough. There is so much more you need to do, and that includes ending your dog whistling.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Thorpe.
I will be moving an amendment to this motion. It says that the Senate calls on this government to commit to implementing the National Anti-Racism Framework in full as a matter of urgency, because tackling racism requires more than words of condemnation, it requires action. Hanson's words about Muslim people were racist. That is plain to see. And I stand with my Muslim brothers and sisters as always. This constant racism and vilification has to stop. But this censure motion by Labor today is not about taking a real stand against racism. It is nothing but a cynical wedge and a cheap political stunt designed to undermine the coalition's chances in the Farah by-election. Labor wants to highlight Hanson's racism.
Senator Thorpe, please refer to Senator by her correct title.
Senator Hanson. Racist, to prevent the coalition and One Nation from doing a preference deal in that election, because a preference deal will mean that the coalition is more likely to retain the seat. It is cheap politics and it is insulting to all of us who experience racism on a daily basis. This motion comes from a party that continuously allows racist language and actions in this place, even through the person in the chair. It doesn't take much to see how gammon Labor's commitment against racism is. If Labor were genuinely concerned about racism, they wouldn't be completely ignoring the National Anti-Racism Framework they received 15 months ago. Since then, they have not even made a formal response, let alone begun any implementation. They still cannot tell us when it will be implemented. If ever, there is just silence. The Anti-Racism Framework was delivered by the Australian Human Rights Commission in November 2024 and provides a clear, evidence-based roadmap to tackle racism and white supremacist extremism at every level. It is a practical plan, not a feel-good statement. Yet more than a year later, this government has done nothing. Not a single recommendation has been implemented or even acknowledged. No timeline has been offered. The moment we need action after attacks on First Peoples and Muslim communities, the Lakemba mosque threats, the attack on Camp Sovereignty, the Bolu terrorist bombing, the planned attacks on mosques in WA last week, the government is ignoring the solution sitting on your own shelf. This is not just complete negligence, this is what systemic racism looks like. All this censure motion will do is give Hanson more airtime Senator Hanson more airtime to spout her racism while attention gets steered away from Labor's inaction and back onto one nation and the coalition. Labor are trying to frame themselves as the good guys here. They aren't. That's why I'm focusing on them today, because what we see from Senator Hanson is part of a problem this Labor government is creating by failing to take any real action. This government only sees racism as a political opportunity, not as a real threat to real people. They just speak about it when they see something to gain, like they do today, but they take no real action to tackle it. Today, Muslim people are again being used as political footballs, not respected, not protected, and Labor brand themselves as the champions of racialised communities. But the reality is they do nothing, and today they are using us as part of their own political strategy. I'll acknowledge that my amendment is a wedge too, but mine actually points to real practical policy solutions. It's a sad state of affairs that this do-nothing government can be wedged simply by offering them solutions. So yes, Labor, here is your wedge. A real, tangible, actionable roadmap to protect people and tackle racism. You can vote my amendment down, which I know you will, because this censure motion is only about cheap politics. It's not about real action. This vote will show clearly how much you really care about tackling racism in here, with that, and around this country. And there are no good racists.
Senator Thorpe, I'll come to you in a moment, Senator Hanson. In the way this motion has been established and moved today, you need leave to put an amendment.
Could I seek leave to put my amendment?
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Thorpe. So I'm going to
go
to...
under the what's the words? Help me out. Contingent to the standing orders in my name.
She can.
I move so much for the suspension of standing orders until you hear what I got to say.
Senator Thorpe, you can move the suspension, but because you don't have a contingent order in place, you would need an absolute majority of senators, so not a simple majority as we normally have in the place, but an absolute majority. Do you want to proceed?
I'd need to proceed, absolutely. So do you want me to read out the written version of the seeking leave, or...?
I believe you circulated it, Senator Thorpe? Yes, so you've circulated that.
Sit down. It's not,
I'm going to...
It's not your turn.
Senator Thorpe, I'm running the chamber. Senator Hanson?
If she needs an absolute majority, One Nation will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. We'll put it to the vote. So we're going to put that now. So Senator Thorpe has moved a motion. As I explained to the chamber, Senator Thorpe doesn't have a contingent motion in place, so it will need an absolute majority. So the question is, those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it, Senator Thorpe. Thank you. Senator Hanson?
Well, I can't believe this. Senator Wong got up this morning and said about the notice of motion put before this parliament to do with Iran was actually a stunt, was a real stunt, and a waste of Senate's time. This is a stunt, what you've done to raise a censure against me. And actually this is reiterated by a Labor senator, first-term Labor senator from Western Australia, made it clear Labor's intent to wedge the opposition and test its willingness to publicly rebuke One Nation, which has overtaken the coalition order level in many polls. Isn't it interesting? One of your own Labor senators admitted it was a wedge. So this is a stunt. And the people out there are fed up with this. Just about all your speakers here are talking about the polls, and all you're worried about is the preferences. Are you going to get preferences? Are you doing preference deals with One Nation? It sticks in your craw. The fact is, in your gut, that you can't stand. The fact is that One Nation is now on 27%, 28%. You can't stand it. What's happening? We've still got 2 years to go before the election, but you have to raise these stunts all the time. Now, what Senator Wong said in her speech, I agree with most of it. I really do. Except one thing. You got it wrong with my comments. You couldn't even get it right. What you've portrayed in this place, and especially even Senator Ruston, by saying in her amendment the Senate condemns and rejects Senator Hanson's inflammatory and divisive comments regarding Muslim Australians. What did I say? Do you know what I said? Because it's been misreported a lot by the media. You see, you do not even know in the full context of what was said. So therefore, you are wrong in what you're saying here. And you know what? I can actually get up and make reference to different radical Islam. The Labor couldn't even call it out with what happened with Bondi. You couldn't even call out radical Islam that has happened in this country, and with the terrorist attacks that have happened, not only in Bondi, but prior to that. You won't even admit that.
Please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, not only are you disorderly, you are also more disorderly because you're not even sitting in your correct seat. The debate has been heard in silence. If you don't like what's being said, take the opportunity to leave the chamber. But every senator deserves the right to be heard in silence. Please continue, Senator Hanson.
I reiterate also the fact is that I had a Muslim, a candidate of mine who stood for Hornsby in the state election who was Muslim.
Order.
So I don't have an issue with that. But where was the rebuke from people in this parliament when you had imams on our streets spilling the hate out of their mouths and rejoicing over what happened in Israel on October 23? Where's the rebuke of those people? I don't hear it from anyone. So what you're doing today is an absolute stunt about my comments. You don't stand up to what is happening in our communities, in our suburbs, and you don't call that out. You're gutless. You're all so gutless to do it because you rely on these votes from these people. You are so un-Australian. The people out there will actually judge One Nation and my comments. Let the people judge me. I'm not going to be judged by you at all.
Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young, I've warned you and warned you. If you cannot listen, with respect, leave the chamber. Whether you agree or disagree, every senator in this place has the right to be heard in silence. Senator Hanson. Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Senator Hanson, Senator Thorpe, you are out of line. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, Senator Thorpe, I don't want to have to name you, but I will. You have to sit in silence as well or leave the chamber. Senator Hanson.
You know what? You happy? There are. I've given myself a slap.
This
is a joke.
Senator Hanson, no.
This is
Senator Hanson, I'm going to ask you to come back into the chamber and withdraw that remark. Senator Thorpe, enough. I'll make the point again so it's clear on the Hansard. I have asked Senator Hanson to come back in and withdraw. Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, President. Well, I have a great deal of pleasure actually standing up here and speaking on this proposition. And regardless of those people that are sitting on this side of the, some sitting on this side of the chamber, in the back of the chamber, I actually do very strongly hold beliefs about the Muslim community and the rights of their voice. I do take great offence to what was said by Senator Hanson. So I'd say this to everybody here. Start thinking about what this has an effect this has on this country with a language of division that are coming from both the left and the right. Because I have as much right to speak out and speak on behalf of hard-working Australians as well that happen to be Muslims or happen to be any other faith. And I don't expect to be standing here and be lectured by those that won't give me the opportunity to say what I believe should be said. And quite frankly, I met with the Lebanese Muslim Association just last week, and I've met with the community on numerous occasions, as many of us in here have. Because when we start talking about Muslims in our community, we have to talk about the Lebanese Muslim Association, who have been supporting and feeding communities in Australia for over 60 years. They've run programs like the Youth Transition Support Initiative and the Youth Hub, which help young people gain recognised qualifications, build pathways into employment and access structured mentoring and community support. Now, between July and December last year alone, they supported more than 1,560 people through food bag services. In that same period, they assisted over 300 people with energy and water relief. Through their charity arm, Feed the World, they also organised food packs and raised funds for emergency relief in crisis zones around the world. The President, Hafez Al-Medine, spoke about the hurt and fear Senator Hanson's comments have caused across the Muslim community. Let's also talk about Mariam Veshoradeh, a proud Muslim Afghan refugee who became one of Australia's most prominent social advocates. In 2014, she founded the Islamophobia Register Australia, a secure platform for Australians to report incidents of Islamophobia, hate and discrimination. Since then, it has released national research reports that shine a light on hate, document that victims are experiencing and connect those victims with legal advice and mental health support. After her work, she's been faced with online abuse from neo-Nazis, received death threats that prompted police patrols outside her home, and had suspicious packages delivered to her address. Despite that, she didn't take a backward step. I think we can all learn from her words when she said, speaking up, standing up, or calling out something is important. Because not only can it help change the course of your own pathway, but can also pave a way for others that will follow you. And then, of course, there's Iman Ismet Perdich, who, along with his wife, were followed, abused and forced off the road just 2 months ago in Melbourne. 3 strangers hurled racist abuse, threw rubbish at their car, even threatened his wife and then punched him. Yet his response wasn't anger or division, a lesson for everyone. He said, "My message for all of us in Australia is just stay together to help each other to stay safe, and not to allow anyone, doesn't matter his religion or beliefs, to break this peace, security and all the good values we believe in. We must, as Australians, fight against hate, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. We must stay together." And of course, who can forget brave Ahmed Al-Ahmed? In the middle of an unimaginable chaos at Bondi, when everyone was running for their lives, he ran towards one of the terrorists and tackled the armed attacker, saving countless lives that day. And let's not forget, these are all stories of great Australian Muslims. So when Senator Hanson asks, how can you tell there's a good Muslim, it's not just an attack on one community, it's an attack on all Australians. It is clear Senator Hanson has no solutions for challenges that this country faces. Australia is strongest at its strongest.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Ruston.
I want to join with my colleagues in this chamber in condemning and rejecting the comments made by Senator Hanson, which were inflammatory and divisive in regard to Muslim Australians. And I think most Australians would reject these comments since they were spoken. I had hoped today to have a vote on the very matter, to condemn these comments, and I had moved an amendment which was precluded because of the motion that set up this motion, that the Senate condemns and rejects Senator Hanson's inflammatory and divisive comments regarding Muslim Australians. However, I want to reinforce, even though I'm unable to move my amendment, that the hateful nature of these comments have no place in this country. Australia is culturally and religiously diverse, and it is a nation where the value, every single citizen of this country's contribution is valued by this nation. It has always been and has always drawn on the strength of this diversity, which has made Australia so great. I'm sorry I couldn't move my amendment, but I condemn her comments.
Senator Ruston. So Senator Cash indicated earlier that the coalition will vote differently on G. So I intend to put A through to F of Minister Wong's motion. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Wong, A to F, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. No. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. I now intend to put G. So the question is that G of Senator Wong's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that Part G of the motion moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Faruqi.
Leave to move a motion relating to racism and Islamophobia as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Faruqi.
President, pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to racism and Islamophobia. This Greens motion is not just a performative motion giving cover to Labour for the role that they have played in normalising racism and Islamophobia. The Greens motion actually names Islamophobia, it names anti-Muslim hate, it names racism, and it actually presents recommendations to tackle these issues.
Senator Faruqi, I'm going to stop you right there. That you sought leave to move that motion. Leave was denied. You've now moved your contingent motion. So you need to, your comments need to focus on why it is so critical that the standing orders of the Senate must be set aside to allow this motion to be moved.
We've just had a motion passed which has censured a senator for her hateful comments against Muslims. So this is urgent. There is an escalation and normalization of anti-Muslim hate on our streets, in the media. Tackling Islamophobia and racism has been urgent for years, but its urgency is so much more important now than ever before.
Faruqi, when I call you, I expect you to stop. So once again, I remind you, you've moved a contingent order. You need to Your debate needs to focus on why it is so important that the business of the Senate be set aside to allow your motion to be moved. Please continue.
President, this motion and moving this motion is urgent right now, because what we are seeing happening on the streets of this country, the vilification of Muslims in this country, demands urgent action, and none is being taken. The motion is about taking urgent action to end the scourge of racism and Islamophobia. Just last week, an Islamophobic white supremacist was arrested and charged with planning a terrorist attack on mosques in Perth, having already stockpiled ammunition and weapons. How did we come to this place? In recent weeks, we have seen more and more Muslim women assaulted, violent threats against mosques and Islamic schools, heads left at Muslim cemetery. Over the past month, Lakemba Mosque has received 3 violent, threatening letters. We need to act urgently to stop this, and that is what our motion is about. These threats and attacks don't just exist in a vacuum. The prevalence of Islamophobic views in this country has occurred as a result of normalization and legitimization of this view by politicians from both sides. Something needs to be done about that. Otherwise, this hate that me and my community face will always be there. Surely you can see that that is urgent, not just performative motions. Of course, there's the outright racism of Senator Hanson and One Nation. It was on full display in this chamber this morning, with deeply offensive and Islamophobic comments made by Senator Roberts, who tried to explain the difference between good Muslims and true Muslims. Firstly, who the hell are you, Senator Roberts, to tell me about my religion? Senator Roberts should stay in his lane. And secondly, we're seeing how urgent and important addressing racism and Islamophobia is, but a point of order was raised by my colleague, Senator Shoebridge, to withdraw those comments. But Labour Senator Sterle, presiding at that time, did not deem it necessary to call for a withdrawal of Islamophobic rhetoric. This is not just rhetoric. This is real for people like me and the Muslim community in this country. That is urgent to address that. But we see this sort of thing happening in this chamber again and again and again, when those perpetrating racism, perpetrating Islamophobia, face little or no consequences, and those calling it out are shut down and silenced every single time. So don't tell us about the right to be heard silently in this chamber when you don't deem to give us that right to speak out on racism when we need to. So yes, this is urgent. The double standards that are used to allow anti-Muslim hate to spread, legitimized and normalized, have to be addressed urgently. The hate is mainstreamed. This hate is mainstreamed when the Prime Minister states that he has nothing but contempt for women and children stuck in camps in Syria, who are Muslim Australian citizens. It is on display when governments of both stripes scapegoat migrants for the housing crisis and the cost of living crisis. When the Liberals call for Australian values testing of new migrants, and when both major parties legitimize far-right rhetoric around mass migration and the supposed threat it poses the Western world. This is what needs to be addressed. This is what will make a change. This is why it is so urgent. This is why we have brought this motion on today. What we saw outside Town Hall in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, the attacks on Muslims peacefully praying, by attacks by New South Wales police under a Minns Labor government. How did we get there? We got there because anti-Muslim hate has been normalized, and that's the urgency we need to address. Anti-Muslim hate also in this country is never treated with the same outrage, the same condemnation.
The time has expired. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move that the question be put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is that the motion to suspend be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion to suspend standing orders is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I think that takes us to taking note.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Kovacic.
I rise to take note of all answers. I rise to take note of answers to all coalition questions. Deputy President, there are a number of questions from the coalition to the government in relation to the ISIS brides and to what the government did know and what the government did not know, what the government has done and what the government has not done. But one in particular that I want to begin on, and particularly in light of the need for us to find ways to focus on things that unite Australians rather than divide Australians. One of the questions to Senator Wong related to the government's reaction or response to the death of the Supreme Leader of Iran. And Senator Wong answered, "We don't mourn the passing of Iran's Supreme Leader." And I agree with that in totality. This was a regime that has killed, murdered thousands of its own people. This is a regime that sent forces or individuals to Australia to attack and kill Australians here in Australia. The Iranian government, under the directive of this so-called Supreme Leader, ordered attacks on synagogues, restaurants and childcare centres, not in the Middle East, but in Sydney and Melbourne. And for anybody to stand here and defend that is entirely unacceptable, and I'm grateful that the government and the opposition stand together on that. I'm also concerned about the number of mosques in Australia that have held services to mourn the Ayatollah's death, and statements, and I'll quote from the question from Senator Cash, that the pious scholar, the foremost martyr of the Islamic Revolution and the rightful deputy of the Imam of the age. Well, I reject that in its totality. Because somebody who is pious and rightful doesn't seek the death of innocents. They don't send directives to countries like Australia where we have a democratic rule of law and seek the destruction of houses of worship, of commercial businesses, or the places where we care for our children. That is entirely unacceptable, and we reject it in its totality. But where it comes to our questions around what the government did and didn't do and does and doesn't know in relation to the ISIS brides, Senator Wong answered a question from Senator Patterson saying that she can only speak to the actions of the Australian government and Australian officials, that she wasn't able to answer questions in relation to Dr. Rifi. Well, I believe that the government does know more than it is telling us, and that is the basis of our questions today. We want to know, and the Australian public deserves to know, what promises were made to Dr. Rifi before he left, before he went to assist the so-called ISIS brides, and their return to Australia. I think we deserve to know that as a matter of course, but we particularly deserve to know that in the context of what has occurred in this country over the last couple of years, but particularly in relation to how it culminated on December the 14th with the murder of 15 innocents at Bondi Beach. I think we are entitled to ask these questions, and we are entitled to have honest and clear answers to those questions. And we didn't get that today. The Coalition will introduce legislation to make it a criminal offence to facilitate the re-entry of individuals linked to terrorist hotspots or terrorist organisations or those who have committed terror-related offences. And rightly so, because if you leave this country in order to facilitate terrorism, then you should be asked serious questions about why you should be allowed to return to this country. And we should be entitled to say, no, you've actually made your decision and you cannot come back.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I think the international community largely has been very clear, as has the Australian government, that the Iranian regime can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. And we have, with the international community, called for the Iranian regime to uphold human rights and the fundamental freedoms for Iran's citizens. Instead, the regime instigated a brutal crackdown, killing thousands of its own citizens. So therefore, we have indicated as a government that we support the United States and Israel in acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent Iran from continuing to threaten international peace and security. Australia didn't participate in these strikes, but we are in contact with international partners, including in the region, and most importantly, we want to see how it affects Australians. Australians living or travelling abroad, we know the impact has had a much wider ramification in the Middle East, including major airport hubs that have taken transport offline, telecommunications disrupted, and making sure consular support is there for all those affected Australians to get home safely. We also need to think about how we respond to the economic shock. That's just as big a part of, we talk about our physical security, both here and abroad, but also the economic security is just as critical, and people will be wondering what are the implications of this Iranian conflict on our economy. What we saw in the Ukraine gives us a good template for that. We saw a huge oil price shock when the Russians invaded Ukraine. We saw shortages of fertiliser, saw shortages of food supplies, and that had a big implication for Australia's economy at the time. Rising gas prices pushed up inflation. We had global supply chains, and our resilience was tested. But I think we came through that conflict stronger and more resilient, and it's actually turned our attention to what do we need to do to protect Australia and protect our living standards and do more to build our sovereign capability and protect our supply chains. Australia is a great trading nation, and we value a rules-based international trading system of free and fair trade. But we also need to be mindful that those trade links can be broken at times of conflict, which we're seeing become more and more prevalent. And if we think about the trade that goes through the affected Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, 20% of the world's oil passes through that strait. It undoubtedly will have an impact. What we can do is to insulate ourselves, and this is what the Albanese Labor government has been doing, is to try to rethink our industrial capacity and help build more energy security by helping homes and businesses invest in clean forms of electricity that don't require exposure to gas and oil. And that will help protect ourselves from these shocks internationally. We don't control the international oil price, international gas prices. We're a price taker. But we can be resilient to the shocks and help underpin our industrial base. The Australian government will always be there to protect Australians' living standards through these shocks. We did it last time with energy bill relief, and we also provided 3 rounds of tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. Combine those tax cuts, average a value of about $2,500 a year, forever, ongoing. And we're doing more work to strengthen Australian domestic gas supply to prioritise gas for Australians, Australian gas for Australians, making that a priority, again, building resilience to these international shocks. And we've accelerated renewable energy investment to reduce exposure to volatile global fossil fuel markets. And our Future Made in Australia agenda forms part of that response to these global structural shocks, supporting domestic manufacturing to clean energy, critical minerals and advanced industry. These are not just great economic measures to boost our jobs and economy, they're actually protecting us from these very severe international shocks that we're witnessing right now. So rather than being permanently exposed to global price volatility, we're securing Australia's industrial base so we can both be physically secure and economically secure in these times of volatility. Thank you.
Senator McLaughlin.
Yes, there were 3 questions from the Coalition. One was on the topic of Iran and 2 in relation to the women and children who are currently in Syrian camps seeking to return. In relation to Iran, let us hope that the people of Iran reclaim their country as a result of this conflict, and my thoughts and prayers are particularly with those ordinary citizens that are affected, not the instruments of the state, and also having a long and abiding relationship with the people of UAE, that they are not far from my thoughts. I might come to the Australians who are seeking to return. It presents a considerable ethical dilemma for this Parliament and Australia what to do with these women and children. On the one hand, we must respect the rule of law, and there are many, particularly on my side of politics, that proclaim the rule of law at every opportunity. But that really means treating each individual case on its merits and not as a cohort. We must also be mindful of the children. Now, I don't back away that they are in a conflict. They assisted a horrific ideology and supported it. But that does not excuse us as Australians of diminishing our own standards on how we address their return. And I don't back away from the difficult ethics that the government faces and on the ministers that must exercise administrative discretions. But there, as the Minister, Senator Wong, indicated to the Chamber, there are no legal instruments at the moment, and I'm assuming based on the information that's been supplied to the government, and I'm obviously not privy of that, for an exercise of particular discretions, although one order has been given. And therefore, what do we do with these individuals? I'm going to inject one concept that has not been spoken about, and that's mercy for the children. And I think we need to reflect on how we address this problem. Now, it's one thing for the government to say it has no legal authority and can only issue one order, but at some point, if this continues, we either need to change our legislative frameworks to address this problem of failed states and terrorist activity, or alternatively, if these people are going to be repatriated, support them to reintegrate and leave behind their commitment, if indeed they still have it, to terrorism and radical Islamism. I do not think it is weak or backing away from the protection of our own people to have some regard for these children, for they are the affected innocents from their parents' tragic attraction to a horrible ideology. And I think it is incumbent upon us all in public life to sometimes leave behind the binary and confront head-on a difficult and intractable dilemma. And if I can inject one thing into the debate, that is that each individual must account for their own sins. You cannot or should be not, under Australian law, labelled as part of a group except in particular circumstances, and children cannot be prosecuted.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Deputy President. ISIS and organisations like it are manifestations of evil in our world, and it is hard to capture in words the brutality of their violence and the grotesque ideology that underpins it. The victims of their violence come from all different creeds, but are reflected, or what they reflect in common is the savagery of these organisations. And that's why Australia and our allies and friends around the world have worked and continue to work to destroy ISIS and organisations like it, and to fight the scourge of terrorism where it rears its head. And I think Australians are rightly horrified by the idea that Australian citizens would travel overseas to join and fight with ISIS, or to support those who have travelled to join and fight with ISIS. And the women who have travelled with their husbands to join and fight with ISIS should be criticised as they are, and they should be punished according to law. But those words are important because the rule of law is one of the assumptions upon which Australia's constitutional system is built. And I quote from the former Chief Justice of Australia, Murray Gleeson, when he said of the rule of law, "The importance of the rule of law lies partly in the power it denies to people and to governments, and in the discipline to which it subjects all authority. That denial and that discipline are conditions of the exercise of power, which in a democracy comes from the community which all governments serve." That discipline and a commitment to the rule of law are reflected in the Australian government's position. The Australian government has been clear. It will not repatriate these individuals from Syria, and any Australian returning to Australia who has breached Australian law will be investigated and subject to the full force of that law and any punishments. Importantly, we are committed as a priority to community safety. And so if any of this cohort find their way to return to Australia, Australia's security agencies are prepared and will be able to act to ensure community safety. And I take Senator McLaughlin's point that this must occur on an individual basis, and that is what the law requires. But our security agencies have been monitoring these individuals for some time, and our security agencies have the skills and experience needed to keep our nation safe. Our law enforcement agencies, our intelligence agencies, our national security agencies are following the same approach they have for over a decade, the same approach the former government enforced when male foreign fighters themselves came back to Australia, and the same approach will be taken to their spouses. Now, the Minister addressed this in her answer today, in that Australian citizens are entitled to apply for, and if they meet eligibility requirements, entitled to be issued an Australian passport. But a passport can be refused or cancelled on security grounds if a competent authority, such as an agency like ASIO, requests it. That's the key point. Australia's community safety comes first, and that's the basis on which these cases will be treated. As the Prime Minister has observed, we do also have to have compassion for the children involved. Taking children into a war zone like this is a form of child abuse. It's horrific. But the others who've chosen to travel to that area in the circumstances in which they travelled have made decisions in life and ought to face those consequences. I also quote Minister Butler in relation to this issue, which says, "We're not going to provide taxpayer resources to help these women back to Australia. They took decisions, along with their husbands, partners at the time, to leave this country and to travel to Syria and Iraq and support one of the most awful death cults we've ever seen." That said, the Australian government will act according to law. We will act with determination and resolve to ensure that the Australian community remains safe. And with the laws that are currently in place, the government is following through on that commitment. We've already heard from the Minister today that a temporary exclusion order can be issued if there are reasonable grounds to suspect it will assist in security or preventing a terrorist attack, and one has been issued in relation to this. If there are individuals who are able to return, then they will be investigated. If they've broken the law, they'll be punished. If it's necessary to issue an order in order to ensure community safety, that will be done as well. The safety of Australians and the protection of Australia's national interest remains the overriding priority of this government in relation to this issue and all others.
Senator Antic.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I note that we are taking note today of all answers to coalition questions as given, but I think it's important to note in passing on the way through that it is now 4:20 on the first day of sitting, and we seem to have spent most of the day in this chamber talking about things which I doubt are of particular interest to Australians in the mainstream. We started the day by talking about motions in support of the action in Iran. We then spent an hour debating a statement on the closing the gap situation. This chamber then spent what seemed like an eternity debating a censure motion in relation to a sitting senator who made comments outside the chamber and then passed that motion. And now we've been talking about motions in relation to whatever the last one was, but it wasn't relevant anyway. We're now at least we're now talking about something that does have some bearing on the Australian people, and that's this government's inaction when it comes to the issue of the returning of the ISIS brides. I have said for a long period of time that the first and only important or most important job for any government is to keep their citizens safe, to keep Australians safe and to protect our way of life. That's not something we're seeing out of this government. And I'm minded to cast my mind across the Pacific to the United States and wonder what lessons are learnt from the actions of, I would say, the strongest world leader currently in power anywhere in the world, and indeed one of the most, I think, accomplished of the last 50 years perhaps. I think it's an indictment on politics generally that we now have a billionaire real estate mogul who's famous for selling steaks and wine and skyscrapers that's basically outshone every single career politician in the United States. Every foreign policy expert over the last 30 years is now, I think, an indictment on the political system. I think we've seen that reflected here today. It proves that career politicians really aren't just ineffective, they're actually pretty useless, honestly. They're pretty useless. And that's what we see through the actions of this president. We're seeing it again now, of course, with the response to the ISIS. A lot of dithering, a lot of chin scratching, a lot of scratching of the noodle, you know. What are we going to do? there's an esoteric problem here. What are we going to do with this? Well, it's actually pretty simple. And the Coalition has intimated and said that it will introduce legislation to make it a criminal offence to facilitate the re-entry of individuals linked to terrorist hotspots and terrorist organisations who've committed terror-related offences overseas. Australians don't want, they are sick and tired of themselves being put second. This is not the motto, although it's the motto of this government over here, Australia's second or last or whatever it might be. And while the government spent a week dodging questions about the ISIS brides and playing the blame game, it's time for direct action to be taken and some positive action to be taken in the Parliament to strengthen our laws and protect our Australian way of life. And that ultimately should be the first position of any government. The Albanese government, I think, now needs to come clean with the Australian people. We need more information about what they know about whether any of these ISIS-linked individuals are coming back. Are they coming back? What specific security assessments have been done or will be undertaken? And because remember, these are not just people that went, to see the ruins of Palmyra or to taste the local food. These are people who went to Syria for the purposes of supporting the caliphate, supporting ISIS, the most, if not one of the most, but I would say the most egregious terrorist outfit that has graced God's green earth over the last 50 years or so. Australians expect that our borders and our communities are going to be protected from such individuals, and that is the red line for most Australians. They're not interested in esoteric arguments about what this person did or what that person did, or whatever it is. The job of this government is to keep Australians safe, and that is a job at which this government is failing badly.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, I rise to take note of the government's responses to Greens' questions today in relation to the latest bloody and illegal war in the Middle East. Many Australians are aghast and shocked and extremely worried about the Albanese government's support for Donald Trump's latest war in the Middle East. The deadly blasts and bombs that have already cost the lives of hundreds of innocent civilians. School children, with schools being bombed and hospitals struck. The young, the vulnerable, the sick, carrying the burden of this bloody war only 2 days in. Military action is irresponsible and dangerous at best, when its consequences cannot be controlled in such a volatile region, one of the most volatile in the world. And while our thoughts are with the innocent civilians and the people of Iran, we too are thinking about the innocent civilians and people throughout the Middle East in other countries around the region who too now are hiding from the shelling and the bombs. This is wrong. There's a reason that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has called it wrong, has condemned it, and has asked for it to stop. Evil thrives when evil thrives and innocent people suffer when good people stay silent, when moral courage crumbles, and when governments who should know better, who do know better, capitulate to the bullies and the tyrants. Donald Trump should not have the support of the Australian government for this illegal war. It is not our war, it is not in our name, and we should not be allowing it to occur without condemnation. Australians here and overseas are already impacted, and it's time the Australian government, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, One Nation, stop cowering to the bullies in the US.
Senator Orman-Payne on the same matter.
Thank you, Deputy President. I also rise to take note to answers to questions asked by Green senators, and I associate myself with the comments made by Senator Hanson-Young. Our Foreign Minister was asked to confirm whether or not the Australian government believes that the war that has been started in Iran is illegal. And our Foreign Minister refused to answer that question, deflecting and deferring and saying that it is up to the US and Israel to explain their actions. That should horrify every single Australian, that our own government doesn't have the willingness or the capacity to make a call on whether international law has been breached. Are you incompetent or are you lying? The United Nations has said it's unlawful. It didn't even go to Congress in the US. US Democrats and some Republicans are questioning its legality, and yet our Prime Minister and our Foreign Minister are first out the gate to say, good job, well done, we support you. Shame. It is possible to be against a hateful regime, to condemn its actions, to support the right of Iranians to freedom, which the Greens are on the record as supporting, and at the same time to be against an unjust and dangerous military intervention that is outside international law. When did we start picking and choosing when we follow the law and when we don't? Because that should be alarming to every Australian. Because a government that picks and chooses when it follows the law might not just start doing that overseas. There's a real chance they will start doing it here at home. This Labor government has lost its way and it should be ashamed of itself.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Just before we move on, I will remind senators if the chair, particularly to assist the clerks at the table, could be informed if time is going to be split between senators. It is helpful. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Askew.
I would wish to withdraw business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 for today on behalf of Senator Mackenzie, and also general business notice of motion number 360 for today on behalf of Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Anything further? Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. For business of the Senate number 5 for today to the 10th of March, general business 370 for today to the 4th of March, and general business 368 for today to the next day of sitting. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 10 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. There are formal motions. In fact, there are a lot of formal motions. Given that there is not a clear way of ordering these that would assist the chamber, we shall just commence from the beginning. I will start with business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Canavan, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
There being no objection, it is taken as formal. Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Question is this. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion as circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move the amendment.
The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. I will now move the motion. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
sad with shorter pairs. Was something to me. All right. So where are we up to? Lock the doors. So the question is, business of the Senate 2, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Bell.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Bell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I'll now move to business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Bell.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion 4 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is Senator Chisholm.
Short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The government is opposing this motion. Negotiations between Origin and Centennial Coal are ongoing. We are watching them closely. But unlike any other party in this building, we make sure workers at coal-fired power stations and dependent mines receive legally required support from employers at closing facilities through the Energy Industry Jobs Plan, which now covers 106 workers and may cover 1,000 workers by next year, and investment in their communities to deliver new blue-collar jobs. Investment that One Nation and their friends in the Nationals and Liberals oppose. Minister Ayres' office is organising a briefing for Senator Bell. If he has questions, he can ask them now. In its 30-year history, One Nation hasn't delivered so much as a roundabout, not in the Hunter nor anywhere else in the country.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Bell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, if there are further divisions, it's my intention to do 1-minute bells. We'll now move to general business. We'll move to general business 335, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator McGrath, I ask that general business notice of motion number 335 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted, Senator Chisholm.
At the start of the motion, insert A, that the Senate notes that 1. Orders for production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted. And 2. The 2024 State of the Australian Cities report has not been requested through any other process available to senators.
Thank you. So I'll put the amendment first. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 335 as amended by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. I'm putting the amendment. Is the amendment agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business Notice of Motion number 335, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business, notice of motion number 336, standing in the name... Oh, I beg your pardon. So, so the question is that general business, notice of motion number 335, standing in the name of Senator McGrath and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business, notice of motion number 335, standing in the name of Senator McGrath and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes should go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 336, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 336 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Mr. President, I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
The amendment is omit paragraphs C to F and substitute C. The Minister for Finance has previously advised the Senate that the idea we are imposing a 5% cut on agencies is incorrect.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business Notice of Motion 336, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now put the motion. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 336, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 336, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 337, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 337 be withdrawn.
Oh, thank you, Senator Pocock. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 338, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
Notice of motion number 338 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to move an amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm?
Thanks. It's just an amendment, President.
Sorry.
It's omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for the reduction of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that the amendment to General Business 338, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock and moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business 338, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Blythe as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice of motion number 338, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 338, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. Though the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 39 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 340, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 340 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for the reduction of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 340, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 340, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Beg your pardon, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, at the nose to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the nose. Order. There being 23 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice for motion number 340, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 340, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Payman as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 341, standing in the name of Senator Patterson. Senator Askew.
Senator Patterson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 341 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is the amendment is moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 341, standing in the name of Senator Patterson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 3, the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 341 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now put the motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 341, standing in the name of Senator Patterson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Divisional cried. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 341, standing in the name of Senator Patterson, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 342, standing in the name of Senator Cash. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Cash, I'd like to withdraw that motion.
Oh, thank you. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 343, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 343 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Paragraph A1, omit only partially. Omit paragraphs A2, A3 and B. Substitute the table 2. The tabled documents do provide the request information and contain appropriate reductions where the information is out of scope.
So the question is the amendment is moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 343 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 343 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now ask that general business notice of motion number 343, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Was only one voice. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 343, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. order, there being 34 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 344, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 344 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for the deduction of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 344, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. No, you have to manage it in one bit. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to general business notice of motion number 344 is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Blythe as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 34 noes, matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that that general business notice of motion number 344, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senators. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 344, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 344, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 345, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 345 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Chisholm.
Paragraph B, omit comply with the order. Substitute, provide a letter outlining the basis for the reductions.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business Notice of Motion number 345 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now go to... Yes, was no opposition. Senators, please pay attention. So the question is that general business, the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business Notice of Motion number 345 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to General Business Notice of Motion number 345 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that General Business Notice of Motion number 345, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 345, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 346, standing in the name of Senator Bragg.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 346 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
At the end of the motion, add, with appropriate reductions, noting that documents of this kind usually contain commercially sensitive information.
So the question is the amendment to general business notice of motion number 346, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to General Business Notice of Motion number 346, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that General Business Notice of Motion number 346, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 346, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So we'll now move to general business notice of motion number 347, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 347 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that. Substitute. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 347 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. 1 minute, thank you.
Over here.
Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 347 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice of motion number 347, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 347, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 348, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I rise on behalf of Senator Dean Smith to ask that general business notice of motion number 348 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Collins.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that. Substitute. The Senate notes that A. Complying with an order to produce all estimates briefs would irreparably damage the ability of government departments and agencies to support the Estimates Committee process in the future. B. It is the collective nature of questioning at estimates that contributes to the Senate's scrutiny role. And C. The release of documents sought by orders to produce all estimates brief would likely change the way that all government departments and agencies prepare for estimates and indeed all committee processes in the future.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that the amendment to general business notice of motion number 348, as moved by Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to general business notice of motion number 348 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that general business notice of motion number 348 standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 348 standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Collins be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. It being 6:30, pursuant to order agreed to earlier today, consideration of a motion to take note of the closing the gap statement will now resume. Senator Thorpe, you're in continuation, but I'll just wait for the Senate to clear.
As the Senate sorts itself out, I'll go to Senator Thorpe in continuation.
Thank you. I have stood so many times in this chamber to speak on closing the gap, and it's always the same. I could almost copy and paste my previous speeches because we have seen no real progress at all. Each year, we go through the same sad ritual. Targets are not on track. Some of the most crucial are going backwards. The Prime Minister and Minister for Indigenous Australians make vague statements about partnership and hope, and then they move on. We have known for years that incarceration rates are rising, child removals are rising, suicide rates remain devastating. We all know this. With no real progress, closing the gap has now just become a sad reporting exercise on the racist state violence that continues to occur against First Peoples. The problem is not a lack of information. The problem is a lack of political will for change. The problem is a racist colonial government across this country who continue to harm us. Closing the gap is the latest in a long line of failures. In the 1980s, Labor Prime Minister Bob Hawke stood at Barunga and promised a treaty. That promise was never delivered. Under Paul Keating, we saw a shift toward recognition of truth, the Redfern speech, the acknowledgement that dispossession and violence were not accidents of history but foundations of this nation. That period was imperfect, but it was at least grounded in the language of our rights. It was something that didn't last. John Howard's era of practical reconciliation came next. Treaty was off the table, power shifting was dismissed, the focus changed to a top-down approach. Service delivery with a government knows best approach. This culminated in the horrific, racist NT intervention. Questions of sovereignty, justice and shifting power were completely scrapped. Sound familiar? When Kevin Rudd formalised closing the gap in 2008, it carried elements of accountability, but it also inherited the top-down logic of Howard. And over time, the framework has shrunk into a set of targets detached from the deeper structural causes of the harm perpetrated against First Peoples since invasion. By 2018, most targets were not on track and many were going backwards. In 2020, the new national agreement promised a reset, supposedly genuine partnership with Aboriginal organisations, shared decision-making, community control and structural reform. Some hoped that would mark a return to something closer to the rights-based approach that had once seemed possible. Instead, today we find ourselves back at the same dead end. Today, closing the gap functions not as a vehicle for justice, but as political cover for this Labor government. It is something they point to when asked what they are doing about the harm First Peoples face. It provides a language of progress without requiring any redistribution of power, and signatories to the agreement, governments across this country are now actively betraying their supposed commitments. Nowhere is that clearer than in the criminalisation of jailing our people, including our children. The Productivity Commission's latest data shows more than $7 billion spent annually on prisons, a record. Jailing children costs more than $1 billion a year and is rising. The national prison population is at an 80-year high under this Labor government. Across states and territories, new prisons are being built and expanded. Bail laws being tightened has seen remand numbers soaring. Aboriginal women are the fastest growing prison population in the country and the most incarcerated in the world under Labor. We've just recorded the most black deaths in custody in a year since records began in 1978 under Labor. This is the result of deliberate choices by governments that have supposedly committed to bring down incarceration of First Peoples under the Closing the Gap framework. This is the system working as colonial governments around this country want it to. We are told there is limited funding for housing, for community-controlled legal services, for culturally safe mental health care, for early intervention and prevention. Yet there is always funding billions for more prison beds. If Closing the Gap were truly about reducing incarceration, investment would flow into keeping families together, into bail support, into justice reinvestment, into programs that communities have been calling for over decades. Instead, governments are expanding prisons and calling it progress, while a pittance is offered to supporting people. This is a political choice. Which brings me to the Prime Minister's recent comments. He has cautioned against talk of failure, suggesting that describing Closing the Gap as failing dismisses the aspirations and achievements of First Peoples. Let me be clear, criticising this framework is not criticising our people, it is criticising governments who are actively harming our people. It is criticising the Albanese government. They are failing. And for the Prime Minister to imply otherwise is an attempt to shift responsibility away from himself and onto those who bear the consequences of policy. Our communities are not tightening bail laws. We are not funding and arming police or allocating billions to prisons. We are not stealing children or shrugging when our people die in custody. The Prime Minister reframing criticism of Closing the Gap as criticism of Aboriginal people is a deflection. It's about creating hesitation among allies and Labor voters who can see the framework is not delivering but feel unsure whether they are permitted to say so. To those people, I give you permission, say it, call them out. They're gammon. They're fake. They're fake allies, Labor. Stand with First Peoples by calling this approach what it is, an utter failure. If you are serious about justice, you must call out this Labor government's failure to act. History tells us progress in this country has never come from silence. Nothing we have ever achieved has been gifted by government. Everything has been won through the resilience and power of our ancestors and elders, in spite of governments, not because of them. Albanese committed to implementing the Uluru Statement in full, but after the voice failed, he lost interest. Like so many before him, he has decided there is nothing for him to gain politically from pursuing justice for First Peoples. It is never about us, it's just about votes. The trajectory is clear. Band-aid programs and short-term grants while prisons expand and deaths in custody rise. This is the same logic as Howard's practical reconciliation, not the rights-based approach Labor claims. Where there is progress, it is because of our people, not governments. The federal Labor government will handball responsibility to the states and territories. It is an absolute cop-out. They have the power to pull the states into line. They are choosing not to use it. That failure sits squarely with Albanese. We will not be silenced. Criticism of closing the gap is not criticism of our people. It is about holding this government to account and demanding they do their job. So do it.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak about closing the gap and to speak honestly about where we have fallen short in lifting up First Nations communities across the country. As Minister McCarthy has acknowledged, there is still a way to go to close the gap for our mob. We all know we need more than hope and promises. The latest Closing the Gap data makes this painfully clear. Only 4 of the 19 targets are on track to be met. Every single year, we see more First Nations people impacted by disadvantage. Too many of our kids and communities are not getting the Australian fair go. We are not progressing. This should be a wake-up call to every single person in this chamber. And we must speak frankly about where and why we are falling short. Let's start with youth justice. First Nations children are being incarcerated at staggering rates. They are 27 times more likely to be locked up than other Australian kids, and 10 times more likely to be taken into out-of-home care. These figures unveil a justice system that is deeply out of balance. In Queensland, for example, First Nations people make up 4.6% of the population, but 37% of the adult prisoners in custody, and staggeringly, 69% of young people in detention. I don't need to be the one to say the math ain't mathing. Then let's look at health. It is abundantly clear that our communities all over Australia are hurting. The suicide rate for Aboriginal people is approximately 2.5 times higher, 2.5 times higher than it is for other Australians. As the Prime Minister remarked, suicide shatters families and it tears apart communities. And it is the most urgent of crises to fix for our mob. Another lingering issue is preventable illnesses that have disappeared elsewhere, like rheumatic heart disease, for example. Yet shamefully, it still affects First Nations community and especially First Nations kids. Preventable deaths and diseases should never be accepted as normal anywhere, and particularly in First Nations communities. For too many First Nations families, this is still their reality. We are letting them down when we do not close these gaps, when we lag behind. This gap is also apparent in education. Only a handful of education targets are on track. Early childhood development, lagging. School attendance, far too low. If these gaps are being left unchecked, they lock families and communities into cycles of disadvantage that last for generations. Economic opportunities for First Nations people tell a similar story. Work and income gaps remain huge. We are still seeing housing shortages and food insecurity rampant through our communities. Too many people who want, and lots of people who do work hard, still don't get a fair go. How is that fair? As politicians, we can often get caught up in the numbers. But First Nations people are facing real problems, and we are real people. We see and feel this in our towns, in our families, and in our communities. The lives of First Nations peoples will not improve unless this Parliament and parliaments in every state and territory jurisdiction do something about it. The Productivity Commission tells us that so many of the commitments and measures in the Closing the Gap framework are failing not because of First Nations communities, but because parliaments and governments around the country have failed them and failed on their part in the Closing the Gap commitments. And it is well past time for that to change. Closing the Gap was agreed by all governments, not just the federal government. State, territory and local governments agreed to joint accountability under the national agreement. But too often, this work, the heavy lifting, has fallen back on Aboriginal communities themselves. We can't let the burden to be left with communities that are under-resourced to fix problems that they did not create. Every state and territory signed this agreement. Every one of them should be a part of the solution. But every jurisdiction is worsening on at least one priority measure. None of them have met all of their targets. Again, lagging behind. Queensland and the Northern Territory also face deeply concerning incarceration rates. Minister McCarthy has described these figures as alarming, and I echo her sentiments. And we know something else here. When governments invest properly, when programs are designed well, when barriers are removed, we see results on the ground. We see lives changed, real results. Let's look at Labor's free TAFE, for example. Across Australia, there have now been more than 44,000 enrolments by First Nations peoples. That represents 6.1% of all free TAFE enrolments nationwide. That is incredible. This means thousands of people gaining skills, building careers, and creating new opportunities for themselves and for their families for generations. This has a flow-on effect too. We know that education and training open so many doors. They create independence and strengthen communities. Here in Victoria, we are seeing that impact as well. Since January 2023, there have been 143,000 free TAFE enrolments across the state. Within that, 1,800 have been First Nations students. But behind those numbers are people who are helping their fellow Australians when they are sick. These numbers are the same people who are teaching our little ones when their parents have to work. They are the ones building homes across the country or upgrading your local parks. They're skills that our economy needs and careers that change lives. These outcomes give insight into something important. Investment works. Removing financial barriers works. Access to education works. We need to see more action from state and territory governments to ensure the best chance for First Nations people. We must go further. This work is absolutely not done. While progress like this matters, it must happen at scale, across education, across health, housing, employment, and the list goes on. Closing the gap does not happen through words alone. Governments need to have sustained investment and genuine partnership with communities at every level, taking responsibility for the commitments that they've made to their fellow Australians. We are lagging, and it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We owe it to our communities, and we cannot let them down.
Senator Nampin Jimper Price.
Thank you, Acting President. I'm an Australian. I have Warrapy blood and Celtic blood, but ultimately, above everything else, I'm an Australian. And I want to see a country that is united, not divided, a country where we end Indigenous disadvantage, but also end the retrograde view that disadvantage is synonymous with indigeneity. A country where we stop treating each other as blackfellas and whitefellas and start seeing each other simply as fellow Australians, upholding the spirit of the voice referendum outcome. I've never been one to hold back in speaking uncomfortable truths, Real progress comes from a reverence for the truth. It's lies, dishonesty and distortion that inhibit progress and fuel regression. So in responding to the government's closing the gap statement and report, I will again speak uncomfortable truths because I seek progress. A mature nation embraces its history in the round, successes and failures alike. While Prime Minister Rudd's national apology to the stolen generations didn't fix things, it was a significant moment in our nation. The sorry in 2008 wasn't only for the stolen generations. The national apology was also a national commitment to not forget the sins of the past and to not repeat them. That intergenerational commitment must always be maintained. However, almost 20 years have passed since the national apology, and I believe it's time for something beyond remembering the apology each year. I believe it's time for forgiveness. The act of forgiving is not to forget the tragic past. Rather, it's a means for our nation to move beyond the tragic past and no longer be its prisoner. Indigenous activists would prefer that Australians atone forevermore for our forebears' mistakes. That suits their political agenda of reparations and segregation, driven as they are by retribution and resentment. But if we instill in future generations of Australians a default setting of national guilt, then we undermine the national pride that underpins national endeavour. Accordingly, forgiveness is not only essential for the cause of reconciliation, forgiveness also helps to nurture the love of country that's necessary for a strong, prosperous and united nation. On the matter of Indigenous disadvantage, uncomfortable truths must be spoken to. Indigenous activists peddle the poisonous idea that every person of Indigenous heritage is a victim of British colonisation. The activists' goals are threefold. First, to rewrite history in the most hostile, unforgiving and unbalanced manner imaginable to demonise British settlement in its entirety. Second, to give false legitimacy to the notion of intergenerational victimhood. And third, to use that intergenerational victimhood as a means for financial and land settlements concealed in the sweet-sounding phrases of truth-telling and treaty-making. The most perverse parts of the activists' propaganda are the denial of reality and the negation of individual agency. All around this country, especially in our cities, you'll find Indigenous Australians and Australians with Indigenous heritage who are doing well and even thriving. Indeed, many are doing better than Australians without Indigenous heritage. In 21st century Australia, race doesn't define disadvantage. To suggest otherwise is to perpetuate a dangerous activist myth, a myth we must bust. None of this is to deny that many Indigenous Australians experience profound disadvantage, nor is it to deny the hardships and troubles that afflict many Indigenous communities. But if we're going to address Indigenous disadvantage, especially where it exists in remote and regional parts of Australia, we need to be upfront about traditional culture. There are aspects of traditional Indigenous culture which we can be proud of, such as the way our ancestors cared for the land. There are aspects of traditional culture worth remembering, preserving, like Jukurpa, the dreaming. But there are regressive aspects of traditional culture that still exist today. Today, there are Indigenous men who still see women as inferior. One of those men beat a pregnant woman in Alice Springs recently, who treat women as possessions and who believe that beating a woman is acceptable behaviour. These regressive aspects of traditional culture must be expunged from Indigenous communities today. But they won't be while those in positions of power continue to turn a blind eye to all manner of sins. Moreover, there are leaders sitting on Indigenous bodies today with a history of violent offending. The Albanese government and the Minister for Indigenous Australians know these individuals are not fit and proper to hold leadership positions, and yet the government blocks inquiries and refuses to use its powers to remove these individuals. Frankly, this is willful blindness, and it's a disgrace. When we speak of closing the gap, one reason the gap hasn't been closed is due to a political class that romanticises traditional culture. That romanticisation is putting a force field around the most objectionable and violent behaviours that are at the very heart of Indigenous disadvantage. Is it any wonder that in the latest Closing the Gap report, only 4 of the 19 targets are on track? You're going backwards, Labor, you're going backwards. Tragically, more children are in out-of-home care. Suicide remains a significant problem, and there's still too much Aboriginal on Aboriginal violence. Come to Alice Springs, you mob, check it out. It's on show for you all the time. If those objectionable and violent behaviours of traditional culture are rooted out of communities, it will go a long way to reducing violence and crime. Addressing violence and crime is critical. When the violence and crime stop, we start getting safe and stable communities. When we get stable and safe communities, families stay in homes, children stay in school, adults stay in work, and people stay healthy. Closing the gap also requires speaking uncomfortable truths about the need to reject the racism of low expectations. An excessive fixation on the historic injustices committed against Indigenous Australians hasn't only instilled an undue sense of national guilt, it's made our nation paternalistic towards Indigenous Australians. That's why we stand here and you can do as much as acknowledgements as you want. It doesn't change the situation and clearly hasn't changed your targets. It's all just simple virtue signalling. The Aboriginal Land Rights Act came into effect in 1976. There were good intentions behind it, to give traditional Indigenous owners of the Northern Territory not only greater ownership of their land but control over their land too. Land councils were established to hold lands in trust and to preside over the use of those lands through leases, licences and agreements. Today, some 50% of the Northern Territory is owned by Indigenous Australians, and yet it's incredibly difficult for them to use this land for economic purposes. Indigenous Australians in the Territory are land rich but dirt poor. They can't create jobs from their own land. They have to rely on government. Government keeps them dependent. The land councils are not functioning as they were intended, and it's why over many years I've repeatedly called for the Land Rights Act to be reviewed and modernised. It's why over many years I've called for inquiries into Indigenous spending. My calls speak to a broader point about closing the gap. We must do away with the notions of victimhood and paternalism that sit at the centre of too many laws, too many government policies and too many bureaucratic processes. We must give Indigenous Australians the individual agency that all humans crave. As masters of their own fate and captains of their souls, many more Indigenous Australians in remote and regional parts of Australia will start new ventures, join new enterprises and unlock multi-generational wealth. Why does this government, why do the Greens deny this for Indigenous Australians? Why do you continue to allow Indigenous Australians, the most marginalised, to be dependent on your handouts, on taxpayer dollars? I know why. For their votes to stay in power. Shame on you. For Indigenous people in remote communities, in some of the places where English is not a first language to them, where they don't have the luxury of owning a property portfolio like some of my colleagues across from me, they don't even own their land privately. Their success or their failure will be up to them, as it should be if they are given the opportunities to unlock these entrepreneurial ways of going forward. If we want to close the gap, it's time to stop ring-fencing people based on race. It's time to let people stand on their own 2 feet. And that is what I came here to do, to fight for as part of the coalition. It's such a shame that Labor now want to handball the fact that their closing the gap is going backwards and somehow it's the fault of states and territories. No, it's on you. It's all on you. Shame.
Bryce, your time has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When we talk about closing the gap in this place, we often talk a lot about numbers, many of them extremely grim, and we're clearly not seeing the progress that Australians would like to see. But today I want to talk about the people and stories behind those numbers. While many think the ACT is different, we're not immune from Indigenous disadvantage or the racism that is unfortunately still prevalent across this incredible continent that we call home. In fact, the ACT has the highest rate of Indigenous incarceration of any state or territory. And despite the Royal Commission, First Nations people in Canberra continue to die in custody, as they do in other states and territories across this country. And this must stop. We saw 3 deaths in 6 months, including 2 in a single week in February last year. There was huge pressure applied by community leaders like Joe Hedger and Woononga CEO Julie Tongs that eventually forced the ACT government to set up a board of inquiry into the deaths of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in custody at the Alexander McConaughey Centre. There are clearly systemic issues at AMC that must be addressed, but those systemic issues extend far beyond AMC's walls. In November last year, a 17-year-old First Nations Canberran was pulled at gunpoint from a bus by ACT police. He'd done nothing wrong. It was a case of mistaken identity, but also one of alleged racial profiling. It was obviously deeply unsettling for the boy and his family. A 17-year-old pulled from a bus at gunpoint, having no idea what it was about. The most egregious thing was that after that they recognised that they'd got the wrong person, they still searched him. Under what powers, I've got no idea. But this is the experience of too many First Nations people. And being subjected to racial profiling is an allegation that comes up time and again in the more than 500 pages of review by the Jumbunna Institute handed down last year. A review that exposed the lived experience of too many First Nations people in the ACT and around the country. An experience of widespread racism in ACT government directorates, schools, courtrooms, the prison, and in police actions. First Nations people in the ACT talk about being targeted, racially profiled, discriminated against by systems, structures, and people across the board. The review makes 99 recommendations, and the ACT government has delivered an interim response and started work on delivering some of them. This work is clearly urgent. At Bimbury, the ACT's Youth Justice Centre, we've seen huge concerns raised, and I really want to acknowledge the work of independent MLA for Kurrajong, Mr Thomas Emerson, in pushing the government to have a long-term youth justice roadmap and implement the recommendations of multiple reviews. We have to change the way we think about dealing with young people who find themselves in trouble with the law. We need to be investing in programs to actually help get them back on their feet, to divert them away from a life of interactions with the criminal justice system. And this is an urgent undertaking, particularly in a jurisdiction that has such a terrible record when it comes to recidivism. We're not doing enough. We're not doing enough to take young people and even older people who have offended and actually work with them, give them the skills they need for when they are released, they can actually be a good neighbour. They can go back into communities and contribute. It's good to see some small progress responding to the ACT Custodial Inspector Rebecca Minty's most recent recommendations, including reinstating contact during visits so young people can hug their loved ones again. Since COVID, the ACT government has stopped young people in juvenile detention from hugging their loved ones. What kind of sick system is this, where we don't even acknowledge people's humanity? A young person, sure, they've done the wrong thing. They're doing their time. But to stop someone from hugging a loved one when they come to visit them, Again, we talk about closing the gap, all these numbers, all these metrics, but this is the lived experience. This is what's actually happening on the ground. At a roundtable I held recently into the government's rushed hate speech laws, laws that we've already seen cause unnecessary harm here in Canberra. Ngunnawal Elder Auntie Violet Sheridan spoke powerfully about the decades of racism she and other First Nations people have been subjected to, from vile comments on Facebook to insults in the street. Even racially motivated vandalism of Indigenous memorials like that of Nathan Booth. And yet despite this, Auntie Violet and Uncle Richie, and Richie, both came to the round table with a message of love, a message of shared hurt, of shared humanity, and the need to stand together, a very generous message. And in that message, a plea that we would actually take up that offer, that request to find a better way of doing things, because clearly what we're doing isn't working. It's not working for First Nations people in this country. I would like to acknowledge the ongoing efforts of Minister McCarthy to engage right across this Parliament and her commitment to offering regular Closing the Gap briefings for any and all parliamentarians and providing those personally. That's not a regular occurrence, and I really would like to recognise that she goes out of her way to engage, to be available, to talk about issues. I sincerely hope that her government will continue to back up the Minister's efforts and to continue to do more in this area. I think as a country we've seen after the referendum a real vacation of this space. There hasn't been a lot from government in terms of ambition. We've heard plenty about jobs, 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 and some of the programs that we've seen over many, many decades. But talking to many Canberrans, there is a recognition that we can't just keep doing the same old thing over and over. And so I know the government is scarred by the referendum result, but let's not see that as a message not to do anything here. I think there's a lot of goodwill to actually crack on and start working together to build a better future for First Nations people and for all Australians.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise also to speak on the Closing the Gap report tabled today. I want to echo the comments made by Senator David Pocock in thanking Minister McCarthy in particular about her stewardship and leadership, which has been unwavering, and the important, incredible work that she does for our mob across the country. It can be easy to talk about Closing the Gap as just a report, a bureaucratic checklist, a dashboard, or even a speech. But Closing the Gap is lived. It's a house in Kalgoorlie with 3 families under one roof. It's a young boy in Hamilton Hill trying to concentrate at school after a night of chaos. It's a grandmother in Warburton holding on to language so her grandchildren know who they are and the culture they come from. It's a national commitment, negotiated in general partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, to change the lived reality of our communities. And it's about whether our people live long enough to actually become elders. It's about whether our children start school ready to learn and finish it believing they actually belong there. And it's about whether our families are safe to live in their own homes. It's also about whether our young people meet a teacher before they meet a magistrate. It's about whether our communities can determine their own futures, and this year's report tells an honest story. There are areas where progress are being made. Early childhood participation is strengthening, and there are improvements in land and sea rights recognition. Community-controlled services are delivering results where they are trusted and properly resourced. But the report also shows that there are too many targets that remain off track. Life expectancy gaps persist, incarceration rates remain far too high, and too many children grow up in out-of-home care. Overcrowding continues to affect too many households, and we should also acknowledge the context of this. For too long, under the previous Liberal government, closing the gap languished. Targets were repeatedly missed, structural reform was limited, and the community-controlled sector was not positioned as a genuine partner in design and delivery. The reset came with the national agreement on the Closing the Gap, negotiated in partnership with the Coalition of Peaks. That agreement recognised something fundamental, that you can't close the gap without changing the systems that created it. This government has committed to implementing that agreement in full. This implementation plan builds on that foundation by setting out how those commitments are delivered in practice, and they are across health, housing, education, safety and justice. For a moment, I want to focus on justice in particular, which absolutely demands our attention. More than 3 decades ago, after the Royal Commission to Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, our people remain overrepresented at every point in that system. We cannot keep responding only at the point of crisis. And that is why our government committed $69 million over 4 years to establish a national justice reinvestment program, supporting 30 community-led initiatives across the country, alongside funding for an independent national justice reinvestment unit. Justice reinvestment does something simple, but it is also something oh so powerful. It asks, what if we invested in keeping young people connected to school, supported their mental health, made them stable in housing instead of waiting until they actually entered the system? And in Western Australia, my home state, initiatives in Derby, Carnarvon, Halls Creek, Balga, Perth and the Pilbara demonstrates what place-based responses look like in practice. And if we are serious about reducing incarceration rates, we must invest in prevention. The same is also true for safety. The launch of the Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Plan to end family and domestic violence, sexual violence, recognises culturally informed prevention and healing responses, which are absolutely essential. When women and children are safe, educational engagement improves. Health outcomes improve. Justice system contact decreases. Safety underpins every other outcome. The housing underpins stability. And in remote Western Australia, overcrowding is a daily lived reality. It affects health, it affects study, and it affects the family's stability. The Albanese Labor government has invested $600 million to transform First Nations housing and supports health under Outcome 1, educational attainment under Outcome 5, and justice outcomes under Outcome 10. Secure housing provides stability, and stability improves everything. And education remains central to the long-term change. A child who is developmentally strong in their early years is more likely to stay engaged. A young person who finishes Year 12 has more employment options. Economic participation strengthens families. The First Nations Economic Partnership strengthens Indigenous procurement, business growth and local employment pathways. Economic participation strengthens our family stability and our community's resilience. Cultural strength must also be recognised. And I've recently met with the team at the Noongar Budja Language Cultural Aboriginal Corporation. Their work to keep Noongar language strong and alive demonstrates that language revitalisation, which is practical, lived and absolutely community-led. Language carries our culture, it carries our connection to country, and it carries the stories of our old people. When we protect language, we protect who we are. Strengthening language supports identity. Identity supports well-being. Well-being supports and strengthens communities. All of this work is underpinned by our priority reforms and shared decision-making, strengthening the community-controlled sector, transforming our government institutions and improving access to data and accountability. Without these structural reforms, funding alone will not close the gap. As a West Australian senator, I see the importance of place-based responses every single day. What works in Derby might not look the same as what works in Balga. What works in Carnarvon may differ from Halls Creek. The implementation plan recognises that community-led design supported by national investment delivers more sustainable outcomes. And we're not pretending that every target is on track. The report is clear about the scale of the challenge. But unlike in the years when progress stalled, we now have structural reform embedded in the system. We have sustained funding aligned to our commitments and our outcomes, and we have genuine partnership guiding that implementation. Closing the gap will not be achieved overnight. The inequities we are addressing are a result of generations of exclusion and policy failure. What matters is that we are moving forward with clarity, accountability and partnership. And the 2025 report shows the distance we have travelled. The 2026 implementation plan sets the course. As a First Nations woman in this place, I know that closing the gap is not theoretical, it is absolutely lived. It's about whether our young people see more doors open than close, and it's about whether women can live free from violence and fear, and it's about whether our elders can age with dignity, supported by culturally safe services. It's also about whether our children grow up confident in who they are, grounded in language and culture, and equipped to succeed in two worlds. But ultimately, it's about something much larger. It's about whether this nation is prepared to confront inequity and inequality. In the rising face of targeted racism and, in fact, white supremacy across the country, this is not an unfortunate statistic, but absolutely a shared responsibility. And is about whether we are willing to do the long-term structural work, even when it's complex to ensure fairness. It is about whether partnership with First Nations people becomes permanent, embedded and unquestionable, not an exemption but the standard. Closing the gap is not a favour, it is not a charity, it is a responsibility. And this government remains committed to honouring the national agreement, embedding those priority reforms and delivering against closing the gap outcomes, not only in our words, but also in our actions.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy. I just want to make a few short remarks on this discussion we're having tonight on the Closing the Gap statement and report. Sadly, the Closing the Gap report is another reminder that this Albanese government is not delivering the tangible outcomes that are necessary for Indigenous Australians. As we heard, the targets pertaining to the development of children have worsened. Targets pertaining to the number of children in out-of-home care have worsened. Targets pertaining to family safety, namely the safety of women, has not even had data available for its assessment since 2018-19. We cannot expect to see sustainable economic outcomes without investing in the health and functionality of the family unit. This Albanese Labor government has continually attempted to address intergenerational disadvantage with meaningless policy announcement. Sadly, the data does not lie. It wasn't a referendum that Australia needed. It's not just another ministerial statement. It's not just another report telling the story of the gap that never closes. What Australia needs, what our Indigenous community needs, is this Albanese government standing up and delivering what is absolutely essential, and that is leadership and urgency. The Prime Minister and Minister, your motherhood statements and sentimental platitudes simply don't cut it. Our communities need real action. So maybe start by acknowledging the mistake of abolishing the cashless debit card and reinstate it. Initiate a thorough inquiry into funding and outcomes and promote economic opportunities for Indigenous communities through improved land tenure. These reforms would deliver meaningful benefits and genuinely assist in closing the gap. I call on this Albanese Labor government to provide the tangible outcomes that our Indigenous communities desperately need. Now, in closing, I wanted to take this moment to reflect on the events of January 26 this year in Perth. Tolerance and respect are foundational pillars of this great nation of ours. I want to condemn in the strongest possible terms the alleged act of terror that occurred at Forest Chase on Australia Day in Perth on the 26th of January. The throwing of a homemade explosive device into the crowd that was gathered there peacefully to protest their views was a shocking and reprehensible act with potentially devastating consequences. The fact that Western Australians, including Indigenous Western Australians, who are lawfully and peacefully exercising their right to express their views, many of the views are not my views, but they have their right to express those views, and they were expressing them peacefully. They should be able to do that in a way where they felt safe. But sadly on that day, as we learnt, they were not. So I stand with my Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters, especially the Noongar community in Perth. While this incident could have resulted in serious injury or loss of life, and thank God it didn't, the fear and trauma that is inflicted sadly will leave lasting scars. So I stand shoulder to shoulder with the Noongar community and all Western Australians, united in our commitment to your safety, your dignity and your right to live without fear. Thank you.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Closing the gap, another colonial venture. You cannot close the gap on colonial rule and an unacknowledged genocide. As Jaringan Aboriginal Corporation describes, closing the gap asks communities to align with government systems that were never designed with us in mind, and it measures progress using indicators we did not write. The government thinks that it can slogan away the legacy of colonialism, but cheap words don't solve injustice. And yet, the government cannot even manage to abide by its own agenda. How absolutely shameful, but all too predictable, that still only 4 out of 19 national agreement targets are on track to be met, and 4 are moving backwards. And this after 17 years since the first Closing the Gap report was published. The Albanese government is not delivering justice for First Peoples. They attempted a failed referendum in their first term and then just shut up shop. Intent on making matters worse, it seems, the Albanese government just signed off on the appointment of David Connolly as the Northern Territory Administrator. This is a man who has consistently made public his contempt for First Nations people, a man who has made jokes about domestic violence survivors and has mocked Indigenous languages. This is a white man who has said he is Indigenous to Australia. But what is his punishment for this racism? A promotion to govern the territory that has the highest proportion of First Nations peoples. Then we have the Allen Labor government in Victoria locking up black kids for life. Premier Chris Minns in New South Wales has overseen a devastating record high number of First Nations deaths in custody, almost 30 years on from the Royal Commission. In every corner of this country, you will see that First Nations injustice is now core to Labor's policy platform. How much does the government really care about closing the gap when it doesn't even know how much progress it has made since 2021 on the goal to increase the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aged 25 to 34 who have completed a tertiary education? The department couldn't tell me at estimates last month whether they know if the government's current initiatives would even achieve the goal of 70%. So how much do you really care when all you give out is empty words and half-baked programs with no regard to their effectiveness. When a bomb was thrown into an Invasion Day protest, the police did not even call it a terrorist attack until 9 days later. If a bomb had been thrown into almost any other crowd, the country would have been in uproar, and rightly so. But when First Nations people are targeted for exercising their right to mourn, to protest, and to speak truth about this country's violence, there is silence and there is denial. But what has closing the gap actually achieved? Still, we have the continuation of the stolen generation. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women experience violence 3 times more than non-Indigenous women. First Nations people remain some of the most incarcerated in the world. Incarceration rates are higher now than they were before closing the gap began. If the Albanese government wants to see First Nations justice, it needs to close the gap on its own racist systems, policies, and practices.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I rise here and first of all acknowledge we're here on Ngunnawal and Ngambri land. My home, my office in Sydney is on beautiful Gadigal land. And I acknowledge all those First Nations peoples across this country who have fought for that land, to protect their land, to protect their kids, protect their culture. And we're here to see yet another report on closing the gap. And I've got to tell you this. As I travel around this extraordinary country, I meet First Nations people struggling to protect their land, fighting to stop it being poisoned by radiation, strip mined for minerals, covered in military assets. I see them fighting to keep their kids at home, to not have them stolen by government departments, who this report says is stealing kids at a greater rate than ever, First Nations kids. And I don't hear them talk about a Closing the Gap report. And so when I read the Prime Minister's forward of this, and I read through the Closing the Gap report, and I see a glossy picture of the Prime Minister smiling and grinning, slapping himself on the back for making a positive difference, congratulating Labor for its partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, I think about the communities I met in Alice Springs who said, why is the federal government paying for 60% of every spithood that's been put on First Nations kids in the Northern Territory? I think about the mums that I've heard, the grandparents that I've heard, grieving for the fact that their kids and their grandkids are still being stolen. I think about the extraordinary young women I met, First Nations women I met in Sydney just last week, who were desperately trying to find community-driven solutions for what they said when I asked them about government. Room full of young First Nations women. I asked them, what do you think when you think about the federal government? What do you think when you think about government? Do you know what they said? They just said racist. They said racist. It was the first thing they said. I asked them about how they felt about Parliament, and they said they just weren't connected to Parliament, that what they saw from governments, they saw police, they saw their families being targeted. That's the lived experience. It's not some glossy, smiley Prime Minister they think about when they think about government. They think about cops knocking on their door. They think about the fact that if you walk down the streets of my hometown of Sydney and you're a young First Nations person, you're likely to get stopped and searched and targeted and profiled. And this report shows that the Labor government is just refusing to take on the states and territories. Now, I want to give credit to the First Nations minister who says that, of course, the federal government should use its fiscal power and should say to states and territories who are putting more kids in jail, driving up First Nations incarceration, should say no Commonwealth money is going to come without strings attached. And you can't spend Commonwealth money putting more kids in jail. And Commonwealth money can't be spent on spithoods or torturing First Nations kids. Let's have that in the next report. Not a smiley slap on the back from the Prime Minister when he dared go out and talk with communities. If he went out and heard the reality, if he spoke to those young women I spoke to in Sydney just last week, He'd know that the glossy brochures aren't cutting it. So yeah, let's close the gap. Let's close the gap by stopping stealing First Nations kids. Let's close the gap by not criminalising First Nations young people. Let's close the gap by not profiling First Nations people as they walk down the street, by racist cops across this country, because that's the lived reality. And let's close the gap by giving back land, by giving back resources, by giving back wealth, by self-determination. Let's close the gap, not with brochures but with action.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. The time for debate has expired. The question is that the Senate take note of the motion put by Senator McCarthy. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Do you want to go? We'll swap.
We are just in continuation on the Defence Amendment. It's Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, which is in committee. Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 and Amendment 1 on sheet 3472, moved by Senator Shoebridge, and the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Division will need to be taken at a later date, as it is now after 6:30. Does anybody else have any further contributions that they would like to make to this debate? Senator Shoebridge.
I've just asked to you for guidance, given given we haven't been able to have the division. Could I just ask the class, what's the effect of that? We then bounce out of committee and we proceed to the next item. Is that what happens?
I believe so, Senator Shoebridge. We're just getting confirmation on that.
Cool. While we're getting that, I might just make a brief contribution. We saw this morning how the groupthink in here on war is so powerful. The groupthink between Labor, the Coalition and One Nation, the three war parties that now join together and are hunting for their next US war to agree on. That's the kind of groupthink that Labor and the Coalition want to see on this new committee, because we actually heard the Coalition say out loud that they didn't want anyone on this committee who wasn't already signed up to AUKUS, who wasn't already signed up to Donald Trump's next war, who wasn't already signed up to the multi-billion-dollar contracts with Lockheed Martin, who wasn't already signed up to the $750 billion in defence expenditure, largely on US weapons systems, that's been agreed to between the traditional two war parties, Labor and the Coalition, but now joined by the new war party, One Nation. We heard them say it very clearly. And that kind of groupthink, the pro-war, pro-Trump, US forever war groupthink, is exactly what saw Prime Minister Albanese jump out with Defence Minister Miles and Foreign Minister Wong to leap into supporting the latest US forever war in Iran, a US-Israeli forever war in Iran. That's the groupthink that they want to now happen in secret on a Defence Committee and pretend that that's somehow going to give the Australian public comfort that our strategy, our procurement Our defence policy will somehow be in the national interest. It's extraordinary. And in fact, one of the more remarkable contributions came from Labor about this. And they actually said, well, you know what the really powerful thing about this committee is going to be? The reason this committee is going to be so strong and so protect the public interest and stop waste and corruption and mismanagement in defence, what's going to be so powerful about this as an oversight committee, according to Labor, is it'll all happen in secret and no one will see. They actually said it. They said it, that the most powerful thing about this oversight committee that's going to hold defence to account is that it'll all happen in secret, and your little groupthink will all happen in secret. And maybe you can all bring your little Donald Trump dolls and you can all agree how you love your Donald Trump dolls, or your Benjamin Netanyahu dolls, or your little missiles, or whatever you want to bring in, and you can share your little groupthink toys about how you really want to see Australia support the next US war. And there's never a forever war from the United States, so you haven't agreed. And it probably is best that happens in secret, because it would be ill-making for the public to see it. It would be sickening for the public to see the groupthink that is driving Australia down this dangerous and reckless path with defence. We've seen the groupthink in action today as you all charged in to find a way of supporting this illegal war on Iran. And it's just a little insight for the public about the groupthink that's going to happen on this Defence Committee, where there won't be a war you won't want to join. There won't be a weapons manufacturer you don't want to fund. There won't be a post-politics career in defence that you don't want to seize with both hands. There won't be a cocktail party from a former Labor defence minister or a former Liberal defence minister who's now working in the defence industry that you won't want to go to and be schmoozed at. And maybe you can have your little cocktail events with Christopher Pyne and co, or Kim Beazley and co, funded by Lockheed Martin, or whatever global bottom feeder from the arms industry that Christopher Pyne's found. You can find those groups, have your cocktail events. Maybe you can have your cocktail events in secret, your little Lockheed Martin canopies in secret, or your Raytheon nibbles in secret, or your Israeli defence industries soup in secret. You can share your meals, share your post-politics career, share your love of forever wars, and you can all do it in secret on this committee. That's what it's about.
I want Paul up.
It's about the groupthink, the love, the unthinking nature in which you've latched onto the United States, and your total inability to imagine a different way for Australia to engage in the world. Your total inability to imagine a way in which Australia might actually distance itself from the United States, might actually have its own independent defence policy, actually treat its region and its geography and our neighbours as friends in our future rather than threats that you want to arm yourself against. It's your complete lack of imagination that's driving you to support this committee. And it's the lack of an imagination that is so dangerous to this country. It's so dangerous to our national defence. It's so dangerous to our national interest. And it drags us into US forever wars. And the reason you need this to happen in secret is because if it happened in public, it would disgust the public.
Thank you. The bill, if there's no further contributions, as the bill cannot proceed until the votes can be taken, I shall now report to the Senate. Pursuant to order, further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole will be an order of the day for the next day of sitting. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment, New South Wales Local Court Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Sorry. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the bill now proceed without formalities and be read for the first time. Those that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 of New South Wales and for other purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The debate will continue. Senator Cash.
I rise to speak on the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment, New South Wales Local Court Bill 2026. This is an important yet uncontroversial piece of legislation that reflects recent reforms to the New South Wales legal system, specifically those introduced through the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 in New South Wales. On commencement, the New South Wales Act will replace the Office of the New South Wales Magistrate with the Office of the Judge of the Local Court of New South Wales. Commonwealth law confers jurisdiction and powers on state and territory courts and judicial officers, reflecting the important role these courts play in the federal justice system. Some federal jurisdiction and powers are conferred explicitly on magistrates, while others are excluded from magistrates and instead conferred on judges. This bill makes the consequential amendments to Commonwealth legislation necessary to ensure the transition occurs without disruption. The bill achieves this through a clear and practical mechanism. It provides that judges of the New South Wales local courts are to be considered magistrates under Commonwealth law. This ensures that jurisdiction and powers previously conferred on magistrates by Commonwealth legislation can continue to be validly exercised by the new judges of the New South Wales local court. At the same time, it ensures that those judges cannot exercise federal jurisdiction and powers beyond the intended scope of their office, maintaining the jurisdictional clarity that both the Commonwealth and New South Wales legal framework require. The bill will commence concurrently with the New South Wales Act, which itself commences on proclamation. This concurrent commencement is deliberate and important. It ensures there is no gap in the operation of the Commonwealth legislation and no disruption to the New South Wales local court's ability to perform its functions. The practical significance of this bill should not be understated. The New South Wales local court plays a central role in the prosecution of offences against Commonwealth law, dealing with a wide range of matters including both civil and criminal proceedings. The bill will have a positive implications for residents of New South Wales as well as for the Commonwealth and New South Wales entities involved in matters arising under Commonwealth law. Given the court's critical role in law enforcement and prosecution, ensuring this transition is seamless is of real importance to those who rely upon it. The Coalition, as I said, supports this bill. It is uncontroversial. It's a minor and technical yet necessary measure to ensure the consistent application of Commonwealth law following a significant change to the New South Wales court system. The opposition is supportive of any common sense measures that allow judicial officers to perform their important roles efficiently and without confusion or disruption. The bill delivers that, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The Greens don't oppose this bill, but for the life of us we can't work out how it isn't contained in Schedule 12 of the Miscellaneous Provisions Act bill. I think it's a highlight of just how small the Labor Party agenda is when they have to devote an entire bill and as much time as they can in the Senate to a bill that basically deals with the consequential amendments of the New South Wales government changing the name of local court magistrates to local court judges. That's what's happened. The busiest court in the country. I've appeared in the local court. Sometimes you feel like you're in this kind of sardine factory as they're churning through thousands of cases a day in the New South Wales local court. And hats off to those magistrates/judges who deal with the reality of justice, criminal justice and civil justice in this country. We often put district court judges, Supreme Court judges, federal court judges and high court judges on a pedestal as though that's actually where justice happens. Well, actually, no. Justice overwhelmingly happens in courts like local courts across the country. And in New South Wales, the local court system is the backbone of the criminal justice system. It's the backbone of the civil justice system, at least for claims within its statutory reach. And those magistrates are dealing with the reality sometimes of a broken society, where instead of society providing support for people in desperate need, society punishes them for poverty, punishes them for the lack of opportunity, punishes them because of who they are, quite often. And I've seen those magistrates, some of them are my friends, seeking to deliver as much justice as they can in that space. And it can be really brutal and hard because many of them realise that the coalface of the justice system isn't about justice. It might be about law, but it's so often not about justice. People going to jail because of their poverty, people going to jail because of just terrible circumstances, and of course some people going to jail because they do bad things. I'm not pretending that doesn't happen as well. Obviously we want the local court to be able to continue to function when there are changes of the presiding officer, changes from being a magistrate in your worship to a judge in your honour. Obviously, if there are certain federal laws that convert powers on magistrates and they change their name from magistrates to judges, then we need to make sure that gets tidied up. But to suggest that this is substantive law reform is a nonsense. It should be Schedule 7 of a consequential miscellaneous amendments bill, but because there is such a small legislative agenda from the Labor government, such a small reform agenda from the Labor government, that they've desperately tried to have this as a stocking filler. You know, this is the cheap chocolates you buy at Christmas for the uncle you don't like. That's what this is. It's a stocking filler. It's not a real substantive legislative reform, and we should see it for what it is.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Law and Justice Legislation Amendment New South Wales Local Court Bill of 2026 will make a range of important amendments to the Commonwealth legislation in response to the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 New South Wales. On commencement of Schedule 1 of the New South Wales Act by proclamation, the Office of the New South Magistrate will be replaced by the Office of the Judge of the New South Wales Local Court. The bill will make amendments to Commonwealth legislation and set out transitional provisions to ensure that the jurisdiction and powers conferred on state magistrates by Commonwealth law can continue to be exercised by judges of the New South Wales Local Court. Conversely, the amendments will also ensure that judges of the New South Wales Local Court will not be able to exercise federal jurisdiction and powers beyond the intended scope of their office. I will keep my comments brief and conclude by saying that the bill will ensure that the New South Wales Local Court can continue to perform its important role in the federal justice system, as noted by colleagues opposite. It is an important court and dealing with a range of matters under the Commonwealth law, including both civil and criminal proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The question before the chair is that the bill now be read a second time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 of New South Wales and for other purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? No? If not, I call the Minister to move the third reading.
Thank you. I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question before the chair is that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Local Court and Bail Legislation Amendment Act 2025 of New South Wales and for other purposes. Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and a related bill, second reading, adjourned debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. And let's be very clear about what the Senate is now debating. These bills are not a technical reform, they are not administrative tidying up, and they are certainly not about independence. They are about one thing and one thing only. The Albanese government, as it so often does, walking away from its responsibility for the safety of the Australian public. At the very moment, Australians expect their government to be stronger clearer and more accountable, Labor has brought forward legislation designed to blur responsibility, shift blame and, worse still, insulate ministers from actual consequences of decisions. And that is exactly what this bill does, and that is why the Coalition will oppose it. Every Australian understands the basic question at the heart of this debate. When the Commonwealth decides whether a convicted offender should be released back into the community, who should answer for that decision? And at present, the answer is clear. It is the Attorney-General, an elected minister answerable to this parliament and accountable to the Australian people. Labor's answer, though, of course, is different. Labor's answer is, well, no one in the Albanese government could possibly be held accountable for any of these decisions. Instead, with this bill, Albanese Labor wants to hand that responsibility to an unelected board, appointed behind closed doors, operating at arm's length and perfectly positioned to absorb blame when something inevitably goes wrong. This bill is not about improving decision-making. It is about removing ministers from the line of fire. Under this bill, the Albanese government strips the Attorney-General of direct responsibility for parole decisions relating to federal offenders and transfers that power to a new statutory authority, the Commonwealth Parole Board. Now, the government will say that this is depoliticisation. We've got to be honest in this chamber. There is nothing political about taking responsibility, as you should, as the Attorney-General and the government, for public safety. There is nothing improper about ministerial accountability, and there is nothing outdated about expecting an elected government to own its own decisions. What is political, though, is designing a system so that when the worst happens, ministers can say, oh, well, don't look at us. It wasn't our call. That is the architecture in this bill, and Labor is building it here. This bill creates what I can only describe as an accountability dead zone. Here's how it'll work in practice. The board makes a parole decision. A serious offender is released. The offender reoffends violently. Victims demand answers. The public demands answers. And this is what the Albanese government says. Oh, well, the board is independent, got nothing to do with us. The board then says, oh, well, all we did was follow the statutory framework. And suddenly, no one elected, no one responsible, no one answerable stands in this place to explain why a dangerous person was allowed back into the Australian community. And that is not an accident. That is the whole point of this bill. Labor is legislating a system where failure is anonymous. The government also wants this chamber to believe that federal parole decisions are, well, they're just another administrative task, something that can be safely delegated to a board just like any other. That is simply not true. As a former Attorney-General, I can assure you they are anything but. This is the reality because I dealt with them. Federal offenders include terrorists. They include child sex offenders. They include people smugglers. They include serious organised crime figures. They include cyber criminals and foreign interference actors. These are not low-risk cases. That's why they're federal offences. They are cases that can involve classified intelligence, national security assessments, cross-border implications and serious risks to the Australian community. These are precisely the cases where Australians can expect a clear chain of responsibility, not a diffusion of accountability across a committee table. The Attorney-General is the first law officer of the Commonwealth. The public expects that when decisions carry grave consequences, a minister, in this case the Attorney-General of Australia, is responsible. And Labor, with this bill, is going to break that expectation. The government points to language in the bill saying public safety is paramount. Every failed system says that, quite frankly. Every parole failure comes with the same words after the fact. Oh, well, the risk was assessed, the process was followed, but we can assure the Australian public lessons will be learned. Quite frankly, the Australian public are sick and tired of hearing excuses from the Albanese government. Words do not protect communities, accountability does. And this bill is designed to do one thing, and that is remove it. Then, of course, there's the cost. The Albanese government is proposing to spend $28.3 million establishing the new parole board, with $7.3 million every single year ongoing. This at a time when Mum and Dad Australia are struggling with grocery bills, power bills, rents and mortgages. Labor says, oh, there's no money for relief, no money for restraint, no money for discipline, but hey, we've got to abrogate a bit of responsibility here, in particular in relation to terrorists and sex offenders. So guess what? What we'll do is spend a bit of money, plenty of it in fact, and we will build a new bureaucracy whose primary function is to shield ministers from blame. Australians are asked to fund Labor's accountability escape hatch. This, quite frankly, is an insult to Australian taxpayers. But the bill also reveals Labor's ideological priorities. Clause 29 requires the board membership to reflect, and I quote, as closely as possible, the composition of the Australian community. Well, let me be very clear about that. Parole boards, I hate to tell the Albanese Labor government, are not symbolic institutions. They are not representative forums. They are definitely not exercises in social engineering. They are bodies that decide when dangerous people are released back into the community. And I will say it again, as a former Attorney General, I dealt with this. You deal with terrorists, child sex offenders, people smugglers, serious organised crime figures, cyber criminals and foreign interference actors. Appointments should be made on merit, experience, judgment and integrity, particularly experienced in law enforcement, corrections, intelligence and victim advocacy. Remember, this is the body that is likely to go through this chamber and will decide whether those federal offenders are indeed released back into the community. The fact that Labor has inserted demographic considerations, you have to be kidding me, into the statutory framework for parole decision-making speaks volumes about where their priorities lie. Let us be clear, just like with the ISIS brides, it's not safety first. Just like with the ISIS brides, it's ideology first. And once again, under Labor, the victims of these federal offences, the victims of the terrorists, the victims of the sex offences, the victims of the people smugglers, the victims of the serious organised crime figures, the victims of the cyber criminals and the victims of the foreign interference actors, they're just an afterthought. What is worse when you read this bill is that it does not require mandatory consultation. It does not guarantee mandatory notification. It does not even guarantee, and this is utterly despicable, enforceable rights for the victims to be heard. Victims are offered sympathy and process language, but not power. Quite frankly, that is not good enough. Victims do not experience parole as an abstract policy debate. They experience it as fear, anxiety and permanent trauma. Labor's bill treats victims as a procedural consideration, not as people whose safety and dignity must come first. But this fits Labor's broader pattern. This bill is not an aberration, it fits a clear pattern. When faced with hard decisions, Labor outsources them. When faced with risk, Labor creates distance. When faced with accountability, Labor builds a buffer. Boards, authorities, panels, reviews, always one step away from responsibility. And when something goes wrong, Labor's response is always the same. Oh well, it wasn't us. Well, I hate to tell the Australian Labor Party, but Australians aren't stupid. They can see exactly what is happening here. The Coalition believes in something very simple. If you exercise power, you own the consequences. We believe that decisions about releasing federal offenders should be made by someone who can be questioned by this parliament, held to account and judged by the Australian people. And that person is the Attorney-General of Australia. Not because parole should be political, but because parole should be accountable. The bill does not make Australians safer. It makes ministers safer from scrutiny. It strips accountability from elected government. It creates a bureaucratic shield. It costs tens of millions of dollars. It sidelines victims. And it weakens confidence in the justice system. Australians don't want a government that hides behind boards. They want a government that takes responsibility. The Albanese government has yet again failed that test, and for those reasons and so many more, the Coalition will oppose the bill.
8 o'clock. Thank you, Senator Cash. You will be in continuation if you need to be. I propose now that the Senate be adjourned, and I call Senator Polley.
Thank you. I rise to speak about the Joint Policing Cybercrime Coordination Centre, or the JCP3, led by the Australian Federal Police, based in Sydney. The importance of JCP3's mission cannot be overstated. In a world where our lives, savings and businesses are increasingly online, safeguarding Australians from cyber threats and criminals is more urgent than ever. I recently visited the headquarters of the JCP3 to hear firsthand from the intelligent and passionate men and women in uniform trying to keep Australia safe from cyber criminals. The JCP brings together Australian law enforcement agencies and industry partners under one banner. This unity is our greatest strength. By sharing knowledge, resources and intelligence, JCP3 creates a coordinated front against high-harm cybercrime. Whether it's a coordinated scam targeting thousands or a sophisticated syndicate stealing millions of dollars, this collaboration approach means we can respond faster and more effectively. JCP3 is not just about responding to attacks, it's about preventing them. By pooling intelligence from police, banks, telcos and industry experts, JCP3 can quickly identify patterns, target offenders and disrupt criminal networks before they do irreparable harm. This means getting upstream of cyber criminals and striking where it hurts most. High-harm cybercrime is not just a technical challenge, it is a deeply personal one. Every day, Australians lose their hard-earned money to banking scams, online shopping frauds, and too often I hear of people losing their life savings from scammers. Most recently, a woman lost over $300,000 of her hard-earned money only to be duped a second time by those who promised to be able to recover the funds. JCP3's work tirelessly to prevent those criminals, protect families and reduce financial loss to the community. Through rapid information sharing and coordinated action, the Centre has helped to block fraudulent transactions and recover funds before they disappeared offshore. At the heart of JCP3's work are the hard-working officers of the Australian Federal Police. They're professional and they're dedicated to protecting the community, often working long hours and tackling complex investigations, and their dedication is matched only by their willingness to collaborate not just with Australian partners but with the best in the world. Cybercrime knows no barriers. To tackle global criminal syndicates, JCP3 and the AFP work hard hand in hand with international partners, and our officers regularly collaborate with agencies like the FBI, the IRS and European law enforcement agencies, and together we share intelligence, coordinate operations and tackle offenders across the continents. Through their partnerships we are seeing and we are sending those criminals messages that no matter where cyber criminals hide, we will pursue them. And cybercrime, as we know, is not static. Criminals are quick to adapt to new technology and change their methods, from phishing emails to sophisticated malware, the tools of cybercrime are constantly evolving, and JCP must stay one step ahead, continually learning and adapting to meet these new challenges. And one of the greatest challenges we face is the recovery of stolen funds, especially when money is moved overseas. Once funds are sent to foreign accounts, particularly in locations like Nigeria or the UAE, retrieving them becomes extremely difficult. Why? Because the speed of transaction is so quick and every minute counts. And so we need people to actually report these scams so that we can take steps to prevent other people. But what was really disturbing about this brief was the amount of very young people who are being recruited into some very sadistic behaviour online, and the criminal acts that they're participating should be something that worries each and every one of us in this chamber. So there are a lot of messages here, and that is report a scam. If you've had a fraudulent attack on your bank, make it known.
Thank you, Senator Polly. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.